Sound. Oh, did I forget to put the sound? Oh, okay. I forgot to put the sound, but I can play. I can play the stuff back. I can play the stuff
Off
back.
again.
No, I clicked him off, but he can come back on. But that's not the conversation.
Oh, he says
No
I
one
can come
goes
back
into.
home. Okay, so it's good. It's good timing. Now, let me check that the sound works fine. It's so funny. The brother is scared, man. He said I should pay him to have a dialogue with me. So let me check the sound now. Okay, all right. Okay. So let's go back to the time when he put me on the panel.
That Sabir Bey is. Bear with me.
Mute here. So, hotep Senuhena Senut Itik Ren Isha Kanduku Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Let me put my layout. All right. So, I was about to do this video, called Sabir Bey, I'm calling you out. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking for the video where he said that more means navigator. And then in my feed, I saw that it was live. So I'm like, okay, let me go now. He may be finishing. He was actually starting his stream. So check the convo. And then I'm going to play how he's talking about he chopped me up. He chopped me off. I mean, sorry, he chopped me up, which is funny to me. I mean, he embarrassed himself, the poor brother. But this is the arrogance of ignorance. He's delusional. So let's play here.
Please, what's up, brother? I got my brother from France on you. Please, brother, if you're not focus on what I'm saying here, because I don't feel like going there about nothing else.
Well, actually, if you don't mind, brother, greetings to you and thank you for putting me on panel. I was about to go live to call you out to have a discussion because you say you chopped me up, which is funny because you embarrassed yourself. You never show me a single more or no told me his title.
I'm not even talking, brother. If you want to have that conversation, this is what I want you to do. Set it up on your show. Brother, I'm never scared. Don't ever listen to me, brother. Don't ever in your life think that I'm scared of anything you do. I will wipe you like crazy.
When do you want us to have a dialogue, brother?
Listen, if you want this, set it up on any day on your platform. And if you want to pay me, you can.
How about tonight?
Brother, I'm not doing it tonight because I just did 3 hours. Brother, put up some money and catch on your platform.
Oh, so you want me to pay you then?
You damn right for my time, brother. I'm not going to go.
What about my time, brother?
Brother, you coming to my feed. Do I come to your feed? Let me ask you this question.
What difference does it make? It's about the information because you're spreading misinformation, brother.
Listen, did I come to your feed? If you read what I just posted up there, you came on last week and you jumped off. I mean the other day. Let me explain this to you, brother.
I left at one point. We spoke for an hour.
I need you to hear me. This is my show, right? Now, I get paid for doing what I'm doing. And so if you don't like that, don't ever come. Just sit back and learn something. Research what I'm saying to you.
That's an excuse, brother. That's a cop out. You're scared to face me, so you said that I should pay you.
Let me tell you something, brother. Don't ever in your wildest dreams think that I'm scared of anybody. Let me share something.
Prove it. Let's talk tomorrow, brother.
Let's do this for the people. To you. You better do some research on who I am first and foremost.
You said you learned that Cleopatra was...
He's going back to Cleopatra. This is what I want you to do, brother.
He kicked me out, as you can see, and it's fine. I'm losing sleep over it. But I was just saying, you learned that Cleopatra was Greek when I came on the panel. The dude said out of his own mouth, it's the first time he heard Cleopatra being Greek, man. You know what I'm saying? That's embarrassing, man. The dude said he's been doing it for 30 years. Let me see who's in the place to be. Oh, let me share the link. He ain't gonna come, but some of his followers, people who teach the same thing, believe the same thing on a holiday, are free. Link to get on the panel. This is so embarrassing. Now you have to pay those people to have a discussion. This is the link to get on the panel, man. Oh, that's so funny, man. Oh my goodness. Let's see who's in the place to be, man. So Lillian Lorraine wrote, "There's no sound." Indeed, I forgot to unmute the video, but I was able to play it. I'm sure you heard it, right? I want to make sure that it was working. Let me see. Yes, it was working. So initially the title was Sabir Bey, I'm calling you out. That's the title that I put before I went on the panel when I said it was live. I changed it now Now the title says, Sabir Bey is scared in capital letters, but I'm still calling him out. So let's see who's in the place to be. So, Lillian Lauren, thank you. I did not look at the chat. Usually, when I'm having the dialogue with people, I don't really check the chat that much. But thank you for informing me that there was no sound. She wrote, how I can hear you now, of course, because, after the discussion. Texas Bama wrote, oh dear. So he's in place to be. Love Me Frozen in place to be as well. Donnie Williams wrote, in the mix like an engineer. I like that one. Go Bulls wrote, well, that's good. Chris Media wrote, go back on the page. Come on, man. The dude kicked me out. I'm going to go back. He's going to be paternalistic. He know what's up now. I called him out. All of you who know him, we can set it up tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. You know what I'm saying? The dude obviously doesn't have a 9 to 5. I do have a 9 to 5, but I don't work on Sunday. So Sunday is good for me. He knows the deal now. Oh, actually, I'm going to finish with this and then let you hear what he just said, one of his previous live stream that came up on my feed. So Texas Bama wrote, he's scared. Of course he's scared. He's scared. He's shaking. He got a new experience. He's been teaching for 30 years and we just had a discussion and he's overwhelmed. And he keeps making reference to it. He's avoiding saying my name, though. He keeps saying, the brother from France, brother from France, brother from France. He don't even know what a chopping is. Love Me For has a face palm. Texas Bama wrote here and worth $1. I don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying? In life, we will always disagree. This doctrine is not new to me. You know what I'm saying? The spirit of cheap arrogance, the arrogance of ignorance. Sorry. So this is the link once again. Anybody can holler. Shaka, you make these dudes look small, extra small. Lillian Lauren says thank you, and Texas Bama is laughing. So here, what is it? Let me show you. Now that video. Hold on. If I go back. That's the one now. So I guess that's the one before. Well, actually, I have the screen capture, so it's okay. So I have the timestamp. So screen capture, where is it? Oh, you know what? I'm going to prepare for the last one for tomorrow. I'm going to use the screen capture. Screen capture will I use? Now let's do things orderly. If you're wondering about the discussion that we had for the first time, that was the second time we spoke. It was a couple of days ago, and here's the link so everybody can see what occurred. All right. So now let me look for a thumbnail. Okay. I think that thumbnail will do. So now I stream. Yeah. Sunday, May. Let's put 5 p.m. 5 p.m. I won't be long. I'm just preparing the screen for tomorrow. I'm going to put the thumbnail. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Okay, desktop. I won't be long. Desktop. The dude is sitting in hotel rooms, live streaming, talking to the people. He's not getting paid, but when it's time to face me, and now, you need to pay me. Come on, man. I know those guys feel superior and all that, So, 5 p.m. EST should be 11 p.m. my time. All right. So now I can share. Okay. I won't be long, trust me. First, I'm going to share this live stream, my feed, so that people know I'm live. Then I'm going to share the one that I prepared. So now the one that I've prepared. Now the one that I prepared, in the chat is going to be for subscribers only. But of course, the link will be in the chat, so everybody who wants to get on the panel is welcome. I'm going to tell them, well, you need to pay me to ask me questions to have a dialogue with me. How many times I've been having discussions with people for a long time? I never talked about you need to pay me. Sunday, May 7 at 5 p.m. EST. I'm gonna share that in his chat. Oh, yeah. You could tell that he doesn't like when people say that he's scared. Don't you ever in your life say that I'm scared. So let's go to his stream. There you go. The dude kicks me out, then he says he can come back if he wants. So here, just to show you that I have just shared this thing in his stream. You know, I don't know if he's gonna put it up on the screen or acknowledge it. It looks like he's on the phone with somebody. Oh, you know what's interesting? Okay, let's put the volume.
Y'all can actually get it later on, but you will have to pay for it. That's how we're gonna do it. That's called group economics, my nigga.
You'll have to pay for it. Now, look at what somebody wrote in his chat. Darius Smokes wrote, "You call people out all the time. You finally got one who won't smoke. Sabir Bey, time to set it up." Now, the comment, I hope it wasn't it. No, it's there. You see my comment there? Oh, I didn't put it in the chat, did I? I think I didn't put it in the chat. So there it is. You see that? Is Sabir Bey still scared to face me? Let's find out. Sunday, May 7 at 5 p.m. EST. He'll probably be, in that same hotel room or wherever. He has a right to be wherever he wants. I did live streams in hotel room. The last time was when I was in Portugal. You know what I'm saying? Usually, once again for the museum, and I've shown, some of the footage of the museum. I think I have a little bit left, as well as other countries, So I ain't trying to throw no shots because it doesn't matter where you live stream from, but probably, or maybe he's gonna act like he's busy tomorrow. He's gonna act like he has something to do. You know what I'm saying? But he has all the time to do live streams like that. But anyway, I need to put all comments. You see here, Darius Smokes wrote, he doesn't get out of pocket or yell or anything. He come in with smoke. You know what I'm saying? So probably he's trying to act like I'm out of pocket, but that's what they do. That's what they do. So I think that's about it. Yeah. About it. Okay. All right. So now, sure that you can hear me well still. Yes. Okay. Great. Oof, multitasking. So Donnie Williams wrote, there used to be a saying, friends with the Indo early 90s. Well, 2023, let's be friends with logic. You did tell Frankie you need to get paid, though, and rightfully so. I did tell him when he proposed that I debate Lord Abba. You understand what I'm saying? That's not the same. What I proposed to Sabir Bey is to have a dialogue. You know what I'm saying? And in normal circumstances, you shouldn't need any timing. But the way it gets done, I think I would. If he comes and I don't ask us, I doubt he will. You can see everybody could see he was scared. Um, Eventually, I will propose that because people speak 2 times, 3 times more than you, and they act like they were preventing because they have more speaking time. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's scared like a chicken, and he's just gonna cry in the car and all that. You know what I'm saying? That's It's not new, man. Texas Bama wrote, "I like the way you move, Shaka." Oh man, putting up anything to me. But let me just show you why I decided to make the video entitled Sabir Bey. Well, this live stream basically, it's so great. It happened to be live, so I told him to his face. You know what I'm saying? Screen capture. Let me see. So it's a Philly part 2. Too many stuff here. Can close this one. And this is live stream. So I have it twice. I don't need it twice. There's another funny thing that somebody wrote. It's good so people can see for the record. Here, Jedrick Martin wrote, "Red Pill asked you to come to his platform today. Maybe he asked you just for clout." So maybe he actually said that, I'm doing this for clout. But when he was Sabir Bey, did he say, hold on. I can close this. This one is mine. And every now and then I might check, what's said. So part 2, let's go to part 2. Okay. It's called Philly part 2, whatever. There it is. So that's the first and the second 16. Okay, so the first is minute 10:49. Share the screen. Anyway, I thought you was right. Don't get me wrong, family. There it is. So 10:49. 10:49. All right, let's listen up.
Just do it. Each of y'all have chambers. Exactly. Chambers, man. Chambers. Okay, chambers. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. You saw that boy that came and called in from France, right? Did you see me calmly chop that boy up from France?
You see? He had the nerve to say, "Did you see me calmly chop that boy up from France?" That's the arrogance of ignorance, man. When I first came on and I've shared the link, check this out. It is there. Sabir Bey dialogue with Chaka Ndugu Kemet. Ma'at forever in parentheses, and you have the link there. You see the whole discussion without any commentary. Then I made another one with commentary. When I first came on, I told him that I asked to see, for to be shown a black Moorish ruler, to know his name, his title, and the territory that he ruled over. You see? Now he said, "Oh, there's many. I give many names before." He didn't give a single one. He didn't give a single one, and he's been doing it for 30 years. That's how embarrassing it is, man. With all due respect, I've been showing these guys a new level, man. 30-year-old rusty so-called scholarship. And at the end, they had the nerve to diminish the validity of PhDs, man. Let's continue.
Did you see me chop that boy from France? So don't come to my feed, and I don't care how you like it. I'm in Philly. If I come at you left.
And what's funny to me is when people make some statements that are completely irrelevant to discussion. Like I'm in feeling. Yeah. So, but it's okay. It's okay.
It was meant for you. Okay. So I'm only going to answer this one question when you come on his feed. I'm not going to have a long, drawn out.
He said, I'm only going to answer this one question when you come on the feed. Right. And since he said that, well, guess what? Let's see. Let's see. Oh my goodness. It's so funny. Videos. To be a bit dialogue.
Terminologies are new, right?
Afghanistan, you will have some black soldiers, but nobody will say, okay, black people invaded those places. I consider that those people are. I was asking him if he could name.
Now, what was you saying about Lord Albert? I've known him for. I don't know him. What did you do with your beard?
I just brought up his name as an example because I had a discussion with him online, and I was asking him if he could name. Okay, I got wait till you're ready.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was asking him if he could name me some black Moorish ruler who ruled over some territory in Europe, because I consider that there was a hoax of black people ruling parts of Europe, from the 7th to the 14th century, for 700 years. I consider that those people are Muslims. And amongst those Muslims, you did have some black people, some black mercenary, just like in Iraq, recently in Afghanistan, you will have some black soldiers, but nobody would say, okay, black people invaded those places. It was the United States of America, you see. And even in the book, The Golden Age of the Moor, we do see some depictions. And he says sometimes you have several people, most of them white, and then the person will say, oh, notice this black Moor here, or notice those two black Moors there, you see. So when I asked Odaba if he can give me the name of some black Moorish ruler, if he can give me their name, the title, and the territory that they ruled over, and he was unable to do so. And I wanted to ask you the same question. So here, let's go back a few seconds. You can give me the name of some black Moors there. See? So when I asked Odaba if he can give me the name of some black Moorish ruler, if he can give me, their name, the title, and the territory that they ruled over, and he was unable to do so. And I wanted to ask you the same question. Now, I forgot to mention, a depiction, what I'm saying? So I'm making it clear, I was going off the dome. All right. I would like to see a depiction. A depiction. You can understand depiction as image. I didn't say picture, okay? I didn't say photograph, could be a painting. I don't think we'll really have sculptures like that, you know what I'm saying? But if we don't have the painting, it's fine. How will we know though that we're dealing with black people? Because if you listen to that discussion, you will see how we quote unquote argue for about half an hour to find out if Cleopatra was black or white, because he rejects those terms, because he's based only on the English language. He doesn't understand that we had humanity way before the English language. And listen to his answer.
Okay, so I'm not going to get into all of that right now, but what you can do, there is many rulers. I did a video.
So, you're only going to ask me one question, and I answer it, and then blah, 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 blah. Did he answer it? No.
Probably a week ago when I was home, and I gave a name of rulers. I gave a lot of names of rulers.
So first he said I gave a name of rulers, and he said I gave a lot of names of rulers. Did he give me the name of the video? Did he give me the link to the video? So how do I find out his video? I should just go to his channel and go and listen to all his live streams. Come on now, man. Usually I tell you about some video where I address something. And what do I do most of the time? I share the title and the link in the chat.
And people make it seem like, again, this whole black thing. There was no black people till the 1500s.
There was no black people till the 1500s. That's a ridiculous statement, man. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I prove my case here. All right. So let's go back to the other one where he said, he chopped me up, whatever.
Conversation. When you come on his feed, I'm not going to have a long, drawn out. There's one question when you. Okay. So I'm only going to answer this one question.
I'm only gonna answer this one question. He did not even answer this one question, and that's important to know. All right. And I'm not losing sleep over it. But him saying that he chopped me off, that he chopped me up, I'm like, hey, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? We're both grown men. We've been doing this for a long time. So, why can't we have the dialogue? If he doesn't want to, it means he's scared. You know what I'm saying? He's not scared to have the live stream and talk forever and answer the questions in the chat and all that. When the people agree with him, or he will be there and talk all night long. You understand what I'm saying? He's not getting paid for that. He may get some super chat, super sticker. You're fine. He may get some donation here and there, but there's no setup or and pay me. Come on. I mean, how arrogant is that? Well, set it up and then you pay me. You know what I'm saying? Besides, he didn't say how much, but I'm not interested in paying to have a dialogue with somebody. You know what I'm saying? If the people want to see that, they want to come out of pocket to see that, fine. But we don't even need to go there. We could have a dialogue and see where we disagree, and then if we want to take it further and have a formal debate with the moderator and the topic, and like 1 round, or like I don't know, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, or 2 rounds, and then a rebuttal round, that's fine. But we don't even need that, because when this is thrown in the air. Now, a lot of time people will spend a lot of a lengthy period to talk about the specifics, and then they have a date. And I mean, come on, let's stop this, man. If we did it for so long, then we can just talk. Anyway, Andrew Bryn is in the place to be right now. How you doing, sister?
When you come on this feed, I'm not going to have a long, drawn out conversation with you. If wherever you at, I'll be in New York, and I also would go to DC. So that's the link right there.
It doesn't matter where he will be, because he's going live anyway. So anybody from the whole world that has a decent internet connection can interact with him. But it's all good. He likes to say, I'll be here, I'll be here. It's irrelevant. But then, some minutes later, at timestamp 16, if I'm not mistaken, he's going to talk again about, like he did something. So let's go to 16. And then after listening to a few seconds, I was like, oh, it's like that? Okay, I'm going to go live. So, I'm going to discover what was said after.
I know that it's a lot of misinformation that's floating around on social media about the Moors with these so-called black scholars. And I told you, you can bring any black scholar to this feed. Every last one of these black scholars know exactly who Sabir Bey is.
He said you can bring any of these black scholars or so-called black scholars to the stream. That's what he said. He's not even standing on his own words, man. You know what I'm saying? How many people who give the link and ready to deal with anybody? They need preparation. They need to be on the phone. They need help. They need to use Chat GTP. They need to use Wikipedia. They need to have their homies, sending them emails and sending them text messages. By themselves, they don't stand on anything because their foundation is not solid. You know what I'm saying? How many brothers do you know do that? And once again, if it is, boom, boom. The only requirement is for people to use a webcam, because the anonymous and unidentified people, I don't have time for that. So I don't know who they are. Some people may troll, false flagging, pretending. Whatever somebody say, if it's a man or a woman, then the person should be able to stand on that. All right. Now, out of curiosity, let me look at the chat over there. The guy, Derdrick Martina wrote, man, that would be dope. I will take a day off to witness that. But I don't know exactly what he's talking about. I'm just going quickly. Okay, well, I guess I can continue here. Should I put up again? Let me first listen to what he said here. Oh, you know what? No, I can listen to that after. Let's put up again. Let's put up again. and I'm going to tell him, look, I've set it up already. So I've set it up already. Now you know the deal. Well, I don't know, man, because he said he can't come back. You see, because I don't want him to act like, oh, the dude is stalking me. Texas Obama wrote, yes. Okay. No, stream. Oh man, so funny. I'll put up again. Uh, Stream. That's a stream here, is it? Oh, that's a feed too. Yeah, that's a stream. So that in the chat. Now I need to share this and I need to it's unmuted. So when I share it, it should be okay. You know,
because you obviously is not listening. I just got off 3 hours today. If I'm just telling you what I'm going through, what I'm dealing with right now, why is he upset? Because he's on my. I don't get on nobody's platform. Damn, dude, I'm talking about group economics. He's still talking about Cleopatra. So, type of person that would challenge for that. This is where I'm at for this. That's where I'm at. I'm not into this other stuff because none of y'all gonna do a goddamn thing about nobody's complexion, whatever. What they're doing to people on the daily basis is terroristic acts. It's called terrorism.
All right, I'm back. Let me check the sound. Check the sound. Okay, so yeah, I did have to put the link because I was getting the sound from here when I shared the screen, and I was getting the sound from the StreamYard when I was over there. So I had the sound twice, so that's why I shared the link. Now there's another dude who's like, oh, he told you to research it. Sabir Bey pseudo. The guy that he talked about, Ibn Khaldun, he made negrophobic statement, anti-black statement, saying that black people were inferior, and he had the nerve, Sabir Bey, to say that the Arabs were us. And he talked about say the unknown Arabs. I read that book, The Unknown Arabs. That's the same linguistic gymnastics and acrobatics that Dr. Wesley Muhammad has done. He had reference that guy, saying that what's his name again? Tariq Berry did some literary excavation. And for those who don't know, this claim of the Arabs being black, I've refuted that. I have a very detailed article about that. Dr. Wesley Muhammad challenged me publicly to a debate. I accepted, then he backed down. So when I hear people like 20 years later, well, okay, not 20 years later, but over a decade later, over 10 years later, making pseudo statements talking about the Arabs were us. I mean, you have to be out of your goddamn mind. Notice he wouldn't even let me say something for 1 minute. He would not even let me say something for 30 seconds, you know? And I want to deal with the stuff that he's talking about. Now, then he said, well, no, he didn't use the word black. I said, okay, what word did he use? He wouldn't say which word he used, though. You know what I'm saying? This is washed up pseudo information, misinformation. That's what those guys have been doing, man. But anyway, uh, Lillian had to bounce. So you see that same statement that I wrote? Ibn Khaldun was negrophobic. He made anti-black statements. He wrote that Africans were inferior. I put it in his chat as well. You see. Then he realized, well, Shaka, your audio not on one, according to the good Lord, or is it just me? But for the record, I've muted myself here. I've muted the video because I was getting the sounds from this and the other stream. Yeah, so couldn't do it like that. And that's why I kept sharing the link to his stream. Now, anyway, Lydia Lauren, what lovely name, by the way. Okay, good now. Exceeds pseudo. Yeah, it exceeds pseudo. I would never jump out there like that. He had to have known you. And it's so funny, people who are anonymous unidentified, your brother. I said, look, I'm trying to speak to Sabir Bey, you know what I'm saying? Research the stuff. Those guys, man, they love to say that, oh, you need to research that, you need to look that up. However, he claimed, like who translated it? Doesn't matter who translated it. You claim the translation is wrong or something. So what was the word? Ask him a simple question. You ask them the most simple question and they want to refer you to some video. So you have to watch a whole video or read a whole book. That's pseudo. Those guys are pseudo. And tomorrow we're going to have fun. You know what I'm saying? And he was acting like he's one of the greatest out there. But, we can do a quick lookup for what's the name? Ibn Khaldun, you see? But, just for the novelty, I'm sharing so his audience know that tomorrow it is on. I shared it in his chat, and now I can bounce. Man, I mean, the more you listen to people, the more pseudo they are. Kiswahili Worldwide wrote this. That dude was what? But if you listen to him, he's one of the best out there. Or for the record, just in case somebody wants to holler, link there. Now we're gonna do a quick search about Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun. He's known as a sociologist. You see, the first sociologist. Sociologist. I'm not sure exactly how you will pronounce it on your part of town, but this is the link here for whatever Wikipedia is worth. So we're going to see if they mention that here, but we will find it, trust me. So some of Ibn Khaldun's views, particularly those concerning the Zanji people of sub-Saharan Africa, have been cited as racist, though they were not uncommon for their time. So this is, when you see the excuse. You have to know the context of the times. He wasn't the only one. All right. So, um, oh, here they're talking about, according to the scholar Abdelmajid Hanoum, Ibn Khaldun's discussion of the distinctions between Berbers and Arabs were misinterpreted by the translator William Makagi de Slain, who wrongly inserted a racial ideology that sets Arabs and Berbers apart and in opposition into his translation of Ibar, translated under the title Histoire des Berbères. I'm not worried about the Berbers and the Arabs difference. I'm talking about when he addressed black people. So, oh, that's a book right there. So we don't have an article link. But you know what? Hey, Ibn Khaldun. A store. Don't want to be long with this, so you know. That's a Twitter post, but I want the quote. The person wrote Ibn Khaldun and Ibn Sina outright insulted blacks as inferior races. You know what I'm saying? So I guess Sabir Bey didn't know it, but I'm going to look for the quote. Ibn Khaldun's views on race. It's a PDF. It's downloading. Yeah. Race. Oh, let me type inferior. It's the kind of thing that they like to uphold that duty, Ibn Khaldun, but his anti-black statement, anti-African statement, they don't like to talk about it too much, but it is there for the record. This is from Duke University. Slave theology and anti-blackness in the Arab world. I'm going to show you the quote. Which book was Sabir Bey talking about? Wasn't it the Mukaddima? Wasn't it the Mukaddima? Now let me share that link first. Slavery theology and anti-blackness in the Arab world. Boom, you have the link there. Now, just for the record, so you can see where it is hosted. Site.duke.edu. So if I remove sites, just have duke.edu. What is it? What is this? Academics, undergraduate. This is Duke's University. See? So that being said, let's go back. Now, brothers and sisters, you see the screen right there, right? Anti-black ideational production in the Arab world. Long before you know what? Hey, let's cut the chase. Let's cut the chase. Ibn Khaldun was arguably the most respected and influential Arab philosopher and scholar of the Middle Ages, yet his reference characterization of African societies repeated the prevalent popular Arab descriptions of Africans as excitable, emotional, dirty, morally unclean, childlike, and, to use his own words, worse than dogs. Here is Sabir Bey, the pseudo so-called scholar, presenting a guy who label Africans as worse than dogs as somebody that we should look up to. I bet you didn't know that. His many racist views on Africans are distilled in this one excerpt from his magnum opus. Magnum opus, that's Latin, that's basically mean greatest work. The Mukaddima, isn't this the Mukaddima that Sabir Bey showed on the screen? Now let's see what Ibn Khaldun said. We have seen that Negroes are, and he proudly shows himself, standing in front of the statue holding the book, right? Whether he was holding the book or not, he proudly showed himself standing in front of the statue. You know what I'm saying? In Ghana, they put down the statue of Gandhi because Gandhi was negrophobic. He made anti-black, anti-African statements. In other parts of the world, they have put down statues of people who made anti-black and anti-African statements. But here you have your Sabir Bey, your world traveler, that's proud to show himself standing in front of the statue of an anti-black, anti-African person. But anyway, that's so funny, man. And those are your teachers. We have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. Beyond the Sahel to the south, there is no civilization in a proper sense. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other. They cannot be considered human beings. If I had the deck, I would put the bomb right now. Picture the bomb. They cannot be considered human beings. Now you understand what Sabir Bey is scared as F. You can understand what Sabir Bey is scared as F because he's pseudo. And you notice I told him to his face that he's pseudo. The Unknown Arabs. I got the book, it's in the back. I read that book. I read Dr. Wesley Muhammad's book, Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam. And for the record, when I talked about, I've refuted him, just go there. And you have Prophet Muhammad's scholar, according to the Islamic sources. Boom. There's a link to the article, man. The heirs were us. Man, please. And they love to use the word us. They love to use the word us. Can't even tell you who's black, who's white. There's no black before the 16th century. Man, please. In the English language, there's black in so many other languages. All right, I'll be back. Let me play a little some. Oh, what should I play? It's going to be a couple of minutes. Oh, okay. Some other Supreme Wisdom teaching. Oh, my goodness. But it's good, man. It's good that people can see what's going on. It's good that people can see how pseudo people can be in 2023.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight.
Yes, sir.
Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, let me see the comments. Now, Danny Williams wrote, accurate. That was in the place to be. He wrote, true peace, my heart and chat. Danny Williams wrote, it's true. Then he added, wait a minute. Let me check the sound. I have to check the sound every now and then. Yes. Andrea Brunet wrote, that's a mic drop, shocker. Danny Williams went, ha. Tao wrote, dumbass teachings. Danny Williams wrote, my favorite part. We do pull our hair. Hot irons and perms too. I wrote 2 books explaining kinky hair based on noon science written by Afro Unu. They don't know where our hair comes from. So right now on my phone, I'm using a screen recording feature, and I'm recording that part when I went to Duke's University and read that excerpt from the magnum opus, the greatest work of Ibn Khaldun, the negrophobic, anti-black, anti-African sociologist. And I will upload it, and the title will be Sabir Bey's Pseudo, praising an I would decide if I would put anti-African or anti-black person. Well, actually, I think I would put praising African Ibn Khaldun. That dude is showing you somebody, praising the person, showing himself, you know what I'm saying, the picture in front of the statue of somebody who said that black people cannot be considered Africans, if you prefer, because they have an issue with black. You know, they even have an issue with African. You know, it's a European term. It was named after Scipio Africanus. They say all sorts of things, but you know, they cannot be considered human beings, man. How embarrassing can it be, man? How embarrassing can it be, man? But anyway, I'm all natural, baby. Bama, there you go. I love the minister, but he's very wrong here and needs to take that conch out of his head. You never hit a link, lol, Bama. And Farrakhan was wrong for saying it was none of our business if they kill Malcolm. I would never follow that man like that. He was more than wrong. But it's close to what, in a sense, there is some similarity. But I ain't going to go there too much because they're going to cry. But, you know, your business. What do you have to say about it? Somebody gets killed in front of his family in public during a speech. You know, none of your business. But what is he talking about? I should see I have the link.
Yeah, I love Elijah Muhammad enough that if you attack him, I would kill you. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm not a killer, but neither are you. But if somebody attack what you love, each one of you in here would become a killer instantaneously. Am I lying? Mother, let somebody look like they're attacking your child. Here's a woman who fought a bear because the bear snatched her baby. And she ran the bear down, screaming until the bear dropped her baby. Love casts out fear. We don't give a damn about no white man law when you attack what we love. And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What have you got to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you make Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it. Because in the future, we're going to become a nation. And the nation got to be able to deal with traitors and cutthroats and turncoats. The white man deals with his. The Jews deal with theirs. Salman Rushdie wrote a nasty thing about the prophet, and Imam Khomeini put out a death thing on him, and it stands today.
Hey, Ta. Peace, brother. Hotep, how you doing?
True Peace Hotep King, what's going on?
Oh, brother. Have you heard about Ibn Khaldun?
The who?
Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun. Have you heard about him?
Is Ibn Khaldun?
He write it for you in the chat. Ibn Khaldun. There it is. Let me just share the screen. Now, this link, I've shared it in the chat already, but I'll share it again. That's Duke's University. So I can say that's reliable. And the greatest work of Ibn Khaldun is called, it's called Muqaddimah. The Muqaddimah. Okay. And this is what Ibn Khaldun said.
I think I caught you reading the end of this like a little bit ago, but go ahead.
Yeah, yes, just so the people who just arrived can see.
Okay.
We have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. Beyond the Sahel to the south, there is no civilization in a proper sense. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other. They cannot be considered human beings. And that's a dude. That's a dude that Sabir Bey has proudly taken a picture of. He took a picture in front of his statue, and he's proud, and he showed that during his live stream. And for those who don't know, he kept muting me, so I would unmute myself. You know what I'm saying? He said he didn't use the word black. He used the wrong translation. When I asked him what word did he use, he can't tell us. But here, I haven't read that part earlier. That's page 12 of that PDF. Ibn Khaldun, exact reference, saw the enslavement of Africans as a logical outgrowth of their childlike docility. Africans, he argued, were suited to slavery. Therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because Negroes have little that is essentially human and have attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated.
And when did he write this?
Oh, that's 12th century.
Oh, okay.
Ibn Khaldun, that's 12th century, And just for those who don't know Ibn Khaldun, but he is regarded as, like the worst first sociologist, No, I mean, look, all Wikipedia is worth. This is the link for Ibn Khaldun. You can see here. Okay. I said 12th century. It's it's really from born in 1332 and died in 1406.
And he was referencing us as a whole or a certain part of African people that he ran into.
Well, I read it. They translated Negroes. We can go to the Arabic and see what word he used. You know what I'm saying? And it says Abu Zaid Abdurrahman ibn Muhammad ibn Khaldun al-Hadrami was an Arab sociologist, for short he's known as Ibn Khaldun, philosopher and historian widely acknowledged to be one of the greatest social scientists of the Middle Ages and considered by many to be the father of historiography, sociology, economics, and demography studies. His best-known work, the Muqaddimah or Prolegomena, many people know it as that term here, introduction, which he wrote in 6 months, as he states in his autobiography, influenced 17th century and 19th century Ottoman historians such as Khatib, Celebi, blah, 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 blah. So that's the guy that Sabir Bey is hyping up.
Sheesh. And that's the light-skinned guy you've been playing the clip of yesterday, right?
Exactly. I don't know if you had a chance to catch that, but I was on his panel today. I went the first time. He kicked me off. He said, well, okay, he can come back if he wants. I told the people, do you want me to come back? Texas Bama said, yes. I went back. He wouldn't let me speak. He muted me. I said, can I say something for 1 minute? He said, no. I said, can I say something for 30 seconds? He said, no. Then he kicked me out. And I told him that he was pseudo. He mentioned the work of Tariq Berry called The Unknown Arabs. I actually have it there. I read it. He said that the Arabs was us. Because when feel free to speak, brother.
I just, I've been ripping and running, but I've been peeping in and out. And, I seen you playing the Farrakhan thing again, because I think you played it yesterday or the day before. And, that's why I made the statements that I made, because they don't understand that where the king comes from. And like I said, I got 2 books. I got a 3rd book I got to get back to writing it. But if you had time, I would want to go into that a little bit just to read.
Feel free, brother. Feel free.
Let me pull some of this.
In the meantime, while you put it up, my video as uploaded. You can see it's called Sabir Bey Pseudo, praising anti-black Ibn Khaldun, and you have the link. I shared it in my timeline, and I'm gonna share it in his stream as well, just so that he knows for the record. Feel free, brother Tom. So Sabir Bey. These guys are so pseudo.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
So pseudo, man.
Word writings. Where is this at? Let me see. Our hair. Because I got. Go ahead.
They're gonna say I'm pocket watching, but pseudo people. That's the kind of donation they get, $99. And sometimes you have to wonder. It's like Chief X, who has all those people who don't like black people talking about the great empire. You know what I'm saying? So Chief X says that the ancient Egyptians are the modern Egyptians, that they were Caucasian since pre-dynastic time until today. So he has all these people who don't like who the label Afrocentric. You know what I'm saying? And but then again, it's the same guy who also said, and you can see that I'll share the link here. It's the same guy who said that hold on.
You telling
a systemic white racism doesn't exist.
And you
we made the
said
live
Chief said
stream.
that?
Chief X said, that's systemic. No, maybe I said it wrong. Systemic racism. You know what I'm saying? Systemic racism doesn't exist. He said that on this panel here. So V. Bennett was there, Andrea Bennett was there, some other people were there. So I think the next day or a couple of days after, we made a whole live stream about that. And actually, I'm going to share it. But feel free, Brother Tom.
Yeah, but I'm saying he said the Caucasian go how far back in Kemet?
Chief X said, and I'm gonna play it so people can see it. It's better to do it like that. So here, let me do this in order. So now that video here. Systemic racism, does it exist or did we make that up? See? Now, as for Chief X, it's so funny. I put Chief X. Oh, by the way, I called Chief X out because he said that I was pseudo. He came on the panel. We agreed on some time to have a discussion, and he never showed up. So we had fun. Now, in order to see it, unfortunately, this is the butler. Chief X is formidable. The butler Reggie called Chief X formidable. But you know what? I'm going to do one better. Idiot.
Give me 1 second.
So those guys are pseudo, man. Pseudo.
I can't believe it. And that's he said prehistoric time. That's not true.
Pre-dynastic time. But I'm going to let people hear it so they know that I'm not making an allegation, that it is a fact. This is a video here. Reggie is not a Captain Saver HOE. He's an idiot. Diop melanin dosage test.
I believe he said that. That's crazy.
Yeah. So.
No, don't be sorry, but you know Shaka how he gonna come back. He gonna take this video, everything you said, especially the part about the Caucasians. So
yes. So
or two, okay.
Born genetically in Egypt. We would say
you subscribe.
Okay.
And the way I know you,
the Assyrians took over 600 ancient Egypt.
The ancient Egyptians.
The Assyrians, until let's say
what dynasty?
An Egyptian are not using DNA.
I agree with the cultural thing.
And so in summary, Chief X, you're maintaining that when we talk about ancient Egypt, between the first dynasty, circa 3000 BC, until let's say
what dynasty?
Well, the first dynasty, 3000 BC, all the way until the Assyrians took over 600 BC. Do you maintain that there was no Black African ancient Egyptians?
The ancient Egyptians are Caucasians. That's my stance.
Okay, so from 2000 BC until today, right?
Pre-dynastic times up until now.
I get it.
My stance is the modern day Egyptian is the ancient Egyptian.
Okay. What the hell?
Hey, brothers, I'm gonna leave y'all. Thank you for having me. I'm heading to work now. Yeah, good build,
It's not a claim, it's a fact. And right after that, the butler Reggie said, Chief X, he was formidable. You flat tired him. He was all the way wrong. He lied on Diop. And in that video, you can see how I actually demonstrated that Diop indeed did the melanin dosage test, and he begged. Dr. Shekonta Diop used the word begged. He begged the Egyptian authorities to have I think it was a square by 1 millimeter square a sample of a royal mummy to do the melanin dosage test. They wouldn't give it to him. We know why they wouldn't give it to him, because he would have proven the level of melanin. You know what I'm saying? Because yes, all humans have melanin, but there are levels of melanin. So according to the level, you can determine the ethnicity of people, man. So I mean, Sabir Bey is not the only pseudo out there. I don't want people to think that he's the only pseudo guy. Butler Reggie is pseudo. Tuzariak is pseudo. Tuzariak said that he has this attestation of Moses and Miriam in the hieroglyphic, and he referenced a book called Sinai Photograph. That stuff doesn't exist. I'm talking about attestation of Moses and Miriam in the hieroglyphs. That doesn't exist. He made that up. Garfield is pseudo. I mean, damn, if I have to do a roll call, I spend the whole evening. So feel free, brother Tom.
Damn. Yeah, I'm just trying to pull this up. But yeah, the Jews, what they call them today, came into Kemet, I think 2000 BC. It's the Hyksos. And they call them the White Assyrians and all of that. They came in 1,000 years after who we are in my teachings called the Phoenicians, who came in 3000 BC. They came the Jews, the Hyksos came 1,000 years after them, and that was after the sixth dynasty. So it was
if you don't mind, brother, let's try to be accurate. I'm not trying to be condescending at all, brother. If you call them Phoenician, I'm fine with that. I don't think we should call them Assyrians, but I agree with you. We have the tomb of Khnumhotep, which is dated around 1900 BC, and we see sometimes he's described as Canaanites arriving, or sometimes he's described as Asiatics arriving.
Right, Asiatics.
But we do have the term Hekahaset or Hekahasut, which is what the Greeks call Hyksos, and the Hyksos, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, they are of Palestinian descent. And also in the British Museum, I have shown that they wrote that the Hyksos are of Palestinian descent. So I understand what you mean if you say Jews, but at the time Jews didn't exist. But Phoenician, I will rock with that. I will rock with that because this is population from the area. So feel free to continue, brother.
Yeah. It's and the reason why I do that, because over here, especially in America, they don't go that far. But the Jews is one of the just one of the most. It's easy to identify, but when you get to the Hyksos and the foreign rulers and the shepherd kings and all that different titles like that, and that's the stuff that Tazariak and them gets away from. They don't talk about that, and you can't like they'll say Moses, but in our science and the information, Thutmose the first is that Moses character. And they
we cannot say that, brother. I mean, I disagree, but we'll have the right to disagree. But feel free to continue, brother.
But yeah, that's in our science with the Bible interpretation, how Afro-Uno laid that out, that we did the history on it, because they try to bring in Thutmose the first, and then Akhenaten is like they'll say these like those Moses stories in between those two.
Yeah, I think Sigmund Freud talked about this, and also Asman, the Egyptian author, I forgot his name. Of course, it's not John Asman, but there's another one. I think he, is it Moses or Pharaoh? But yeah, some people have made the correlation between Akhenaten and Moses. But feel free, brother.
Right, because they're saying that because he the one that escorted them out. I got it in some of my videos. Thutmose the first. Of course, that's not his real name, but it started with Akhmos, and then Thutmose continued.
That's Geotimus. That will be, according to the Mennonite channel.
Okay, and then he the one that got and ran them out. The Hyksos ran them out, and they ended up going to some of them stopped off in Palestine, but the rest of them went back to Asia, and they kept pushing them out. And they kept them out until I think they started losing power around like 600 BC. Because I think I heard you use that number earlier, and that's
what number, brother?
I think you used 600 BC tonight.
Oh, for the Assyrians, yes, exactly, yes, around 600 BC, indeed, yes, the Assyrians, yes.
And so that's when they started like losing power, and the Phoenicians or whatnot, and then they started eventually, Greece, them start gaining power, the Greeks, and eventually they around about 300 some BC, you got Alexander and them entered and start doing their thing, and it's just
the Greeks around 400 BC, the late period, brother. Can you just give me the link where we can find your book so I can share it in the chat? Texas Bama is asking where we can find your books.
Oh, okay, cool. Give me because I'm trying to on my computer running slow, but yeah, I'm gonna give you the link. Give me 1 second.
Or if you could just tell me, because I put your name up on Google, but I don't have the full name. So um
Because it's
maybe
on Lulu. It's on Lulu.com. Hold on.
okay, so let me put Lulu.
Yeah, call Kindle if you
Give,
just yeah,
Kino.
hold on.
Okay, so just with
Yeah, yeah,
2 or 3 O's.
yeah. Just the two. If you just did Kino, yeah, like
Oh,
that right there.
yeah, I found it. I found it.
Okay.
Oh no, that's Facebook. Lulu Kino. Hold on. Lulu Publishing. There it is. So I found it, and then I'm gonna put that. So we have all your books. Okay. Oh, okay. It's all right. Yeah. So I'm gonna type
So
Kinu Nupu
yeah, it'll come up.
books by Kinu. I'm gonna spell it right. Kinu. Kinu, and it's Nupu. Nupu with the H at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Now you even put the capital H. Boom, brothers and sisters, you have it there.
Okay,
It
you
will
got
lead
it.
you to it will lead you to here. So this is you have all this. You have this one, the solar cycles, and coming of Nupu as a meta. I mean, you have all these books here. That's the brothers' books here. All
Okay,
right.
I'm trying to pull up our hair. I just kind of remember what email I got it in. So 1 second. I think I found it. I appreciate the patience.
Oh, no problem, brother. We're chilling. We try to get clarity. It's all good if we disagree, but we can do better in 2023. Sabir Bey is just embarrassing. It could do better. You know what I'm saying? And it's just sad, really. It's just sad for real, man. I mean, the dude clearly made some very anti-black statements. That's just crazy. They cannot be considered human beings, man. What more do you want? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm a grown I'm a grown man. This mayor Sabir Bey has no logic. I wouldn't even entertain him. He's really small. And well, now that I heard what he said, I'm saying I don't think I ever put up on his partner again. You know what I'm saying? He knows that tomorrow I'm going to address him. I've shared the stuff. Yeah, I've shared the stuff. And he's obviously not going to put up because those guys look for excuses like, I need to get paid. You know what I'm saying? Get paid to have a discussion? Not even a debate? I mean, damn, man. The uncles are quite swollen. So
he had you over there, and then he just
I went
blocked
there.
you.
I went. Well, he kicked me off. He kicked me off, twice, and I'm not losing sleep over it. I mean, people can go and see the convo. I've shared the links. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just.
Okay.
But I didn't know that he was claiming that the Arabs were us. Though usually the Moors and Asiatic black men, they will claim that nearly all people on the planet in Asia were black people. But for him to hype up Ibn Khaldun, oh my goodness, probably showing a picture of him in front of his statue, and you tell the dude. And it's so funny when he goes like, you need to research. I have the book, the Unknown Arabs. I read it. Those guys don't know what you read. You know what I'm saying? They don't ask you because you need to research, man. I mean, come on, we need to do better in 2023, but it's okay. I'm glad that people got to see it. So Sabir seems easily flustered, and that's not a good look for a teacher. He's not a teacher. He's a freestyler. He's a freestyler. You know what I'm saying? And with channels like the HOK, they get any crackhead or drunkard or freestyler or pseudo, and they present them as they were teaching something. You know what I'm saying? Butler Reggie is pseudo. He said that Heru is Greek. He said that Ma'at is a bird. And he surely said so many other pseudo stuff. And he's xenophobic as well. I mean, that's sad, but it's okay. I'm not going to sleep away.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. If you found it, go ahead.
Okay.
Brother.
Yeah, I'm just gonna forward it to myself real quick.
All right. Well, in the
Okay.
meantime, Kiswahili Worldwide wrote, my first time that I have watched any of Sabir Bey live. Bad energy from the beginning, reminding me when I was hanging out with the 5%er and they wouldn't let me ask a question. Oh, really? Yeah. Now, Donnie Williams wrote, and that's false. Melanin doesn't prove ethnicity. Okay, well, you have the right to disagree. We can ask biologists. We can ask biologists. You know what I'm saying? We can ask biologists. You know what I'm saying? And hear me out clearly. Hold on. Jump out there, Shaka, and get this smoke. I don't know. Maybe he's playing devil's advocate. Maybe he's just joking. Hey, V Bennett is in the place to be. V Bennett, I don't know if you caught that, man. But Ibn Khaldun Mukaddima, the dude literally said we black people cannot be considered human beings, and that's the guy that Sabir Bey is hyping up. But go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
Damn, man. Okay, I haven't really. I don't even know if I remember this Sabir Bey throughout time. Has he been around a long time?
Yeah. There's a video where he and a guy called Brooklyn Intelligence were having a discussion with Sarah Seti. That's, I think, the first time that I saw Sabir Bey, and I remember he said more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? So that stuff that I'm talking about is online. You know, but you know, I mean, he's been around in a minute. You know what I'm saying? But like many other people, he hung with a few celebrities and he name drops a lot. You know, he's one of those who feel like, you know, because you know such and such, and that makes you, you know, credible or something like that. You know what I'm saying? There it is. We've been he's been around as long as fake nationality cards. Lord, he go way back. One thing though is that, you know, I saw his discussion with Sarasuta Seti, you know, introduced by Scam Cheddar. And then the other time when I kind of really heard about him is when Tariq Nasheed was explaining that the guy appeared in one of the hidden colors. I don't think it was the first one. I think it may have been the third or the second or third one. But he appeared for a few seconds. You know, I don't even think he appeared for 1 minute, just a few seconds. And Tariq Nasheed explained publicly, and I'm not cool with Tariq Nasheed. I used to listen to him before. Ever since he's being xenophobic, I ain't cool with the dude. I mean, he made a documentary about Haiti, the Haitian Revolution, right? And then he's been disrespecting Haitians and Caribbeans and Africans, saying, you know, you ran, you fled your country. Man, if there's a crazy war in America, people will run, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't fault people for fleeing for their lives, you know what I'm saying, to feed their family. But it's okay. That being said, he explained that Sabir Bey was doing bootleg screening of hidden colors. He was going to different cities doing screenings of hidden colors as if he owned the stuff, you know what I'm saying? And he was bootlegging also the DVD. So there was a very funny video where Tariq Nasheed, you know, sent somebody to serve the paper, if you know, for the legal proceeding, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Sabir Bey, it may still be floating online. Sabir Bey was like in some sort of store or something, and he said, the guy said, "You Sabir Bey?" I mean, the guy had a camera, you know, so somewhere, you know, like a hidden camera. He said, "You Sabir Bey?" He said, "Yes." He said, "There you go," and he said, "I was just paid to do this." And Sabir Bey was looking at it, and he realized this is like a court proceeding. He said, "Oh wait, that ain't me." And Tariq Nasheed explained that after that, because we didn't see the full thing, we saw just the guy serving the paper and leaving. And he said that Sabir chased him outside and then threw the document away, like he just threw it away. So that's when I kind of heard about him again, like he was doing bootleg screenings. But anyway, feel free, brother Tom.
Okay, I found it, so I'm gonna share my screen if you don't
Of
mind.
course. Yeah, no, of course, brother.
Okay. Share screen.
Now, Donnie Williams wrote, "I'm serious, family. Melanin doesn't prove ethnicity." Okay, well, let's ask biologists. Let's ask Dr. Shekanta Diop wanted to do some melanin dosage test. So Dr. Shekanta Diop was of the opinion that if you see the level or the dosage of melanin, you can determine if we're dealing with a black person or a white person. All right. So let's ask biologists.
My bad. Hold on. Let me fix this. I'm looking at
you want me to unshare or you want me to leave it?
No. I'm gonna switch it. That's the wrong one. Hold up. My bad.
Okay. Well,
my
okay.
bad, sir. I'm just trying to get to the other one. So let me go to that one. My bad. Okay. Share screen. It's like, why is it not? I needed to show. Hold on. All right, hold on. I got a way to do this. It's not not pulling up I'm on two different.
No problem,
okay.
brother. Take your time, brother. You have time.
Let it download. Cause I got
How can
so
people
many,
be?
so many
Yeah.
books. Why the guy still worrying about the ethnicity? Like, why is that such a big thing?
Well, brother Donnie Williams is of the opinion that melanin doesn't prove ethnicity. I don't know if you really understood what I was saying, but we can double check with biologists. Let's consult the experts and the specialists and find out if what Dr. Shekamta Diop was wrong.
I mean, it helps. I mean, that's one thing. It helps. But other than that, like, they make it a big thing over here in America.
Because I really doubt that the melanin level of someone from Senegal is the same as the melanin level of someone from Sweden or Germany. And when I say someone from Senegal, I mean an indigenous inhabitant of Senegal. And when I say, Sweden, Germany, I mean an indigenous person of Sweden or Germany, meaning a white skinned person, a white skinned European. Because I know that nowadays, people say, well, the original inhabitants of Ireland were black people, the original inhabitants of Europe were black people. But if you ask them the time period, you may dealing with some, football numbers multiplied by hundreds of thousands of years or something. You know what I'm saying? So those people,
Okay.
those
Yeah.
Asiatic black men, they're all over the place. Oh, there it is. This screen
Okay.
share.
I got it. My bad. I apologize to everybody. It just took me a minute to
Oh, no worry, brother.
find
It's
it.
all good, brother. It's all good.
Okay, hold on. Is it still showing or did it leave? God dog it.
Oh no, it's showing. We actually seen your Gmail, so I don't know if you want people to see that, but
No, it was the hold on.
right now you have your
Okay.
screen shared on your Gmail, so I don't know. Do you want me to?
Okay.
Oh, now
Yeah.
we see our hair. It's
Okay,
a
you see
PDF
it now?
document called, yeah, our hair. Yes, we see it.
Okay, cool. All right. All right. All right. So I'm gonna go down so you can see where when I first wrote it in I think August the 14th, 2019, when I put this one out. All right. So we'll just get down to it a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna just read a few pages from it if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all, brother. Feel free.
Okay. All right. This book's main concern will focus on the half of the Ethiopian race called Black people in America and worldwide of the African race, wherever we are found. This should not be such a hotbed of tension, yet it is. By the time you, the reader, complete these pages, you will equal stand why the self-hate of our hair has been a target by our natural enemies called the white race, also known as white people in America and worldwide, as well as other mankind races who are not African ancestry wherever they are found. Let me explain as shortly as I can. It is no secret that the black race has constantly been attacked for our physical appearance in this country, and our hair has not been spared in these negative events either. Without going too far down memory lane, there has been a few news headlines about corporate America and the school system that has discriminated against African Americans in these cases for what grows naturally on our heads, although there is no federal law against it due to policies in the workplace mixed with personal negative feelings due to human nature and possibly some other forms of racism or ignorance has contributed to much of the discrimination and low self-esteem passed down from slavery. For example, New York City has banned discrimination against people who wear locks, twists, or uncut hair under the Assembly Bill 07797. So if anybody want to go look that up, they can look that particular bill up.
And for the record, there's some cases of people being expelled or punished for having
Mm-hmm.
certain hairstyles, like like dreadlocks
Mm-hmm.
or different kind of hairstyle. You know, there were news reports about that over the years. But feel free, brother.
Yeah, even in I think during the time I was writing this and going forward, we had a few school teachers. Matter of fact, it was one case where a black guy was supposed to be playing basketball, and his coach wouldn't let him play until he cut his hair, and they actually cut his locks off in the game before he can go. That was a real big one. A couple of, younger black kids, they did the same thing, cut their hair at school without the parents knowing. And the thing is, this is one of the reasons why I put this book together and tried, to put it out there so our people who, when y'all, if you purchase this book and book 2 that I got, it explains the scientific reason why our hair is important and then why we was taught to hate our hair. And this is going to debunk the foolishness that Farrakhan was saying. Number one, they have no proof of Shabazz and the big head scientists and all of that. That's the first foremost thing of that. Secondly, there was no scientific information that they was giving. They was just giving you some stories that they got from somewhere. And anytime you hear them talk about Jacob and all that, and Yakub is just another way to say Jacob, you already know that this is religiously inclined, because out of all the names they use, and if you're talking about we went into the jungles, at least according to their doctrine, over 50,000 years ago, prior to I guess 1930, then how the world this Hebrew or Aramaic even exists that far back? So none of that stuff makes sense as far as when you start dealing with languages and things like that. So I'm gonna skip down a little bit more past this little bill with we got California. California has passed the Senate Bill 188 July 3rd, 2019, that makes it harder for employers and schools to discriminate against individuals who do not wear non-European hairstyles. This will go into effect January 1st, 2020. They call it the Crown Act, which makes perfect sense because people's hair is a part of their head and physical appearance. Plus, people wear their hair with pride. Due to me paying attention to society and news in general, has prompted me to educate our children on the importance of who they are, regardless of biasness imposed on them, to help them be proud of who they are and how they naturally appear based on their DNA from their parents and racial heritage. That being said, we also install into our children that their heritage goes back to Jamaica on their father's side, which is a country that is known for their hair and pride. So I'm gonna skip over a little bit because some of this was based off of two of my kids that was going through something at the time. So this was born out of that. So I'm gonna just skip over they background a little bit. All right, so we're gonna go down here a little bit more. All right, so this is where my research took me, and I drew my connection to more information on African culture in general. So what I do know, the Bible is a book that has literal meanings, allegories, stories, metaphysical questions on the nature of the mind, as well as spiritual, scientific topics within it. So not wanting to mistake one for the other or take something literal when it is not can be detrimental. So researching on our hair based on science and other philosophies helped me see more than a few quotes could say, and saying that our hair is more than a trend or fashion in the eyes of science. Some of these sciences are called astronomy or geoseismology, trichology, study of hair, astrophysics, and helioseismology, study of the sun's structure. In the latter three scientists have said our sun had flocculi on its surfaces. This was discovered by a machine designed by G. Hale and H. D'Alessandro in 1890 called a spectroheliograph. It is this machine that studying the prominences from the sun from 1892 to 1908 that showed these flocculi and high levels of activity. Prominences are glowing red loop material shooting from our sun. This thing is so slow tonight, man. I tell you.
It's all good, brother.
Okay. So these are the two scientists that was studying the sun, and they did that when it was I think it was a lunar eclipse, and it allowed them to be able to point their machine at the sun and see the outer side of the sun and get, you know, a better view without hurting their eyes.
Hold up, one of them is a Frenchie. Can he be trusted?
Well, based on my information and stuff, it could. This here, it
I'm just
is.
joking. I don't know if you're aware, but you know, this scam cheddar and all that, they label me Frenchy, you know what I'm saying? Like
Oh,
as if it's
okay.
a
Well, you
negative.
know,
Well, you know, so that's why I was making that joke.
well, he's not part of our race. He's not a he's a part of our race, but not a member. So his other side, you know, he's a racist. And people don't understand that. We get into that another time, but he's a racist. So he's a one-sided racist. I put it like that. So they love to putting misnomers on people. It's amazing. All right. When you look up the etymology of flocculi, it means tuft of wool, as in hair. Here's the definition of flocculus in Merriam-Webster. A tuft of wool has on a plant specifically a mass of hyphofilaments or portion of mycelium of a fungus. New Latin from Latin, one of the smallest masses of tufts make up certain cloud formations. The hair African people have also fallen into this category. Mundane scientists also say the sun has what they call solar filaments, which are also defined as threads of hair or pilots. It's 12 o'clock. High appendage. Filaments can be found in wool, animals, plants, protein, and name a few. The sun has ropes of plasma defined as solar rope, flux, or flocculi, or wool in parentheses. All right. So a lot of our people don't know that. And when Alfred Uno wrote the Bible interpretation in booklet 1 and 2 of 1967 and 1968, he was mentioning a lot of this stuff. And so it took years for us to get a hold of these books. And once I started doing that research, it just took me into that. But he talked about this all the time. He always said we came from the sun, and even before that. But this is scientific information that these Caucasian men found. And when they put it out, of course, it's in scientific magazines, but they didn't put this in school. You won't find this in no type of books dealing with our people read this stuff. This is information we should have been getting from birth, you know, coming up. And so we don't know our hair is important. So therefore we so easily quick to destroy it. All right, this is the antenna on the sun's surface in mundane terms. The sun also has solenoids or coils with which electricity works through as a superconductor of heat from our sun's flocculi. This is the same as black people's hair and how we generate a lot of heat when we gather to dance, etc. Yet this is not told for public consumption, and it is my duty as a parent to teach our children the real facts of life that include more than just the birds and the bees, and how we are part of the human family do matter and have a place in this world with plenty contributions to date as well as in the past. Before I move on to the final topic, let me add a little more about our sun and African hair. Has scientifically speaking, the sun ejects out energy called coronal mass ejection, CMEs, and they come out in the form of a double helix. The sun's hair and the African people's hair. The helix and solenoid are shaped like a spring coil and spiral like the flocculi, woolly hair of the true stars, the suns, and an original hair of the Ethiopian race. Some solenoids can be found among the hair of kinky-haired people of today. Solenoid or helix hair evolved into what is today called beady hair, nappy hair, natty hair, woolly hair, and kinky hair. Beady hair is beauty hair. Nappy hair is beautiful hair. Natty hair is knowledge hair. Woolly hair is loving hair. And kinky hair is kingly hair by nature. And this hair makes the Ethiopian race, the African race, unique among the human races and noble. However, noble by nature means you think noble. Note that the word helix comes from the root word helio, and helio means sun. Likewise, the word solenoid is related to the word solar and Ennead, and solar means sun, and Ennead means 9. And these are forces and powers of the Ethiopian race, also called the African race, the black race, and Takenoid race. Also, the noid at the end of solenoid refers to blackness or noir. You can see the word noir, film, from the French, literally black film. That French keep popping up. From Latin, Niger, see Negro. All right. BT Nord, personal thing regarded with a special aberration from French. Let me bring this up a little bit bigger. I think it said BT Nord, literally the black beast for sea beast. Nord is from Latin, Niger. In the scientific community, sol, Latin word for sun, and Ennead, meaning 9, is the Greek word created from the ancient Egyptian pantheon of gods, which is ruled by the chief god called Re or Ra. It is a fact that Ra was seen in human form for many reasons. So all this going to some other stuff, but I wanted to break down that part of the hair text part that Farrakhan was talking about. Our hair has a connection to the sun, and the sun has wool on its surface, and the scientist is hiding that. And if we don't understand that, this is another reason why they didn't tell us this, because number one, it kills the Bible and what they talk about human beings, and the Caucasian race was here first. Scientifically, that's impossible. It can't be done. So it's a lot of information that we teach from noon science that breaks a lot of this stuff down. Let me see here. Helix hair, Helios, holy, and solar atmosphere. Helix hair or kinky hair is found in cosmetology, is labeled under 4C, which is the tightest of African hair in the hair type system. And these are just different forms of the hair, from straight all the way to the tightest. So most black people.
I'm sorry, brother. Did you say there's wool on the surface of the sun?
Yeah, that's what they calling it, but they using the word flocculi to hide that. That's how they do. That's how they do in the science community. I got other videos.
That's not wool. That's not wool as we know, like that's used for the clothing. Right? That's something else then.
Right, but it's the same texture though, because when they looked at it, they using like wool. It's wool, but it's plasma type wool. But it's wool though. That's what the scientists was saying. But it's still true scientifically, and this is another reason why the black race is our hair has been attacked, because our connection to what it is, and it is a connected to Ra or Ray, and we can receive not just energy, but we also receive messages via the sun. And because of that, that's why they made us cut our hair and hate our hair. So when you perm it, dyeing it, you're actually messing with your antennas, because that's what hair is, also an antenna. It's not just meant to cover the skull. And these are just forgotten things that we lost over time. And that's why the guy, like you was reading earlier, making those statements about African people, we lost our reasonability to the point that we don't forgot how we created the pyramids, how we did all those great things. And that goes back to a certain type of reasonability. It's not just losing knowledge or something, because you got a lot of people who don't go to school and know how to fix stuff and not had to go to school for that. That goes into reasonability, or you naturally born intelligent. So we lost that. And that's the problem that people don't understand. So yeah, a lot of this information is, when you really, really have access, you'd be like, okay, I see where it's going. Because a lot of people may say, wow, that's crazy, but really it's not. You know what I'm saying? But the knowledge is out there. Trust me, they know our connection to nature. And because of that is why they feel us knowing again. And this is why we're constantly getting attacked all over the world, even if we just drug addicts on the streets. Like right now, they just killed another guy in New York on the subway. We constantly being killed, but our race forgot what our origin is. And because we don't remember, that don't mean your enemy don't know. You see what I'm saying? If you was constantly in fear of something, even though you done subdued it for hundreds of years, you know that if we ever realize what we are, who we are, they'll stop it. And this is why people like Farrakhan and all these other people are allowed to stay active, because they're actually contributing to the mental illness and the dumbness of saying that, because he believes, again, no facts, he believes what another man told him, that another man told him who was of the white race, for Muhammad, that y'all have is kinky because of a curse. And all of that came from the Mormons too, because the Mormons teach that our skin and lips and hair is a curse. So that's a problem in itself as well. But we in that cycle now of Ma'at, or Ma'at in Libra. In Noon, we call it Libra, and it's short for let it be remembered always, but it also represents that there's a balancing going on in the universe as well. It's on a bigger scale. So, but yeah, that's just one of the books. I just wanted to showcase that, because our people need to understand that we are very, very connected to nature if we only knew. Matter of fact, let me read this part right here too. This came out of the same book. This is a book that was written about these guys, what they found on the sun. This comes out, it says, all right, the word holy is from the word helios when read together, because we talking about holy, and let me go back up a little bit. All right. What I found interesting is the machine that discovered hair on our sun was called a spectroheliograph. Helio is defined as helio, word forming element meaning sun, from the Greek helios, sun. All right, from the root word sawel, the sun. The Bible is defined word forming elements meaning book, or sometimes Bible, from the Greek biblion, paper scroll, also ordinary from a book, as a division of a larger work. Originally a diminutive of biblos, Egyptian papyrus. This is perhaps from Byblos, the Phoenician port from which Egyptian papyrus was exported to Greece. All right. Now, on modern Jebel in Lebanon, for since evolution, compare parchment, or the place name might be from the Greek word, which then would be probably of Egyptian origin. Compare Bible, Latin, liber, see library in English book, also ultimately from plant words, end quote. So another thing too, we got to always remember, these people, when they're scientists, the names they choose to name things always give you a clue to what is really going on. Because why would you call it that if it wasn't going into the deeper meaning to where I'm about to go? So I always look at that stuff too, while other people, over here in the conscious community, everything, like you said, they attack the word black. And I went through that too. When I used to deal with the Moors in conversation, they say, oh, the word black is not okay, but white is okay. These words is okay. This other type of words is not. It's like, how do y'all, they don't make no sense. All of it shouldn't be okay if that's the case, but we know better than, like you said earlier, other languages use the word black. And they can never do nothing with you when you say that. And that's simple and plain.
Yeah. Arabic.
Yep.
Aswad.
There you
Sauda.
go.
There it is. White. Abyad. So, they need to cut the crap, man. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
they're 30 years behind, man.
They are.
If not more.
That's right.
If not more. Actually more. That's just, yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love that when you said that. I said, yeah, this is true. All right. The word holy is also from the word helios, and when read together means sun paper or sun pages, being the Bible has paper in it now, and you can hear the sound phonetically papyrus in the word paper, papyrus, papa. My research also revealed more on African hair and the sun's connection. It is a scientific fact our sun has clouds on its surface that the scientists call dark calcium clouds, or floccular wool, according to the book, The Minute Structure of the Solar Atmosphere by George E. Hale and Ferdinand Ellerman, January 10th, 1916, pages 102 and 103 says this. Astronomy, Hale and Ellerman. it says the minute structure of the solar atmosphere. It said during a total eclipse of the sun, when the light of the disk is completely cut off from the moon, the solar atmosphere is momentarily revealed. The exceedingly faint corona extending millions of miles into space can be seen only at such times. But the more brilliant chromosphere, the comparative shallow atmosphere of luminous gases which completely encircle the sun, and the prominence which rise out of it can be observed on any clear day with the aid of a spectroscope, first applied to this purpose in 1868. The spectrograph has yielded a large store of information regarding the number, distributions, and nature limb. It is also permitted the observation of certain phenomena of the solar atmosphere and projection against the disk, but on account of the brilliant background, only the general outlines can be thus detected. In order to study their details, we must have recourse. So under here it says, under the picture, it says direct photograph of the sunspots group, scale sun's diameter. All right. For reading furthermore, all right, let me make this a little bit bigger for me. All right. It says the atmosphere in 1892, a large number of new phenomena have been brought to light. The spectroheliograph may be briefly described as a moving spectroscope driven at a uniform rate across the solar disk and emitting to the photographic plate through a narrow slit the light of a single spectral line, thus monochromatic images of the solar atmosphere showing the otherwise invisible clouds of hydrogen or of calcium iron region of the solar image. For example, where direct observation shows nothing, or perhaps a group of sunspots, the spectroheliograph may disclose extensive phenomena of great interest in the solar atmosphere. All right. To go down a little further, let me bring this down. It's too big. Hold on. All right. What's next? Okay. It says the structure thus revealed a variation of levels in the solar atmosphere with that of the lower lying photosphere and sunspots. Langley's well-known paper on the minute structure of the solar photosphere, illustrated with its unrivaled drawings, is still our best source of information regarding the structural details of the photosphere and the sunspots. After referring to the spots and faculate, Langley goes on to say, on attentive examination, it is further seen that the surface of the sun everywhere is not absolutely uniform, but is made up of fleecy clouds where outlines are all but indistinguishable under high-powered use in favorable moments. The surface of any one of these fleecy patches is resolved into a congruous of small, intensely bright bodies in regular distributed, which seems to be suspended in a comparative dark medium. All right. So using the word fleecy, and that's also used in when you're dealing with like the wool of sheep and stuff like that. So the words they use are very important and significant. Prominent solar helix and DNA strand. Our sun had also what scientists call prominences. And solar helix was look like a DNA strand. Because this is stuff that they doing. They doing is doctoring up the pictures of the sun. They don't want you to see the actual woolly, because then if we seen those pictures, it will create a whole nother conversation, because their hair is not like that. They don't have woolly hair. They hair is weak and it lays down. It doesn't puff out like the trees on the planet, or these solar filaments, as they call it. Solar helix and DNA strand. All right. Moving a little slow. Sorry about that. Okay.
No problem, brother.
Okay. All right. Let me go a little further down. Okay, jump back up a little bit. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. All right. So as you can see, also, I use this picture not just because it looks like a DNA strand. It's showing you that the sun has these way it coils when it comes off the top of the sun. And trust me, they don't show these in regular images. I don't care what movie they show on or cartoon, they never show these type of pictures. And I have to go and look in a lot of other places to find this stuff. That's why I have to study those different sciences of the sun, like astronomers, and they got different levels of that breakdown into that too. All right, our sun has granulation, which means act of forming into grains. Latin granulum or granule or granular. All right, so now we're getting into the structure of the sun, and this is the stuff that they are saying, but they not push it into the regular domain. You know, like you got to really go into reading scientific journals and stuff like that, and they'll have it there, but not in like regular stuff. They have bull crap for us to see on the main line. Let me see. So we're showing that part of the granule or the granulation. All right, now this is the sun's photosphere. The outer shell of the sun is called a photosphere to mundane scientists. In noon science, it's called a gas field. The layer of heat forms massive ropes of prominence. And this is what they don't show you. So this gives you more context, Shaka, right here. The photosphere, because there's so much heat and it's tight, this is ropes. But they don't show you this in movies and stuff. Only people on the planet with natural ropey hair is us. So they call it a photosphere, but they don't want nobody to know that. All right, the figure shows the threads of rope like magnetic cords. You can see these cords emerge from below the photosphere in the form of this prominence shown to the left. If you look carefully, you will see its twists, coils. Field lines are brought together to form tubes of magnetic flux, which becomes twisted by the effects of convection. Bundles of tubes may be wound together in ropes, amplifying further the field strength. When the field strength in the ropes becomes sufficiently great, they float to the surface. Sunspot groups form with kinks, see? Kinks, right? Kinky hair, kinks in the rope penetrate the photosphere. The ropes are squeezed together by convection currents. Despite their tendency to push apart, the rapid equatorial rotation distorts lines of force, and convection causes them to twist around. See, twist around each other to form what? Magnetic cords, like ropes being woven right into what? Strong threads. The enhanced field first reaches maximum strength at latitudes of about plus minus 40 degrees. As a result, sunspot formation tends to occur first at these latitudes. And this is from sourceangelfire.com. This is what they say. So they're telling you they seeing ropes of wool, right? But they calling it flocculi because they don't want to say that in basic English terms. So now these dudes have now identified the sun has wool hair. And then you got a race of people on the planet with wool hair, and they getting attacked all the time because what? We are from the African continent, where that's the land of the sun. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Gotta open the door real quick.
No problem, brother. Feel free. No problem.
All right,
Take
I'm
your
back.
time, brother.
So,
No problem, brother.
anything you wanted to say on that before we move forward?
Oh, keep going, brother.
Okay. All right, let me see. All right, now here's another picture from June 4th, 1946. Now look at that. The hair of the Ethiopian Black African race also can be called granulation, and you can see the same rope similarities. And this is a picture right here, and it looked like a slinky a little bit. You can see the little ropes and the twist, and this is a black and white picture that they took, so you can see that. Now look at this. This is in color. Same thing in color. You can see the ropes of hair. Now look at us. It's no way anybody can deny that. There's no way nobody can deny that. And the reason why our hair is able to kink, it means that it has to be a sun inside. You have to have heat within your genes in order for it to come up through your blood all the way up through your skull to make your hair kink up like that. The same way the sun has so much heat in itself that it turns into ropes and floats to the top. So this is just showing you on a basic level that we do come from the sun. And that's a scientific thing. That ain't pseudo at all. And they don't teach this stuff. I had to go deep to catch this information to find that. And this is what we got. Black people should love their hair and realize who they are. And all stars have this ropes of hair. For the record, all the stars have that. It ain't just our sun. Listen to Sound Right Reason. This also confirms the sun's prominence has coils on it, but the videos that they're releasing to the public doesn't show that. It's obvious it's being done to hide this from the black kinky haired people on planet Earth. Let's read another confirmed fact from the Nature book, page 153 and 154 says about our great star called Superran Anu Non in Noon Science. Listen to reason. The flocculi on the surface of the sun are the hair of the sun, and it likes spirals or springs as shown in figure 15 of this paragraph, also shown as a strand or grain of flocculus. And this is what the grain looks like. And that's what the scientists were saying was like grain, but it's like a spring. So they're not gonna, again, look at your hair and it's a spring, a coil. So they know what's going on, but the information is returned. All right, the Ethiopian race has kinky hair because we inherited our hair flocculi from the sons who grew the universes, just like they said about Kepler, who rolled the sun across the sky. I got videos explaining that whole thing scientifically, and it answers why our great ancestors used the Kepler and the beetle and the rolling of the dung on such a smooth, great level. So whenever I get a chance to come back, I could play that and we could just talk, and you can add your hieroglyphic information to that to expound or to make it so much beautiful. All right. It said the sons who grew the universes by first growing themselves. It's like our ancients said about Kepler. And the writer repeats, the sons are self-created, self-grown by help of space and time, the laws and cycles of nature, plus suitable conditions. The origin number of the Ethiopian race is 999, and the solenoid, the solenoid in this paragraph, as shown here, is 3 nines united, one atop each other. Let it be remembered always and let it be known. Listen to Sound Right Cosmic Reason. Afro Unu, this is him, rest in peace. The messenger and writer Afro Unu Fanupu said our sun has spirals on its surface. He wrote this particular book July 19, 1993, AD. 17 years later, scientists have confirmed that our sun has these spirals. Here's an article from December the 5th, 2013. All right, this is this article says a colossal spiral shaped flows of super hot plasma have been discovered on the sun. I'm gonna say that again. A colossal spiral. So they talking about the wool, the flocculi, the solar flux ropes, right? Hot plasma have been discovered on the sun, completing a nearly 50-year quest to confirm their existence. Scientists say these giant solar plasma spirals, each of which is at least 60,000 miles, 100 kilometers wide, could help spark the formation of strongly magnetic regions on the sun that have been linked with solar flares and other sun eruptions, researchers added. The sun's eternal heat caused matter to rise to its surface where the material cools near the cold of space and then sinks back downward. This cycle of motion is altogether known as convection, and zones where it takes place are known as convection cells. The rotation of the sun on its axis causes the great convection cells to form circular spiraling patterns. These are a lot like weather patterns seen on Earth, vortices that spiral and turn all over the place. Study patterns seen on Earth. Okay, no, vortice that spiral and turn all over the place. Study author Lisa Upton, a solar scientist at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, told Space.com convection in Earth's atmosphere is ultimately driven by heat from the sun. The rotation of the Earth then makes convection air on Earth's spiral. I'm almost done, King. All right, now we're going to the sun's membrane and inner thermostat. Listen to sound right cosmic reason. The internal heat or core of the sun is what Afro Unu call our sun's thermostat in noon science. Let us read. Verse 199 says, listen to reason. In addition, the suns of the universes of nature have natural membrane sensors within that work like natural thermostats. When natural ether in the magnetic field of a sun decreases in real strength and also degrees to a point lower than the thermostat, the sensor setting by the laws of nature or netta, the sun involved in exhales more natural and mental ether called prominence by mundane science and tongues of fire by philosophers into the sun's magnetic field from the oceans of ether within the sun that is already prepared for the purpose of bringing the ether strength of the sun back up to par or sufficient level in degrees in the magnetic field of the sun. The atmosphere immediately surrounding the body of a sun is called a chromosphere by mundane scientists. And the surface of the sun, they name it the photosphere. The suns are growers and controllers of the universe versus via space, matter, and time, plus the laws of nature, cycle of almighty nature, the eternal seal of infinite nature is the eternal circle of absolute nature. The biggest and outside circle in figure 13 of this caption, let it be remembered always and let it be known, end quote. Introduction to the Nature, book 1, page 153. Here Afro Unu's drawing of our sun's thermostat versus the core, which is what mundane scientists call it. Let me see if I'm gonna make that a little bigger just so the audience can see. Let me know if it's coming through clear.
Yes, we can see, brother.
Okay. So on the left, this is what our sun looks like in the inside. He has air ducts, Ray has air ducts, a blood brain, he has air, he has lungs, he has testicles. In the middle is his supreme brain and all that. Because our ancestors said that our tomb had sperm and created, right? Didn't our ancestors say that?
Again, brother, created what?
That our tomb had sperm within him.
I'm not too familiar with that creation story. I'm familiar, you mentioned that word earlier, the Iliad.
Yeah, but
yeah. Go ahead.
All right, so all of this stuff is being brought back up to par because in our science, the Ennead or the Pasejet are the planets. It's the sun and the 8 other planets. Not Pluto is not a planet, or the Ennead or the Onid. And the sun is the father, and the planets are the wives. And these are what they call the octoad plus the sun make 9. They don't add them in there, but that's a whole nother conversation. But the information that we have in Noon is updating all of this stuff because nature updates itself every 2,000 years. So the human being doesn't go too far because of time lags. And then other races have to come up, and then we had to fall lower and lower because we gave culture to the whole planet. And because nature moves in opposites, the more knowledge we gave and more other races came up, we just end up at the bottom of the human totem pole. But now that nature has moved into what we call the sun cycle, and our ancients call Ma'at, that's when the suns start emanating out a certain kind of intelligence that comes to the black race, and we start to get our reasonability back. All right. So, but this here is just showing you the inside of the male stars or the true stars, and that's why they said that Kepler, which is just another name for our sun, and even the bigger one, or the biggest sun in our galaxy, because these are titles for all the stars. It's not, Ray is not a personal name. All of the stars have these names or the title Ray or Ra or Kepler. But like I said, when we come back and talk about it, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. So the fact that all the stars have to have testicles in order to create and then impregnate all of these planets, and these planets gave birth to these satellites. These moons are offsprings of the sun, putting its ether and prominence into these planets to give birth to these satellites. But a lot of this information got lost in time. So they think that a lot of our stuff is mythology, but a lot of the science is in the mythology, not just the Memphite theology and stuff like that. Some of the myth have the science embedded in it, but you just have to know what you're looking for to be able to pull that out, which I did. All right. So, all right, listen to reason. The suns shown in this topic are definitely self-explanatory, except for how they function. Of course, there's a supreme brain is the grower and controller of the star and his or her surrounding. As given by shapes 18 and 19 in this topic, the main difference in the physical structure of the male and female stars are indeed the fact that males have testicles and the female stars have ovaries, and the male has an ejaculator. An ejaculator organ, where the female has a vagina organ which gushes or flows to her exterior. So this is a female star as he drew it, and one of those female stars in our solar system, we got three suns. We have Ra, the original sun, the true star. Then you have Jupiter and Saturn are suns as well, but they're females. And what they call in that the eye of Jupiter, that's her womb, and that's also where they get the where they drew the eye of Horus based off the way her eye is. But that's her womb. Saturn's womb is at the top. So all of these are stabilizers as well. They help Ra in the original creation formulate and stabilize these planets as he did his great work in the beginning. That's why those stories, the creation stories, are so enamored with a lot of the work. And when they say Ra spoke or Ta Atum spoke and said this and did that, it was a lot. When you put it into scientific terms, it makes sense. But you're talking about thousands of years ago when these stories were handed down, and a lot of them just went into, mythology and mystery and stuff like that. But we got three suns in our solar system, and they don't want to tell nobody that. They operate a little different, but they still are stars because they made up of the same substance that our star has, which is helium and hydrogen. All right, instead of jutting it out into the universe gas field like the male star does, and of course the female ether has male and female hormones and feminine enzymes in it than the male ether. All stars need oxygen for burning and hydrogen for glowing. See, our ancestors knew that the Ennead were the gods. That's why when I did a video called The Books of Jutah Part 6 on the temple, the ceiling of the Dendera, they call those planets Horus and all of that. Mars, all of them are called Horus. Those are the gods, and they are the planets, and that's the zodiac, but they represent the constellations by these planets. So if you know a little bit about natal charts and the zodiac and all that stuff and how that stuff, or even tarot, all this information been split into different fractions. That's why we just so messed up, but they have to be put back together. But on the ceiling of the Dendera, you can look it up because I used that in that video, and it call all of those planets, Horus and Venus, all of them are called Horus and all of that. So they knew who they was talking about when they was talking about Amun-Ra and all that stuff. They knew that that was the sun, because in noon science, those orbs are conscious. The moon is conscious. All of the planets are conscious and been communicating with human beings since the beginning. And we talking about millions of years. So a lot of this stuff that I'm saying now, they was already talking about that back then. They just ain't found nothing that can relay it in that format. But how they wrote it in some of the text that I got, when we get back to it, you're going to say, okay, I see what you're talking about. All right. They get these elements via their air, lungs, and water stomachs. Stars need water, lots of water, and they obtain it via their water stomachs. Much of the water comes from the hydrosphere surrounding the universes. Remember they said the universe is water out there. They say it's mostly hydrogen out there, right? So this is what Afro calls the hydrosphere, because that's what you need. You need that for these stars, all these stars that are constantly burning. You just like a human being, if you talk for a long time, they say, and your voice starts to go, they say your voice gets what? Parched. And you have to what? Drink some water to cool it down so you can keep going. So it's the same scenario here. All right. As above, so below is such a great statement that when you apply it to yourself and us as a race, and the African race in particular, we definitely have more in common with the stars than the other races. And that's why he said that. All right. The hydrosphere, although most stars are very far distance from that humidity conditions called the hydrosphere or universe existence, right? Or Nut. Let it be remembered always and let it be known. Introduction to the Nature of Nature, book 2, pages 43 to 44. Listen to reason. Listen to sound right reason. Afro Unu stated all suns need water in this book released February 27, 1995 AD, 25 years ago. Even further, 48 years ago in 1972 in the 9-ball count number 14 under the name Amenubi Ra'akapata. Number 34 says, when the planets orbit the sun and starts its eternal rotation around the 9-ball, the planet is a burning ball, and that ball burns and burns until that burning goes beneath the surface of the planet as a fire does in a burning coal. When the burning goes beneath the surface and the planet cools from its burning, the sun pushes the Earth's share of water into its orb's magnetic or gravitational field, and it begins to rain and rain and rain. All right, and that's because the sun is able to convert its elements from hydrogen to helium, and that's what the manipulation of the elements go from being water, and that's how the planets receive their water. Versus the scientists talking about the Earth was hit with a planet, and that's how water got here. That's not true. The sun put water here. That's why the ancients knew that was the God of creation, because they understood that. All right, when the planet, let's see, okay, as this water goes beneath the surface of the planet and reaches the gases and chemicals in the earth, which are still burning, pressure begins to build up, and eventually the results are a series of tremendous, violent explosions, which sends parts of the earth into orbit around the planet. Then the sun, by the laws of nature, draws these parts together and grows these parts together by rain, water, and heat. End quote. Afro Unu was way ahead of the science world once again. Let's look at one article, because now he's saying that the sun has water within it, right? Now look at this. This article I found. Look what it says. A star found shooting water bullets. This is the article. 750 light years from Earth, a young sun-like star has been found with jets that blast epic quantities of water into interstellar space, shooting out droplets that move faster than a speeding bullet. The discovery suggests that protostars may be seeding the universe with water. These stellar embryos shoot jets of material from the north and south pole as their growth is fed by infalling dust and circles the bodies in vast disks. If we picture these jets as giant hoses and the water droplets as bullets, the amount shooting out equals 100 million times the water flowing through the Amazon River every second, says Lars Christensen. And again, our ancestors said what? That Ray came out of the what? The chaotic waters of Nun. So that means if the sun came out of water, it had to have water still in it because that's what was there first. And what's left is the water that's around the universe, is what we call the universal skin in Nun. Our ancestors call a Nut. And I got the information for that too. So all of this stuff is showing you this is the reason why Kemet is being attacked so much around the world, and especially over here in America. And those Arabs over there in Kemet is hiding a lot of this information and lying about what they're finding. But because the sun, who's the intelligent of all the Ennead, and again, when we get into more stuff, sound right reason being the leading mentality in these orbs is the reason behind this knowledge being rewritten from 1967 all the way into the 90s. And that sparked me to write all the stuff that I'm doing because of that living mentality that our ancestors knew about. All right. So I think this might be the end. Okay, this is the scientist here. A postdoctoral astronomer at Leiden University in the Netherlands. We are talking about velocities reaching 200,000 kilometers, 124,000 miles, end quote. All right. Yeah. May this book help restore racial pride of the Ethiopian African race members everywhere we are found on planet Earth. Love your hair and let it be known. True the cause of peace in war times. All right. So that's the end of that. And I thank you, King Shaka. I appreciate it allowing me to bring something to your audience.
No problem, brother. No problem. Let me just show something to the people.
Yes, sir.
Now, hold on. Some people may not have seen the discussion that took place earlier, but I want to show them. There was no sound. Now, share the screen first. You see here, that's when I was on the panel. Was there any sound? Oh, there's no sound. There's no sound. I muted it myself because I was on the panel.
Okay.
And here you can see on the screen it says Mukaddima. See, that's Ibn Khaldun's work. And then when I go forward, you see I'm on the panel here waiting. He shows Ibn Khaldun here. You have a depiction. Oh, snap. What happened there? Back. Damn, what happened there? Okay, never mind. Let's go back again. There it is. That's him. That's Sabir Bey proudly posing in front of the statue of Ibn Khaldun, the anti-black philosopher. See?
That's sad.
He's bragging about it. Now here, there it is. So he shows, some biography of Ibn Khaldun. Here it says the greatest Arab historian. And when he shows that depiction, then he has to say that's a black dude, because we can clearly see the depiction is not a black dude. So he said, the Arabs were us, what I'm saying? He's being pseudo. But then there it is. You see that? The Mukaddima.
Right.
See that book, right? All right. So here in the chat, you can get it for free. Where? On archive.org. That same book right there. And right here, you can verify with the book cover. See that? That's the same book cover.
Right.
So all you need to do is go there, right click, save as. Now that's in French here, but save as, and then you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I do a search on that same book that he showed to the people, and I put Negroes, Negroes. Now I'm going to go to page 120. So first entry is page 1110. Next one, still 1110. The next one, the fourth result of the search, control F, control plus F, or command plus F for those who use the Macintosh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it says here on page 120, as you can see here, 120 here, all right? Here you have their qualities of character, moreover, are close to those of dumb animals. But here we have the word Negroes. It has even been reported that most of the Negroes of the first zone dwell in what? Why don't I make it larger? It has even been reported that most of the Negroes of the first zone dwell in caves and thickets, eat herbs, live in savage isolation, and do not congregate and eat each other. All right. Now, next result, we're going to go to page 125. And page 125, that's result 11 out of the 11 out of the 17 result for Negroes. All right. So here you can clearly see page 125 at the top left corner of the screen, and it says, we have seen that the Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. All right. And he goes on to say the real reason for these opinions is that it has been shown by philosophers in a proper place, joy and gladness are due to expansion and diffusion to the animal spirit. Okay. Now, next one, page 127, which is the th result of the search Negroes, 14 out of 17. Because if you type in Negroes, you have 17 entries. So you can see here, page 127. And here it says, I want to read the full sentence, but I'm interested here because he mentions the Berbers and the Sudanese Negroes. But let's start from the beginning of the sentence. They are the inhabitants of, oh no, let's start here. Instances of such people are the inhabitants of the Hijaz and the Yemen, or the veiled Sinhaja, who live in the desert of the Maghrib, on the fringes of the sandy wastes, which lie between the Berbers and the Sudanese Negroes. You see, the Berbers and the Sudanese Negroes. All of them lack grain and, oh, my bad. I thought you meant reasoning. It's seasoning. Okay, so let's forget about this. There's another one, which is page 129. Page 129. Oh, how come? Oh, no, it's page 199. That's why. So page 199, which is the 15th result of the search Negroes, 15 out of 17. You can clearly see here, page 199, here at the top left corner. It says, therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery, because Negroes, in parentheses, have little that is, essentially in parentheses, human, and possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated. So when I say that Sabir Bey is pseudo, I don't make that up, man. Now, Donnie Williams wrote that he wants all the smoke. Well, the link is here for all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know that, we don't do the Twitter finger debates. But we have the right to disagree. It's all good. But here, you know what I'm saying? Therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery, that have little of what is human, and possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals. That's the same book that he showed to the people, man.
Yeah, he need to really denounce that and let the public know he made a serious mistake.
I bet he will not do that.
He
I
should.
bet he will do that. But you know what? Hey, I've already prepared the live stream, and for those who don't know, because people come and go, just going to show you once again the live stream that is prepared for tomorrow. I'm going to share the title and the link in the chat. So pseudos don't usually acknowledge their mistakes.
Right.
They're freestyle about it. So here is the title. Is Sabir Bey still scared to face me? Let's find out. Sunday, May 7 at 5 p.m. EST. And just so you can have some visual, here it is. That's the thumbnail that I've used when we first spoke, you know?
Right.
So you will realize, and even if he doesn't come on his own panel, I bet he would not acknowledge that he was wrong, that he was off. Texas Bama wrote shameful. Those morals, they call it scholarship, you know? And you heard the other brother was like, what? For those who followed the link, well, brother, you know what I'm saying? You need to research what he's saying. You know, I said, I'm trying to speak to Sabir Bey, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and when I say pseudo, I'm being diplomatic.
Right.
I'm being diplomatic for real, man. I mean, for a black man, right, or melanated man, but everybody have melanin. So you know, if I say melanated, but you know, for a man of African descent, a black man to proudly pose in front of the statue of somebody who said that the Negro nations, you know, are basically close to dumb animals, that they lack what makes one human. You know what I'm saying? And that's horrible. And that's some of the worst. The speech of Farrakhan is one of the worst speech that a black man has ever made. And everybody in their mama amongst the conscious community but kiss Farrakhan because they are dumb, blind followers. As long as you have money and followers, they will kiss your boot. No matter how pseudo you are. Marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness. But here, Ibn Khaldun is even like, you know, higher because once again, like, you know, you can't make that up, man. I used the same book that Pseudo Sabir Bey used. Therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because they have little of that is essentially human, and they possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated. So not only animals, but dumb animals. It doesn't even give us a credit of us being close to intelligent animals. No, he has to make sure not only you guys is, you know, attributes close to animals, but the dumb animals. You know what I'm saying? And those guys call. And this is the dude who wants to get paid to have a discussion with me, man. If he's not the spit in the face, what the heck is it?
Yo, I want to show you something because when I seen you looking up the doctrine, I think you was going into the Nation of Islam's doctrine. I seen something that was crazy because I did a couple of videos. I got a video on Farrakhan where I titled it "Farrakhan Lied on Donahue," and he was on Donahue's show, and Donahue brought up a quote where he said something about I think it's something about the Jews use religion to shield their dirty religion. You know, they said no, the Christians I think use Jesus to shield their dirty religion, and he was like,
No,
I didn't say
the
that.
gutter religion, it was made towards the
Yeah,
Jews. You know,
right.
yeah, it
And
was a speech, yeah.
And so he was like, "No, I didn't say that." And he played the clip, and Farrakhan was sitting up there like this. And I said, "Look at it. He about the hotep. He about the hotep." Boy, he started going
Please, brother,
around.
don't say about the hotep. They're Muslims. They don't deal with hotep, brother. We need to correct that. But go ahead.
He just you can see him, man. He just went around the world. So I did some research. I did this like maybe 2-3 years ago. But look what I used to get the information from. Look what I used. I didn't know that until I was watching you today. Did it show yet?
Yeah. Actually, I just put it in the chat there. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I shared it. Do you see it?
Yeah, well, the screen is sharing right now.
Okay.
Your screen is sharing right now. And if you want the link is here in the chat. That's from my website. A lot of
All
people
right.
don't know I've been putting a lot of work. I read many books from Elijah
Yeah,
Muhammad.
that
But go
tripped
ahead,
me
brother.
out. I got that saved in my bookmark. Whenever I go and do what I need to do, when I seen that, I said, "Oh snap!" So that's like you said. I've been using some of your stuff and didn't even know. But that's great because this was a hellified thing, man. You put together right here. I'm talking about hellified. Own it. I didn't use this in a few of my videos. I do the same thing, man. I appreciate that. I just want to let you know that your work is definitely being used and is out here, and that's why, you know, you got to earn the hate out here, man. When you really putting in that work,
And
we
and and and
earn.
and, and, and here, if you don't mind, brother, let me just show this to the people.
Go ahead.
Now, here, that's the teachings of the Nation of Islam. Just not just Farrakhan, because that 3 minute clips, that three
Right.
minute clip that I played, some people act like he's taken out of context, like Brother Ben X said, or act like he's just Farrakhan teaching. That's what Elijah Muhammad taught.
That's right.
We have Malcolm X on record. We have the audio talking about we didn't have Kinky, and I didn't have the same spin as Farrakhan, of course. I'm saying had more sense. But look at this here. Elijah Muhammad, The Theology of Time, page 92. You will never be able to convert me. No, because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far off Pacific islands. Preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. We don't consider same book, same page. We don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. And page 92 to 93, if you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa. The FBA sentiment started a long time ago. A lot of people don't know
that. Yo, that is insane because one, the crap man, what you just said, man, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, man. And they don't feel no kind of way. Now watch this. Now they saying they don't have nothing to do. He said, Africa. He said they can't learn nothing from Africa, right? He said he'll be willing to go over there and teach. Correct?
I'm sorry, come again, brother?
I said he said in the article, he said here that it's nothing in Africa that he could be taught, but he is ready to teach in Africa, right?
Yeah, if you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa.
Okay, now watch this. Now tell me this make any sense. So if that's the case, then
we have the audio for the record. The Theology of Time was a lecture that he made. The audio is available on YouTube. Elijah Muhammad.
Now, if that's the case, what is this dude here doing? Hold on, it's moving a little slow. Hold on.
No problem, buddy.
Jump too fast. Hold on. Right here, the second video. Why is 19 Keys chilling with Baba Heru? Because 19 Keys is in the Nation Islam.
Well, you see, somebody brought his name up, and I said, he had a similar, I'm saying, hat as Elijah Muhammad had. It appears like he's an Asiatic black man. I wasn't sure, but some people have issues about some possible scamming or pseudo teachings, but I'm not too familiar with that dude. But I guess I'll find out more.
What you call it? Wash them up real good. If you go to JT the Pocket Watcher, he got all these dudes that he got like a whole set.
Oh, we lost a brother. Feel free to come back, Brother Tar. So here's the link. Feel free to come back. In the meantime, I just want to have a look at something real quick. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Brother's back. Oh yeah, he's back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I clicked the wrong number.
No, no problem. No problem. Feel free, brother.
Yeah, but if you type in JT Pocket Watcher and put that in the link, you need to. That dude there, they hate him. He been exposing 19 Keys, Billy Carson. It's a lot of different people.
But I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. Let me share the link to his website. You see, this guy indeed. I saw his piece about Billy Carson. Billy Carson is suing him. You understand what I'm saying? He said, "Go ahead, sue me." He said, "You know what I said? I stand on that." He showed that the dude Billy Carson, changed his name, but it's not the end of the world. But he admitted to some fraud back in the days. You know what I'm saying, so you have the link here. The brother V Bennett who's joined us as well. And can you say the name? Okay, maybe if I put 19K, is gonna 19 keys.
19 keys. He got him in there. If he go into the video, they had some group called Black World Order with him and a few other people had some scam going on, and it's a lot of money was made. And
let's have a look quickly because I see he has some very short videos. So let's see.
Okay,
there's that one here. BW Black World Order, probably Auto Trader, but Chris Cole and 19K. Let's see.
My automated trading program. I released it in the community today, probably about 45 minutes ago.
Wow.
Last time I looked at the numbers right before we came up, did about 1.2 million.
You got no other than brother.
All right. Now that young brother, I mean, I don't know his age, but he appears, younger than me. That's Ben X, brother Ben X. He's the one who addressed the Farrakhan clip and said he was taken out of context. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm, it's not my speech, but I'm the main guy who shared that speech to the community. And when I uploaded it back then, it was getting 1,000 views a day. So after 3 days and 3,000 views, or maybe 4 days and 4,000 views, it's like a decade ago. So I don't remember exactly, but it was at least 3 days. It was 1,000 views per day. I got a copyright claim from the Final Call Inc. The video was removed because it was very damaging. Now, many people have re-uploaded as well, so you will see sometimes my website, afrostyly.com, AFROSTYLY.com, like you see in the middle bottom part of the screen, and you will see at edutainer. That was my Twitter username then. So that's the brother Ben X who said that the 3-minute clip from Farrakhan is taken out of context. I challenge anybody to show me that it was taken out of context. I have the full lecture. Obedience is the highest form of sacrifice. That is Farrakhan's lecture. And this is brother Ben lied. That's a lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go and say he's a liar, but that's a lie that he told to the public. Those guys lie all the time. It was never taken out of context. But anyway, let's continue here.
19 Keys coming up is going to give his testimony of the auto trader.
Hold on. What up, family? Blessings and opportunities, man. Let me put this kilo worth of gold chain on real quick.
Don't you listen to these funky ass niggas tell you shit.
That Autobot turned out to be really a Decepticon. You got to be careful dealing with fake gurus online because they're all really just transformers. They're scammers in disguise. In disguise.
Now, let's see the other one. That was this one. There's another one here. What does 19Ks actually do?
19K is high level conversation.
Okay, it's going to be difficult to get the audio, I mean the voice, because the music is so loud, but let's see.
Jabril Jones, aka 19 Keys. All right, now listen, I'm going to be honest. It is extremely hard to explain what Jabril actually does. So I have to let Jabril explain what he actually does.
I go by 19 Keys. My value add to the culture and the BWO. I'm an architect of mindset. You understand me? I allow people to unlock their mind to build the exact type of mind they need to actually be successful. Teaching you actually how to learn, download the information, to upgrade, and have a paradigm.
So the brother is an architect of mindset. Many people have some titles, what I'm saying, that come out of the space, what I'm saying. Like you have people who say, like all those people who have those doctorate degrees in naturopathy, what I'm saying, and or doctorate degrees from non-accredited schools, and what I'm saying. But some people would say I'm a certified this, certified that, or I'm a this or that. But usually it's not something that is like registered or recognized by the government. But architect of mindset, to me, that's we lost V Bennett. Feel free to come back, brother.
Shift to go into a higher consciousness when it comes to becoming a man, and when it comes to building a legacy. You understand me? Leading beyond life, and that's the establishment of principles, universal law, order, organization.
I don't know if he has another one. I mean, a short one, but here we have 90Ks, and the title is "Save Money in Crypto?" ?
You're getting a free financial literacy lesson right now, right? So we don't want dollars. We don't want to keep our money in dollar bills. That's why if you got money in the bank and people flash money and show money, it really shows that you're a fool and you don't understand money. You understand me? Because you're losing value by holding it and having it in this asset class, right? But if you want to make money, that's a different type of conversation. So if I got my money into crypto, right, and let's say that Bitcoin is going to give you, you understand me? I think Bitcoin had 80% return this year. I think it did a solid 80% return. That automatically would have clicked to you to say that, oh, I should put my money in Bitcoin versus the bank, because Bitcoin is going to be more efficient, right?
And for those who don't know what is written, is Bitcoin. I can make it larger. You see, Bitcoin investors lost 7.3 billion in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and how much does a Bitcoin cost now? See, back then it was good. The people who went with it first, they earn a lot. The value went up and up and up. And now for you to buy a single Bitcoin, I mean, let's have a look and see price of Bitcoin. So good to say, yeah, get it. No,
it's too much. It's too much.
Here,
I like when you put the viewership, how people was buying views off of YouTube and Instagram. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of people didn't know that. Now here, Bitcoin price $28,000. So those guys are like, yeah, you should get the Bitcoin. And who's gonna buy? And that's for one Bitcoin.
That's right.
And you know what, Shaka?
Yeah, VB,
that's
go
lower.
Ahead,
that's still lower than when it just started dropping before the war. It dropped right after the Ukraine war. It dropped from like 34,000, something like that, right? And people are thinking that they can buy in now and it's going to go back up and exceed 40,000. But look, the U.S. government is already trying to figure out a way to buy into to make its own coin, straight up. So you got to think, are you really going to get something out of buying into Bitcoin now? Or do you want to see what the newer coins backed by some kind of government is going to do? Because I doubt very seriously, Bitcoin is going to outdo some superpowers dollar. I don't think they want it like that. I mean, it's just a guess, though. It's just a guess.
Well, you heard what he said. See, he said they got an 80% return. You understand me? You need to come over here and get that money to me. You understand me? Get it out the bank, put it in my bank. But this is stuff, none of this stuff is in the Nation of Islam's original teachings. Their original teachings was they were saying the government should give them enough land and resources the last 50 years. So I'm like, what didn't happen? Y'all don't went from that was in the back of the final call for a long, long time. So it's like, what y'all talking about? So he doing stuff that's not in the doctrine. I did a video on 19 Keys maybe last month or so, and I had a question in there because he keep having these videos talking about high level conversations and all this old crap. And he'd been hanging out with Damon Dash, and I asked him, I said, since you having all these high level conversations, ask Dame Dash why he was on Epstein Island shooting the Fiesta remix video with R. Kelly. So I put that clip up there showing where they filmed the video and all that. But you hanging out with him and Rizza Islam and all this crap. But like you said, people not looking at the root of things, and because they don't, it's why they come out here. This dude just reinventing himself, but none of this stuff they doing was a part of the Nation of Islam's origin. And
I want to say that I don't mind if they're trying new stuff, but it needs to be beneficial to the people, because the Bitcoin, when it started, it was very, very cheap. There's a guy who actually bought a pizza with some Bitcoins. It's back in the days, it wasn't worth that much, but the value increased a lot compared to what it used to be. There is a guy who has like millions worth of Bitcoin, and or at least 1 million, but it's definitely a huge amount of money. He forgot his password. He been trying to recover it. There's no way to recover the password, forgotten password and you get an email. It doesn't work like that. So he tried for so long, and then eventually he let it go because it's like, gotta move on in my life. You know what I'm saying? But that being said,
damn.
The Nation of Islam, there's this book called Inside the Nation of Islam. The author is called Wilbert. I forgot the other name. And he talks about the different plans that they had. They had a PowerPoint plan, POWER, the acronym, what I'm saying? There's many different plans that they had, and always, asking people to send money so they can implement those plans, those programs, and ultimately it's nothing, you know what I'm saying? And it is well known that ever since Farrakhan took over the Nation of Islam, or took on the leadership of the Nation of Islam, or managing the Nation of Islam, because he would say that he's a national representative. He will not necessarily say that he's the leader of the NOI, but that's just a detail. The Nation
That's
of
a
Islam.
Gaddafi move. That's a Gaddafi move, yo.
Saying that he's not the leader?
Yeah, he's not the leader now. He's the national representative. It's the same thing Gaddafi did. They was like, nah, that's the same thing.
Yeah, probably. And I mean, I don't know exactly about Gaddafi's statement, but he, it's just something that I've noticed, that he introducing himself as a national representative of Elijah Muhammad. He doesn't use the term like leader. I guess it's out of respect, but the Nation of Islam has lost so much. What I'm saying, the businesses that they had, and so on. Some people may blame it on Wallace D. Ford Muhammad, or Warith Dean Muhammad, after he changed his name. Well, no, well, anyway, not 100% sure if he really changed his name, but they may blame it on Elijah Muhammad's son. But the thing with the crypto and all that, a lot of people give you advice and stuff like that, but you have to go through them. You know what I'm saying? They will charge you, and many people have lost a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Out of France, those dumb Pan-Africans who've been butt kissing the neo-Nazi skinhead. There's one dude who was into that crypto thing, and he got in trouble with the law. You know what I'm saying? Making people dream about, you invest and then you get so much in return, and those people don't get that stuff in return. You know what I'm saying? They lose their life savings. They lose huge amount of money. You know what I'm saying? So beware. We have a lot of people who go online and say, well, you know what I'm saying? I can show you how you can, be independent and make so much money. Trust me, if people have a way to make so much money, they will not just go outright like that in the public and show you how you can make so much money. If it sounds too good to be true, most likely it is.
Exactly, and that's also a funny thing. Like NOI is into Bitcoin at the same time that like everybody who missed out on the Bitcoin bonanza suddenly wants to get other people into Bitcoin, and it's like it's just kind of like I mean, of course you don't know, but look, you might even get Ben X in your messenger in your chat box selling some Bitcoin, talking to you about Bitcoin. It's like, come on, man. You know, this is not Bitcoin is it, of course, if you have a coin, yeah, it could work, but think about it. Most of it's speculative. You know, it's really speculative. It's not even as good as a tomato. It's not as good as a tomato. A tomato you can eat. You cannot eat a Bitcoin. You can't eat it. So it's just like they made it, they created it. It didn't have any value in the beginning. All of a sudden, the people energy gave it that value. It's just what people imagine in it, man. And they gave it a place in the society. But if you ask me, it's going to disappear. It's going to disappear. Something else is going to take over. A few more things are going to take over. Things that you know, give more opportunity for more people in that coin, in that crypto world. Because once something rises up that high, then it loses a certain amount of usefulness to everybody else on the bottom. You can't really get anything if you're on the bottom by buying in. You would actually have to imagine the whole world being crushed for you to get something out of buying a Bitcoin right now. You know, it have to crush over markets for a person that buys in right now to get something out of it. If you're expecting to get the same thing that people got out of it when they bought in, like, you know, 5, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe, you know? So they're just lying to people, man.
Indeed, not many people will afford $28,000. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I can find price of Bitcoin evolution so people can have an idea of how the price can be increasing. So at one point it was a very good deal, but now you're gonna do a gamble by paying, 20, $30,000 more or less, and then the price may increase, but then it may just decrease, and you end up, making the loss. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the stock market. We saw a good, huge companies they are in it, but that is a Chinese guy. I think he lost like $1 billion in one day. You know what I'm saying? So there are huge risks as well. But
It's
here,
huge risk.
Bitcoin price history, and this is Forbes. So I guess it's safe to say that this cookie stuff. It's safe to say that it is reliable. You know what I'm saying? Um, so Bitcoin price history from 2009 to 2022. I'm going to share the link in the chat for purposes. Now, I thought it would be like a chart. Um, I'd rather have like a chart. So forget about this one here. Bitcoin price history. Check all. There it is. I like that one. I don't know this website, Investopedia, but I'm sure other websites. Texas Bama wrote, I'll invest $80. It's $80, but that's too rich for my blood. But yeah, $80 is cool to invest, you know what I'm saying? But 28,000, dang. So here, what do we see here? In 2010, but I presume here that's dollars and here that's the years. It would be good for whoever made that charge to specify, okay, this is like the price. Because the issue is that here this is 100,000, but here, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Here this is 50,000, and here we can see that this is $68,000. So that's around here. So that's all right. So in 2010 it was barely worth $1. In 2011, they showed the gain that we have 2690. So if I'm not mistaken, that was the amount, the value of the Bitcoin. Okay. Now in 2012, the Bitcoin was worth $123. In 2013, the Bitcoin was worth $687. Then it dropped in 2014. Then it went back up in 2015, $315. Around 2000, between 2016 and 2017, around 216, 217, $900. Well, it should be higher than here, but then in 2000, between probably around 2018, between 217 and 219, it went up to $19,000. So whoever invested before, hey, good. So some people maybe have saw that increase and so you know what? I have some money in the bank. I'm gonna buy some because this thing keeps going up. Well, about two to 3 years later, just before or around 2020, it dropped from 19,000 to 10,000. So basically 19,345, that's roughly 20,000. It dropped of around $10,000. So probably some people invested then and purchased a Bitcoin, and then you dropped like nearly $10,000, and they probably thought, I'm going to sell. So they just made a loss of $10,000. However, between 2020 and 2021, it went up again. And then around 2021, it went to probably its highest, which was $68,000. So probably some people invested. But then 2022, indeed, the war in Ukraine, like Bennett was saying, it went from 68,000 to 18,000. So here, this is like a $50,000 loss.
You
So
know what it
whoever
is,
wants,
Shaka?
whoever wants to make that bet, go ahead, Bennett.
Shaka, they have a you have that coin, and then they have a smaller increment that's connected to this coin that you can buy in for people that don't have that much money, and it carries the same value. It's just like saying you don't have 20,000, then you can buy, a 110th of it or 1,010th of it. What do they call it? Shirus, I think, something like that. I forget the term for it, but that's the one you might want to look at too, since you got the Bitcoin open because it's connected to the Bitcoin.
Well, I wasn't aware that there was a way to buy,
But it, but it, but it, but if the chart flows the same because it's connected to the Bitcoin, so it's the same chart, really. You know.
You could do it through. I think Cash App. You could do it through Cash App too. Like you were saying.
Okay, I learned something. So, is it Bitcoin or is it other websites or group that allow you to buy? Like,
no, it's they got their own. They got their own broken down small coin too that's connected to the bigger coin. So
yeah,
I think you just
but what I'm trying to find out is those this possibility to purchase like not the full value of the Bitcoin. Is it Bitcoin themselves who
yeah
allows that, or is it other? Oh,
yeah
okay, all right, okay,
yeah that's what I mean.
okay,
It is.
okay.
And
So
you can buy it on any
I
major exchange.
presume I presume like you basically like buy it along with other people and get the benefit of whatever
Yeah
fluctuation of value. Okay,
yeah
all right,
yeah exactly
okay, all
exactly.
right.
And it's managed by the same it's managed by
Mhm.
Bitcoin.
Do you
So
know if
it's
there's a
there for
minimum? Do you know if there's a minimum to pay?
man, the minimum is maybe like I don't think there's really a minimum, man. You could put in $20 if you want.
Okay, okay. Oh well, that's all right then. If you can do that, you ain't gonna gamble like $10,000,
Yeah,
$20,000. So
just Google it. Just Google it.
all
It's
right,
on Coin Pro. They have it on all the major exchanges, like
okay,
Coin Pro or something like that.
okay. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up.
That's the way day traders can work with Bitcoin. Basically, they can buy in on a bad day and sell out on a good morning. The next morning, for a little bit. It depends on how much they charge you for the fees. The fees to buy and sell. But you can catch a good week on there. As you can see, you can look at that chart and you can see there's some
Yes.
good months. But the thing is that I mean, at the same time that everybody's basically selling Bitcoin, they're selling you their service also to buy it. They want to sell, charge you $100 to learn the market and blah blah blah. When you can learn it yourself, but the reality is that there's other coins that are just starting off too, and these coins have just as good as possibility to blow up like Bitcoin because usually now today they're connected to a specific industry or a specific product or a specific good that is going to come into the market and do big numbers. So that's what you want to look out for. When you're buying these coins, you want to look at what it's attached to, basically.
And I think so. Some people took advantage of the Bitcoin phenomenon by coming up with some new cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? Because if it's new, it may be more attractive, more chances of you getting more money. But recently, we have a one big crypto guy who lost his fortune, and that actually, if I'm not mistaken, caused the fall or bankruptcy of some banks. You know, am I wrong in America? The dude, I forgot if he fled or something to the Caribbean or some place like that. But you know what I'm talking about. Not long ago, there's a very huge. I mean, people lost millions.
Well, you
Do you
got
know
a
what I'm
really
talking about?
good example. You got Elon Musk, who kind of touted this idea of the doggy coin. It's two coins called dog coin, dog and doggy coin. And a lot of people thought that one was connected to his project going to Mars, right? Because he kind of talked about it that way. But when you look at the results that people got, a lot of people are not too happy with the results, and there wasn't any direct connection between his thing and that coin anyway. But he kind of threw it out there, his words in the public, to where people thought, I better buy this coin.
Well, actually, I remember that Elon Musk wa- was allowing or was planning on allowing people to use Bitcoin to purchase the Tesla cars, but I have a feeling that they stopped that feature now. I'm not sure, but yeah, some people may tell us. But the things that maybe there's more about the 19 keys, but that's a big thing now. Gurus, online gurus, who would teach people how to get rich.
Exactly.
That's a very, very big thing. And there are some people, just like before, we had people who were claiming that they could cure nearly all disease, all sickness, all ailments.
Yeah,
Coming up
exactly.
with their products, their herbal products, liquid products. You know what I'm saying? Others who charge you so much to teach you misinformation that they call information. Then indeed, we have some people who will deal with those stuff, just like we have some people who are dealing with the Church of Scientology. Several rappers did. But go ahead, you Bennett.
Well, and examine it, it's just like looking at other commodities. Really, you got to follow the news. So, like before the Ukraine war, if you notice, they were, Putin was announcing sending his troops up to the border. That whole buildup happened over a month's time, right? And it's really simple. Up to about a day or two before they finally went into Ukraine, everything was normal. And as soon as they went into Ukraine, it dropped. You could just look at that date and you'll see. So these kind of wars affect trade, and they will affect also financing. And to one degree or another, you might want to take a look at that when you get into investing in any matter. How is some kind of conflict or trade going to affect your whatever it is you've invested in? And it's the same thing with coins. So all you got to do is use your brain, and nobody needs to teach you really how, because it's all affected by daily life events on Earth. If you have a drought, then obviously you want to know what plants are growing in the region. Mainly grown in the region where the drought is hitting, and you're going to know you're going to take a hit.
Brother Nupu has left us. But yeah, hey. So here is just probably the stuff that I was referring to. I don't keep too much tabs on these things, but Genesis has a few defenses against 3.9 billion claim from FTX. And if I go back here, it says FTX seeks to claw back nearly 4 billion in ongoing bankruptcy case. This is from CoinDesk. But that one is in French. But anyway, there was some big loss not long ago. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's the guy
Oh
here.
yeah,
That's the guy here. you know, the swift
oh
and messy
yeah, yeah. I
demise
remember this
of
guy.
Sam Bankman Friend's FTX crypto empire. So let me share that link here.
I think it was his platform. He had a platform, right? Or is it just his coin?
Well, I don't really know, but let's find out what they say. This is an article by Jacob Silverman from CBS News. So he ran FTX quickly went from multi-billion-dollar operation to total collapse, with its CEO facing felony charges. That's the former CEO of FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, or Fried, who faces fraud charges over the collapse of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange he founded, exit the Manhattan Federal Court in New York City on February 16. Apparently, he misled people. Well, let's see what the article says. If there's something distinctive about the world of crypto, is how fast big companies and big fortunes can be spun out of nothing, just as swiftly collapse. Nowhere has that been more apparent than the meteoric rise and fall of crypto exchange FTX and its CEO and founder Sam Bankman-Fried. Bankman-Fried founded his crypto hedge fund Alameda Research in November 2017, with FTX established in May 2019. By early 2022, it had scaled a multi-billion-dollar operation, vaulting Bankman-Fried to the front ranks of both crypto executives and political donors. But when a leaked company balance sheet exposed a shaky financial foundation, rival exchange Binance announced it would sell its hold of FTT, the token associated with the FTX crypto exchange that sparked the crypto equivalent of a bank run as customers hastily moved to withdraw their funds. FTX couldn't cover the outflows, and the 32 billion crypto empire vaporized overnight, along with Bankman-Fried's purported 12 billion. Come again?
I think it's pronounced Fried, but you know.
Oh, thank you,
Fried.
Bankman-Fried. Thank you for that. So Bankman-Fried purported $12 billion personal fortune and his reputation as a crypto genius. The collapse triggered a range of civil and criminal investigations, and Bankman-Fried has been charged by the Department of Justice with 13 felonies. The broad strokes of the FTX debacle may be known, but right now there are still some blank spots on the canvas. Some bizarre, troubling, and occasionally hilarious details have emerged in court filings, but important questions haven't been answered. Billions of dollars of cash and crypto assets remain unaccounted for. In an early bankruptcy filing, newly installed CEO John J. Ray III, the corporate cleanup artist brought in to manage this mess, wrote that there wasn't even a confirmed list of FTX employees. My goodness, my neferu. As a corporate calamity, FTX is almost without precedent. A sprawling global network of more than 100 companies, some of them with little apparent purpose, except perhaps to shuffle money around, all of it run by a motley group of supposed financial savants from a luxury penthouse in the Bahamas. See, I mentioned the Caribbean. I know there's something about, some place in the Caribbean. Yeah, he was indeed arrested in the Bahamas. The U.S. government has charged Samuel Bankman-Fried, the founder of now defunct cryptocurrency exchange FTX, with a host of financial crimes after being arrested in the Bahamas. He faces decades in prison if convicted. It quickly scaled to a multi-billion-dollar operation, vaulting It quickly scaled to a multi-billion-dollar operation, vaulting Bankman-Fried to the front ranks of both crypto executives and political donors, and making FTX a household name endorsed by numerous celebrities. By the second week of November 2022, just a few years after it was founded, the FTX crypto empire has turned to ashes. The investigation is proceeding just as quickly as FTX's collapse. Several FTX executives, Bankman-Fried's friends and corporate lieutenants, have pleaded guilty to serious charges involving fraud, money laundering, campaign finance violations, and other charges. They have implicated Bankman-Fried in a range of financial crimes that could send him to prison for the rest of his life. Still, it's all firmly alleged territory. Bankman-Fried has pleaded not guilty to all charges, including a recent introduced charge that he authorized bribes of $40 million in crypto to be paid to Chinese officials to unlock $1 billion in funds frozen on the Chinese crypto exchange. His trial is scheduled to begin in October, and even as Bankman-Fried's legal fate remains uncertain, his company has become an unexpectedly fascinating crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
Bankman-Fried is walked in handcuffs to a plane during his extradition to the United States at the airport in the Bahamas on December 21st, 2022. Where is the money, Sam?
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Here's
brother.
we have an example of an individual scamming from a different background that's been arrested.
I'm sorry, come again, brother?
We have a scammer here. The scammer got arrested from a different background. See, it happens.
Eventually, he can catch up with people. But the HOK or rape OK scammer is like low level. So the government they have bigger fishes to fry. You know what I'm saying? But who knows, man? With the trial coming up, we may find out more. Because I'm sure some people are gonna sing. You know what I'm saying? So here, where's the money, Sam? In some ways, it's an object lesson on in how not to run an alleged criminal enterprise, at least if you don't want to get caught. FTX's rapid success, huge amount of money it accumulated via venture capital, customer deposits, and other sources potentially contributed to some reckless spending. One of the great tasks of FTX's new leadership has been to account for where all the money in crypto went. It hasn't been easy. Perhaps $12 billion of FTX customer funds were allegedly diverted to Alameda. According to government filings, this hoard of cash was used to cover Aladima's trading losses by real estate, including in the names of Bankman-Fried's parents. He took care of his family, make investments in other crypto startups, and provide billions of dollars of personal loans to Bankman-Fried and top executives. Some of that money, tens of millions of dollars, may have gone to the 196 members of Congress who received donations from FTX and its executive, according to reporting by CoinDesk, a crypto industry news outlet. John J. Ray III, CEO of FTX Group, testifies during the
Prolific.
come again prolific.
He's a prolific scammer. Yeah, man.
Oh man, and apparently he paid members of the Congress. Hey,
Exactly.
you let me do my thing, and your pocket's gonna get fat.
They took it
So,
and just said, "Nah, you go to jail anyway."
well, when the heat comes up, say there's nothing I can do for you. So
Yep.
he testifies during the House of Financial Services Committee hearing title Investigating the Collapse of FTX Part 1 on December 13, 2022 at the US Capitol in Washington, D.C. Ray took over FTX after Bankman-Fried resigned. Like any bankrupt company, FTX left behind a messy ledger of debts and loans, covering everything from company parties to complex deals with now bankrupt rivals. It will take years for the bankruptcy process to play out, and unfortunately, many of its retail customers will not be made whole. According to the Securities and Exchange Commission, Beckman-Fried used Alameda Research as his personal piggy bank, and the money was splashed around widely. In a November filing, the company said it owed more than 4.6 million to Amazon Web Services, but also 219,000 to Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville Beach Resort in Nassau. FTX lacked sophistication. FTX's legal afterlife, many lawsuits, trials, bankruptcy hearings, and monetary claims will ultimately last far longer than the company itself was in business. That wasn't the case for other infamous corporate disasters like Enron or Nortel, which Ray, the new FTX CEO, was also brought in to handle after they blew up. So here they're talking about some other stuff. So I'm not gonna, that's about the end of the article. Social network? Hold on. Oh, they're talking about Madoff. Madoff, he really cheated a lot of people out of money. But he went to jail and he may still be in jail now. You know what I'm saying? So hey, that's what it is, man. People are gullible. I mean, nowadays we have people, um, you just show them a book and tell them, oh, this guy is a great philosopher, blah blah blah. He's one of us. And we read and he says that, he's saying that basically black people. Um are comparable to dumb animals, that they don't have what it takes to be a human being, and they believe that. Obviously they don't check. See that brother on the phone, our other brother, I don't know his name. I mean, his name may be on the screen. Well, actually, let me just go for the record. Let's get the dude's name. So hold on. Talking about, oh, you need to research what he's saying. Did he research what he was saying? Did he look the book? Or he never heard about the book before? He never heard about Ibn Khaldun before? So that's the one there. Research what he was saying? Not even a debate. Actually, I'm going to do something better. I'm going to put so when you can hear the dude saying, we need to research what he's saying. So I think that's the one here. Let me look for the part. The one when no, that's not that one. So, okay, let's go there and go to the latest live stream. That's the one here. Stream 1 hour ago. So, I think that was the first time when I was on. For those who didn't see it, let's have it again so you can see the exchange. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I didn't see it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, just for the record then. Oh man, stop the KRS One again. That song is called Friend, or Friends plural. KRS One. That doesn't give a F about African badass accusation. And we say that our leader should be infallible and
I got my
untouchable.
brother from France on you. Please, brother, if you're not focus on what I'm saying here, because I don't feel like going there about nothing else.
Well, actually, if you don't mind, brother, greetings to you and thank you for putting me on panel. I was about to go live to call you out to have a discussion because you say you chopped me up, which is funny because you embarrassed yourself. You never show me a single more or no told me he's tied to an territory ruler.
Brother. If you want to have that conversation, this is what I want you to do. Set it up on yourself. Brother, I'm never scared. Don't ever crazy. Listen to me, brother. Don't ever in your life think that I'm scared of anything you do. I will wipe you like crazy.
When do you want us to have a dialogue, brother?
Listen, if you want this, set it up on any day on your platform. And if you want to pay me, you can.
How about tonight?
Brother, I'm not doing it tonight because I just did 3 hours. Brother, put up some money and catch on your platform.
Oh, so you want me to pay you then?
You damn right for my time, brother. I'm not going to go.
What about my time, brother?
Brother, you coming to my feed. Do I come to your feed? Let me ask you this question.
What difference does it make? It's about the information because you're spreading misinformation, brother.
Listen, did I come to your feed? If you read what I just posted up there, you came on last week and you jumped off. I mean, the other day. Let me explain this to you, brother.
I left at one point. We spoke for 1 hour.
I need you to hear me. This is my show, right? Now, I get paid for doing what I'm doing. And so if you don't like that, don't ever come to sit back and learn something. Research what I'm saying to you.
That's an excuse, brother. That's a cop out. You're scared to face me, so you said that I should pay you.
Let me tell you something, brother. Don't ever in your wildest dreams think that I'm scared of anybody. Let me share something.
Prove it. Let's talk tomorrow, brother. Let's do this for the people.
To you. You better do some research on who I am first and foremost.
You said you learned that Cleopatra was...
He's going back to Cleopatra. This is what I want you.
He knows what I was going to say. You said you learned that Cleopatra was Greek just the other day. But then there's the other time when I pulled up, and he's going to be about as brief as the first time. I'm just moving forward to find that part. Is it that far away?
That's Sabir.
It's about here. Yeah, that's the last stream you had earlier. Just ended an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know how I pulled up.
He was angry this time.
Oh, I'm glad you said that because I wanted to say it. I forgot. He was way more agitated the first time. The first time he must have been, oh, that's a little homie from France. I'm going to freestyle my way out of anything. But there is very agitated. I mean, he knows he was cut. He knows it was a bad look. And that's why he kept saying, oh, you see how I cut that brother up? But now I pulled up. I said, let's talk. And now he's talking about money, man, please. But anyway, this is the second time. Now, the second time, I was chilling, waiting to speak. And eventually I would say, can I be heard? And he's like, yeah, hold on. But eventually, I interjected because I was going to spend my evening over there.
That's where I'm at. I'm about these characteristic acts or people supposed to be That's what the Declaration of Independence says. Anytime any government becomes destructive to its end, it is the study, but they are not studying rules, right? So they all even Kelvin, right?
But this is not only he had it on the screen, but he even holds the book. He's showing that book to the people. That same dude who said that, we are, and for those who just arrived now, hold on, it's not that one. For those who just arrived now, I'm gonna share the link again to archive.org, right? No, not archive.org. I've shared that one already, but I'm gonna share the university. Hold on, live chat. So if I go back a little bit, the university, I need to go a bit further before. Let's be around. What doesn't it show? University, where is it? I think it was Pike University. If I go there, repeat down. Oh snap! Hold on. I'm gonna put in Khaldun. Now I'm gonna put Pike University, and hopefully we'll show university. I really don't like when I mention something and I want to substantiate. Oh, you know what? Let me go to the history. Let me just unshare the screen first. No, it's okay. That one is another screen. Okay, so history, and then history, and I should see the university. Shouldn't be that long. University. Oh, this is Duke University. Oh snap! So okay, that's the university. Dang, Duke University, and then the actual PDF. I think that's the one. Well, I found a university, but how come I don't have the page, the PDF? Duke. Oh, there it is. Took a bit of time, but this is a PDF hosted on Duke's University right there. All right. That book that he has in his hand, you have that part. The Mukaddimah. We have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. Beyond the Sahel, to the south, there is no civilization in the proper sense. They are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other. They cannot be considered human beings. We're not even human beings, man, according to Ibn Khaldun. Let's go back to his great teaching that he wants to be paid for.
Are undercover white supremacists, man.
Well, I would label that, white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? But that's a teacher.
This man, let me just show you something. This man right here, Ibn Khaldun. But they'll call him an Arab, but he's African. When you are the true Arab. And if you look at my hand, I'm holding a book right there in my hand in Tunisia, in North Africa. Everybody that graduates, right, they actually stand in front of this man's statue. How many people who truly know who Ibn Khaldun is? We don't know who this man is, but all of them from Zuckerberg on down, they all study Ibn Khaldun. Let me just show you something. Bear with me. I'm gonna show you another one. Just bear with me.
Khaldun.
Ibn Khaldun.
So actually, he actually stood in front of 2 different statues of Ibn Khaldun, proud. And he's like, how many people know who Ibn Khaldun? Does he even know who Ibn Khaldun? I mean, he said that when I spoke to him, it's the first time he heard that Cleopatra was Greek. But anyway.
Yep.
So I'm over here risking my life to bring this information back to you that you.
Now, this I like because he said it the last time. He's risking his life.
Yep.
He's traveling to Tunisia. He's risking his life. Now, lately, indeed, there's been some situation, about, African migrants over there, but I don't think they will holler at an American dude. If they know the person is American, I don't think they're going to want that smoke.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying?
But
let me,
he's
go ahead,
he's
brother.
on the light side of it, man. So he's on the very light side. So, I mean, why would they bother him? They don't have a problem with him. Their problem is with the other one.
Yeah, he's there on holidays, not there living, you know what I'm saying, like a quote unquote illegal or undocumented,
You know who would be in trouble?
immigrant.
You know who would be in trouble? Tar. He would be in trouble. He would be risking his life if he went
based on what he's teaching, you know what I'm saying? Because he's not upholding those white supremacist heroes of theirs. But let's continue here.
You don't even know about, but you want to talk about economics or economics, really? You want to talk about group economics? You understand? If you read the Mukaddima, the introduction, if you read the Mukaddima, it's more books than this, but if you read the introduction, you will understand everywhere, every culture, how it's set up.
Now, for the record, when hold on, please. When he says the introduction, it doesn't mean the introduction of the book. That's a translation of Mukaddima. It's also known as Progelimin or whatever. But go ahead, Bennett.
But the Mukaddima, it sounds like one of them Starbucks drinks you can get, man.
No, that's a real book. That's the title of the book of Ibn Khaldun.
Give me a Mukaddima, man. How much? $3.
Mukaddima chocolate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sounds great.
You can go to YouTube and punch his name in and sit back, but you're not being taught about him. You're being taught about a European. So this is what I'm bringing to my people. So none of these dudes have ever got on a platform and ever showed you who I'm talking about. Most of y'all may want to go Google this man, right? And find out who he is. So bear with me. I'm going to show you something else. Give me 1 second. Here's another one I have somewhere. Give me 1 minute. Another one here. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to pull this up.
Sonny Williams, hop your ass up here on the panel, man.
Right there. Ibn Khaldun. So when I'm over here, they're telling me I should stay in tune.
Look at me.
They told me when I was over there, they said, dude, we got you. You will take care of your room and board, whatever you need. You can stay here to teach us. And this is what I'm saying. When you travel, brother, and you have this knowledge, this is the crazy part. They will take care of you and say, what you.
Can you picture, a black dude standing in front of a Hitler statue like that? And I'm saying, did Hitler say that black people are not humans? or close to dumb animals? He's proud. Look at him. He's showing to the people. It's crazy.
Yep, he is proud. He's a proud bootlegger.
I know.
And he wants to get paid to have a discussion, man.
Give me your boot, Ibn Khaldun. Where is it at? Thank you, Massa.
There, and I know over here. I know both of these things. So imagine what I can do and take advantage of. Don't think because I'm on YouTube, I'm not giving you everything, because I do it on Zoom. And if anybody took my Zoom class, you would understand how I am. I just step back from giving y'all everything on here. But if you go back to any of my YouTube channels, you can see for years I've given you mad information and nobody else points out any of this information to you. None of them show you what they're talking about, nor do they share their library with you. So bear with me. Let me move forward on who this guy is. Okay? Bear with me. Let me go a little further on him. And there was a European that was actually talking about him. This was me when I was signing up for the class on Ibn Khaldun. These are the brothers that hit me up. Thank you for your research.
So here, it was funny to me. I wrote in the chat, here, this dude is showing his acceptance to an online course. You would think it's like a university admission or something. You know what I'm saying?
It's an application and admission. into the annual Mukaddima program. Applications have been registered into our list. This is as a candidate. Why? Because they saw something in me. And what happens when I came on the feed with the brother for the interview, he asked me, how did you know so much about Ibn Khaldun? Why?
That sounds
Because I've
so
been
gay.
studying it for a couple
He
of
saw
years.
something in me.
They're overseas with this, and they're looking at me like, how did you know? If you go to anyone, I'm dead serious, any of you on this feed, mention Ibn Khaldun to any person in Africa, they're going to say, how did you know about Ibn Khaldun? Do you know that
You know what?
Zuckerberg is actually
Now,
studying him?
Tucker,
Do you know
stop this. Tucker.
You said, do
Now
you know
it's
that
starting to,
Zuckerberg is studying him? Go ahead, Bennett.
now it's starting to sound like one of them sandwiches, man. One of them gyros or one of these. What do they call them damn thing? Durum. A Khaldun. Do you know what a Khaldun is, man? It's bread, meat, all the best spices. Khaldun. Yeah,
But
they should market that.
ironically, Ibn Khaldun is regarded, held in high regards, by Westerners and surely by Arab people. He's known as, a great, sociologist, and he has other titles as well. But he was negrophobic. He was
That is
anti-black.
extreme negrophobic, anti-black.
Oh
That
man.
is extreme. And no, every African needs to know who this man is for that reason. If for no other reason but that,
But
because yeah.
then the Muslims, what I'm saying, or the Islamic people, or the people of the Islamic persuasion, like the Moors, they will hold their slave masters to high regard as well. You know what I'm saying? The religious solidarity. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
They're over in England. They study this man Ibn Khaldun, and y'all don't understand it. Here it is, right there. There it is. Why don't we know about this man? But we over here talking about group economics, right? Group economics. But we don't know about what this man was doing. None of y'all knew about this man. You didn't know about him, right? So let me show you something about Zuckerberg. Well, you're on his Facebook and his YouTube, right? You're on this man's Facebook and YouTube. Look what he did. Is this him?
Can I be heard, brother?
Is this? Oh, this is Ibn Khaldun right here. But this is just the greatest Arab historian. So what throw people off with him is they will call him an Arab when you don't understand that you are the original Arab people.
Then when I heard him say that, I was like, man, this dude is already pseudo. Now talking to
I think we're getting
the
closer
Arabs
to
are the
Donnie
true
Williams.
original people. Go ahead, brother.
We're getting closer to Donnie Williams' ethnicity and melanin part, I think. Keep going.
Well, what did he say exactly?
Off with him is they will call him an Arab when you don't understand that you are the original Arab people.
You are the original Arab people. But the Arabs of the 7th century, they were surely not black people. You know what I'm saying?
Who's he talking about when he says that's double speak? That's double speak because he says you are the original Arab people. But who's you? What's the word for you? Is he just going to say more?
Well, he doesn't like to use black, but he made it clear. You know what I'm saying? Like let's hear it again.
Off with him is they will call him an Arab when you don't understand that you are the original Arab people.
You are the original Arab people. Once again, brothers and sisters, how many times I told you to say, oh, the original inhabitants of such and such. Arabs of the 7th century, definitely not black. And look at the depiction here. You see the depiction that he shows himself? Look at the depiction here. Does he look like a black dude here? Does he look like a Moor here? Does he look like he's melanated here? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. But anyway, let's listen to the rest.
That Arab is not no people that you see in the Middle East. Trust me. Go get the book, The Unknown Arabs. Get this book called The Unknown Arabs by Tariq Berry.
Can I be heard, brother?
Tariq Berry.
And just for the record, let me show you the book. So some people may think I was bluffing, and I showed it before. So I'm gonna have to move a few, because that's not on my desk. It's in the back here. So hold on. Some people think it's a game, man. So this one, and the unknown Arabs. Just so that you know, these guys playing. So this is a game. So I should put it somewhere here. The irony is that he may be on my furniture stuff actually. I thought it was in that bag. Okay, anyway, I got 2 books from that bag here. If I go to the furniture thing, it should be, where is it? Unknown Arabs. First, the unknown Arabs is on that furniture thing here. It's a large one. Damn, isn't it here? He's somewhere in this house anyway, so.
Where you at, Donnie Williams? Where you at? Come up on the panel, bro.
Oh, the link is there, so everybody's welcome to get on the panel. Isn't it here? Okay, let me go back in the bag again. Let's go back in the bag. So, let's remove more books. I must have taken it out of that bag and probably did not put it back inside that one. So it should be nearby. It should be nearby on the ground somewhere. Wouldn't be a good look for me to claim to have the book and not show it. So, dang. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna blame baby girl, but there it is. It was just on the side. Seek and you shall find. Just gonna have some tidying up to do. Sorry it took a minute.
You good?
See that, brothers and sisters? And just for the record, I'll remove the stuff, background. The Unknown Arabs by Tariq Berry. All right. And I think, what year was it? 2001, 2002? Now, this guy is anonymous as well. Yeah, 2002. Well, legal deposit, dépôt légal, 2002. And this will be the year, the Islamic year, because they start from the Hijra. And the printing, however, was January 2007. But here you can see copyright 2002, Tariq Berry. He's anonymous. Nobody ever seen his face. Well, I never seen his face. So let me put back the stuff. Some people think they can trick the people by just mentioning books like that, like acting like, you didn't read that book, you can talk, so let's say Muhammad, Baby Girl destroyed the cover, but that's Black Arabia, and there's also this one, God's Black Prophet. So hold on, I want you to see. Oh, smack. Let me just do this again. This one is funny too. So shown it before, but
there it is. Yeah, okay, now I can see it.
Doesn't hurt to show it again. So this one.
These people, man, who are these people?
That would be a black Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
And this, the so-called Black Muhammad. We're gonna have fun, man. Play 3. This so-called Muhammad here, that Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, shows us that depiction. Play 3 is a blow up or close up. Hold on, what's going on? There it is. Play 3 is a blown up of this. And it's taken from that part here. Oh. The shield.
Hold on, man.
See?
I'm
part
not
here.
able to see this so well in the sun. Hold on. Let me see. What is that? What are we looking at there? Just describe. It's 2 middle horses.
In the book, you see, God's Black Prophets, deconstructing the myth of the white Muhammad of Arabia, and Jesus of Jerusalem. So this is a typical Persian depiction of Prophet Muhammad's face, because the Persian, the Shiites, they are the only one who show physical depictions or the face of Muhammad, because in Islam it's not something that they do. And then there will be like, a more accurate depiction of Muhammad. This is, the well-known depiction of Jesus, the Borgia or whatever, the Italian dude. And then here there will be a more accurate depiction of Jesus, you see. So once again, that's this part of the shield that's blown up. And what is this part of the shield played to?
Oh, I
Richard the
get it.
Lionheart versus Saladin. Luttrell Psalter, Diocese of Lincoln, circa 1325 to 1335. That's goddamn 14th century. How the flizuck do you get a 13th century depiction of Prophet Muhammad who lived in the 8th century, 6th, 7th century? British Library, London. That's how lame those dudes are. Now, when it comes to the more accurate depiction of Jesus Christ, it's on the next page, you see? This is page 33. You go to the next page, and there you have it. And what does it say? It says, Reconstruction of Face of Jesus by Richard Neve based on advances in forensic anthropology. So that will be a black prophet. That will be a black man, according to our great scholar, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD. I mean, those people call that scholarship. But anyway, let's go back to the exchange.
They don't do great research though, man, because there's a lot of images. Like you said, 13th century though, 12th century around, there's a lot of images of these people. They outlawed them. Certain groups outlawed them. Certain sects of nations outlawed them. I guess you could say it that way, because they used to have Christianity and Islam and Judaism in the Middle East, but certain groups outlawed photos, picture or fake, not photos, but drawings of these people. So at one time you had a lot of different varying pictures. You could even find a dude that might look like you, Shaka, with an afro. But these are just people, like you said, 12th, 13th century later. They're not to be confused with accurate pictures, accurate depictions, And yeah, man, what can I say?
Man, what they're doing is just lame. I'm saying. And Wesley Muhammad, for those who don't know, he challenged me, and the story, he backed down. But anyway, let's go back, because this dude is talking about Tariq Berry's book. Like, he's man, he's funny. It's funny. Sabir Bey is a funny pseudo dude. It's funny pseudo dude.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. I want you to this.
I just told him.
The Unknown Arabs by Tariq Berry.
Can I be heard, brother?
Tariq Berry. Give me 1 second.
Hold on. I can hear it.
I want you to don't speak. Research right now what I'm showing y'all.
Research. I've researched that. I have the book right here. The Unknown Arabs. I have it. I've communicated with Tariq Berry.
I'm not going to get into it right now, but bear with me 1 second. Okay.
And you notice how many times, I'm dealing with the topic that he brings up, and he's like, I'm not dealing with that right now. Running. Usain Bolt, man.
Time. Every time.
I did videos on. You want that conversation? You're gonna go watch my videos on it. Okay. This is Zuckerberg right here. Why Mark Zuckerberg is reading the Ibn Khaldun Muqaddimah? Why is the dude that y'all are on his social media with, right? Why is he reading the Muqaddimah? And I'm telling you to read the Muqaddimah, right? But you don't want to know about him because every last one of them reads Ibn Khaldun's work.
Brother, he was anti-black, right? He made negrophobic statements.
Anti-black, brother.
He said that black people were inferior.
Brother, that sounds stupid. You sound like a butthole saying that. Let me tell you something. I did a video on this. You sound like
he played himself, man.
No, he said that sounds stupid. You sound like a butthole. But then, if we go back to the university,
but that's
University,
that's funny talk right there, dude.
Yeah. We have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are fun, eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. So, stupid. Beyond the Sahel to the south, there is no civilization in a proper sense. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other. We eat each other. That doesn't sound stupid, yeah, and to Sabir Bey. And icing on the cake, they cannot be considered human beings. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the one who sounds stupid, though. I'm saying this is funny. And I went from the
Oh, he
same book that
said
he
that
shared. Oh man,
Sabir
that's so
Bey
good.
is an idiot, a professional idiot, and not even the savant type, just flat out idiot. Like the fact that he could not, these brothers, man, they try to sell to the world this idea that they know so much, that they're scholars, and they don't even they don't research the goddamn people they bring up. They just find a fancy name somewhere. Khaldun. You don't know who Khaldun is? You don't know who Khaldun is, man. How could you not know him? Just listen, brother. Just listen. And then you like, I got the book. The book's right here. Here's what it says. It says
Oh,
they can't even build a society. They are the most atrocious beast on earth. They are like the donkey. They are like the cow. They have never built a society. They're Negro. I mean, they're Negro.
you know.
Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga. That's what this guy says in his book, yo. And Sabir's out there vouching for him and shit.
I mean, even Khaldun, he took it further than Hitler and so many of the people who enslaved, Africans. You know what I'm saying? It's just like,
Exactly,
well,
bro.
okay. The people who enslaved Africans, I guess some of them may have said that we were not really human beings, but Ibn Khaldun is just so, that as horrible in terms of, obviously doctrine. He did not enslave people, not to my knowledge, But we have Menkara in a place to be. I don't know if you've seen what happened, Menkara, but there's this pseudo dude called Sabir Bey who's praising Ibn Khaldun, posing proudly in front of, apparently two different statues of Ibn Khaldun. And that dude basically said that, black people cannot be considered human beings. So this is the exchange that we had.
The video that I want you to go look at.
Brother, you're pseudo.
Brother, whatever you saying pseudo, everybody's.
Now, the reason why I told him you're pseudo, because earlier he said that I sound stupid and like a butthole. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back a little bit,
Conversation, you're going to go watch my videos. What I'm showing y'all.
Research. I've researched that. I have the book right here. The Unknown Arabs. I have it. I've communicated with Tariq Berry.
I'm not going to get into it right now, but bear with me 1 second, okay? I already did videos on it. You want that conversation, you're going to go watch my videos on it, okay? This is Zuckerberg right here. Why Mark Zuckerberg is reading the Ibn Khaldun Muqaddimah? Why is the dude that y'all are on his social media with, right? Why is he reading the Muqaddimah? And I'm telling you to read the Muqaddimah, right? But you don't want to know about him because every last one of them reads Ibn Khaldun's work.
Brother, he was anti-black, right? He made
brother,
negrophobic
he was not
statements.
Anti-black, brother.
He said that black people were inferior.
Brother, that sounds stupid. You sound like a butthole saying that. Let me tell you something. I did a video on this. You sound like there's a video that I want you to go look at.
Brother, you're pseudo.
Brother, whatever you saying pseudo, everybody study him then. I guess
he said that black people were inferior.
Brother, stop. Because they never use the word black. This is why you don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
What word did he use then?
Brother, stop. If you're not here to learn, fall back. And I did a video on this, and I'm going to explain this again. Fall back because I know where you're getting your information from.
From Tariq Berry and Wesley Muhammad.
This is the problem.
He says, I know where you're getting your information from. I read, now I've shown from the Duke University, but I've also shown from the same book that he was holding, the same book that he showed on the screen, that is on the screen now, the same book that he was holding. Now, he may argue he doesn't say black. Black is the English translation. We've seen Negroes use as well. Then we can find out what word he used in Arabic. Probably he used Aswad or Sauda, you know what I'm saying? But we can find out. But he's in here buck dancing right now, you know what I'm saying? Because I asked him, what word did he use? But he's talking, I have a video about this, man.
Okay? That people don't understand. That when the book was translated, I want you to do your research right now. Do your research on where and who translated.
And just for the record, brothers and sisters, when people tell you Do your research. Go do your research. It's a red flag. It's a red flag for some pseudo statement that they cannot substantiate. So then the burden of proof which should be on the claimant, they reject it on you. I've heard so many people say that. Now I'm saying there's a pseudo dude in France who claims to be a professor who showed the Nubian depiction of Muhammad. It was just a drawing, and he said this is a portrait of Muhammad based on the testimony of his companions. At some other point, he was like talking about Diop, talking about the Moors, and I said, Diop said that the Moors were Berbers, that they were Arabs. They're not black. So was he wrong? He ran his mouth. No, Diop didn't say that. Blah 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 blah. And even when I inquired about Saint Maurice, now this may not be on tape. I mean, maybe I have the tape somewhere. I was given the video. But he went like, you need to do your research, because I asked him, what wasn't it like fictional? You know what I'm saying? It was like, you need to do your research, So that's a red flag. When people tell you that, if they make a claim, they should substantiate their claim. You see how long I took just to show you that book. You know what I'm saying? But this is God teaching to the people. But anyway, let's continue here.
Jared, because I know his lazy ass ain't gonna do it. Because somebody go find out who translated the Mukaddimah.
Hold on. Was he talking about me when he said lazy ass?
That when the book was translated, I want you to do your research right now. Do your research on where and who translated Jared, because I know his lazy ass ain't gonna do it.
See, he was real salty, man. He was real salty. After I showed him another level, the dude found out that Cleopatra was Greek just a few days ago, and he's so salty now. And so his lazy ass ain't gonna do it. But notice he did not answer the question: which word did they use? So the book that he's holding, is the translation wrong? On the Duke University website, is the translation wrong as well? You remember the Hebrews were like talking about, the translation is wrong on the Bible Gateway. You know what I'm saying? To fast means what was the word? To seduce. To fast means to hold, to grab. That's what it means. Those guys always like to play games, man. And I like to ask them, so are you saying this translation is wrong? Can you show me a good translation? But hold on, let me just finish with this.
Because somebody go find out who translated the Mukaddimah. Dead serious.
And he doesn't have the answer to that. So he's asking people to look it up. He's expecting the people in the chat to help him out.
I'm gonna show you how easy this is.
Brother, please tell us the word.
Yeah, but not you, Shaka.
No, I want you.
You can't help him out, Shaka. You can't help him though. He's not asking you, Shaka.
No, he's asking his people. He's asking his people. But you see, once again, I ask him, please tell me the word that they use.
Do your research on where and who Jared, because I know his lazy ass ain't gonna do it. Because somebody go find out who translated the Mukaddimah. Dead serious. I'm gonna show you how easy this is.
Brother, please tell us the word that they use.
Yo, I want you to go. This is not no argument.
And the funny thing is that, tell him who translated the Mukaddimah. Are we supposed to believe that there's only one person who translated it? But it's okay.
You're not going to research. I'm going to click you off again. I said
to you, please, brother, if you don't mind, just give me just 1 minute, please.
No, I'm telling you.
About something.
Listen to what I just said. Period. I'm not going
to. He muted me, so I'm going to mute myself like 3 or maybe 4 times.
It's nothing else. I know you're streaming. I want your people to go research what I just said. Research who translated the Mukaddimah. Okay? I want you to do that first before you can ask me anything else, because you said he's racist. I want you to research who translated it. And when you do that, brother, then I'll give you your 1 minute. Okay?
Please, brother. Well, give me 30 seconds, please.
I'm not giving you nothing. I just told you what to do first. I can't do
no, but I want to talk about something else.
No, we're not talking about
hey, bro.
And he just muted me. And now this is the guy. Now his name doesn't show right now. And listen to you, brother. You need to research or whatever.
Brother, listen. He
no,
asked
please.
you.
I'm trying to talk to.
He asked you a couple of.
He muted me when I first said, I'm trying to talk to Sabir. You can see his hand. He's like, But then I unmuted myself and said again, I'm trying to talk to Sabir Bey.
Times to do research. Brother, respect his wishes. Do the research, and then.
You know what?
And he said he kicked him off. He kicked me off. So hold on, Bennett. The arrogance of ignorance. These dudes, Sabir Bey is pseudo and ridiculous. This guy is a groupie of Sabir Bey, and he's copying for some ridiculous and pseudo claims. And that's ironic. You need to research. That's why we ain't going nowhere as a people. Because you have dudes like that. Once again, for those who just arrived, You said he was racist. Who translated it? It's like Walter Williams when he was talking to Gideon. Gideon was there earlier. I gave him the link to get on the panel. He didn't. It's fine. He asked Gideon, "Do you know that person?" Gideon said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a professor in it." And I'm paraphrasing. And it's okay. What was he? Where was he teaching at? Gideon was like, "Oh, okay, I'm not sure." And he said, "You see, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to know what you're talking about." That's Walter Williams, man, who's has that pseudo claim that the Medina has not be deciphered, man. So now people want to say conditions before they have discussion with you, like the pseudo dude, ridiculous to Zarya talking about, well, if you show me this in the Bible, then I debate you. Who the heck you think you are to set conditions for a debate? Either you want to or you don't want to, and he didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? So now Sabir Bey wants some condition like for me to tell him who translated that text before we talk about it. But then there it is. This, that's not the exact same book here. That's the Duke University. But I've already shown in this stream from the same book that he has the different quotes. You know, so talking
Man,
about
stop it.
who the Negroes. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They frequently eat each other. They cannot be considered human beings. So Bibe, in like a few days, he became one of the most pseudo dudes in the so-called conscious community. What's up, man, Kara? Feel free.
Peace, brother. Peace. I'm just listening. I'm a little late.
All right,
So
no problem. No problem. Vibe, go
Yeah,
ahead. Feel free.
what's up, man, Carl? Yo,
peace,
man,
brother.
the way they treated you, this is how they treated you like they were little kids in a playroom somewhere, that don't know how to play fairly, don't know how to have a conversation. I mean, they turned everything there into just complete and total unfairness. I mean, yo, man, how can you do anything if you just don't? How can you do anything right if you don't respect the rules of basic fairness among your own people? They didn't treat you like a brother. They didn't treat you even. They treated you worse than they would treat their own enemy. You know, it's like everybody knows different people have different opinions and views. No problem, and people grab their different resources when they want to share their views or prove their views, right? But if you don't have some sort of rules set on how you dialogue, then the truth cannot come out. And they were definitely not trying to have any truth come out outside of the truth that they have already assigned as truth. They were afraid of you, brother. Yeah, that was my comment. Yo, man, Kara, you want to say something? I think Shaka maybe he had to check on something.
I just
Yeah,
want
I'm
to say,
back. Yeah, go ahead, Mikhail. I heard everything. I had to step out, but I heard everything. They didn't treat me as a friend and so on. Go ahead, Mikhail.
I'll just say a lot of them don't know history. That's what it is. They don't know history. You see, and they don't know the discipline of history in the context of how it relates to social and political contexts. And that's really the issue right there. They use metaphysics, and metaphysics will spin you around and around and around and around, but it won't give you no actual context because it's not based on any history. You see what I'm saying?
And
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
exactly. Like
The
they
most
keep
are very.
saying, research, research, Shaka. Like they don't know what the word. Like you didn't hold the book up. He just was talking about. He said, this man. You need to research this man." And Shaka pulls up the book that this man wrote, and they're like, "No, you don't understand. You need to research it, Shaka."
This is so
Like,
ridiculous. And I told the dude, please give me 1 minute. He said no, and I said, okay, please give me 30 seconds. And I'm not giving you anything. And Baruti was copying for the child molester defender, Scam Cheddar. For over an hour, he was challenging me, asking me questions to find out whether or not I was genuine. He said that Toziah was genuine. Scam Cheddar, he wasn't really sure. He told me he feel like I'm not genuine. I still let him speak for over an hour, and you have those guys. You're asking for 1 minute, then you're asking for 30 seconds. They won't let you do that. But then probably now he's gonna have the nerve to tell the people, "You see how I chopped him up the last time?" You know what I'm saying? So indeed, yeah, not to brag, but they are scared. They know that if they come here, um, I'm gonna let them speak. They know that very well, and they know they're gonna look bad. And he's not the only one, though. He's not the
Shaka,
only pseudo. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
they scared, and also they coward because they're going to hear this broadcast, and He's not going to come over here to rebut or explain
Oh, but it's
anything.
gonna get roasted
Doctor, this
tomorrow. Oh,
this
tomorrow is gonna
guy
get roasted, man.
is never
I mean,
going to show up.
tonight, today. I mean, in
He's
America,
not
is
going to show up,
yeah.
doctor. And if he does show up, he is going to talk 3 times longer than you,
Oh no, that
right?
won't
I
happen.
mean, we've
That won't
seen
happen.
this
We're gonna have
pattern. We've
equal
seen this
time.
pattern, because people like this.
Hold on, Bennett. Maybe you need to move your headset because we hear you like not so well now. Now we don't hear you at all.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, yeah, it's
I
better.
had
It's
I
better.
had,
Thank you.
Loud and
yeah,
clear.
sorry about that. Yeah, I had that. I'm back in my crib now. I was just coming home from work, but yeah, they don't have basic fairness. I mean, what kind of dude says I will never give you 30 seconds? I mean, it's like, brother, pull your pants up. You acting like you're walking around in a diaper, holding on to a toy, like my toy, my toy. It's like, come on, what is this, man? This guy is not going to show up, Shock. He's not going to show up. I mean, it's that simple. He's been embarrassed, and he should feel embarrassed because he did not conduct himself like a man, let alone a scholar. He didn't. And just with a small points, bits and pieces, while you followed his dialogue, right? And you were happy to engage his dialogue and to take his lead. All you wanted to do was interject and say, "Hey, did you know this brother wrote this? And what do you think he means when he says this?" He wouldn't give you a chance, So this guy is not genuine, if you ask me. And or if he's genuine, he's a genuine asshole. He behaved like an asshole. Is what I'm saying.
He was denying that in the med nature we have chem meaning black and that they use that to describe themselves. I'm saying while claiming to be familiar with the med nature. He said he found out that Cleopatra was Greek, when I brought it up to him, and then he was denying the fact that Ibn Khaldun was racist or negrophobic or anti-black, and then he was trying to argue the translator. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like he's discovering things with me, but I don't expect him to come. But for those who know him and follow him, feel free because to he's gonna get roasted crazy. He's gonna get roasted like a mofo, and that's gonna be today, Sunday, May 7 at 5 p.m. ESC. But yeah, he was embarrassed. But thing is this: there's
What's
no
the
shame. Yeah, go ahead, Mankara.
what y'all debating about? What's the topic of debate?
Well, I wouldn't call it a debate, but the first time I spoke with him, it's on my channel. Um, I just told him that, as far as I'm concerned, the black Moorish rulers who control Europe and rule territories in Europe is a hoax. And I asked him if he can, tell me about some black Moorish ruler, tell me their title and which territory they ruled over. He didn't give a single name. So I made a video about this. I gave one name. Then he said I gave many names. He didn't give a single name. So we talked about Cleopatra. He didn't know that Cleopatra was Greek. He said it. He said it's the first time I heard that she was Greek. So I was telling him that Cleopatra was white because he feels that Cleopatra was black. Then he was arguing that, black didn't exist before the 16th or 15th century. He's just relying on the English language. But in the Arabic, which is way older than um, um, the English language, we have Aswad or Sauda, the masculine and feminine form, which means black. In Middle Nature, we have Kem, which means black. It's way before the English language. So those Moors who talk about, well, black didn't exist then,
Right.
that's just so ridiculous. So, the thing is this. Let's say he didn't know, he found out something. There's no shame in saying, well, okay, I learned something new. Let's
Right.
talk about it. But the guy is rejecting it and trying to portray me as I don't know what I'm talking about. And the irony is that the book that he talks about, I told him that I have the book here. I didn't show it when I spoke to him because I knew it would take me a minute or two to find it. You know what I'm saying? But I told him, I know, but this guy is so
Aha!
funny.
You cheated, Shaka. You cheated. Ah,
I mean, but it's so funny. But
That's
Brother Menkara, the first time we spoke,
that's ego, uh, arrogance, and
arrogance
ignorance,
of ignorance. The
ignorance and
arrogance
arrogance
of ignorance. Yeah.
mix.
Yeah.
Because he knows because even when I study under Islam, the word slave and black are almost synonymous and one and the same. Abd and Habib.
Abid.
Yep.
But literally, it means slave indeed. But they use that for black people. It's true. However,
facts.
in the book by Ibn Khaldun, the Makida or Makadima or whatever it is, I don't think it's the Abid word used, but we can find out. We can find out. But the translation in English is indeed Negroes, you know what I'm saying? And we have the is it Duke University that I've shared, and also the book that he's holding. This is what it's so beautiful, man. The same book that he's holding. I've shared the link. It's on archive.org. People can read it and download it. And we have several quotes from Ibn Khaldun where he clearly makes remarks that that labels black people as inferior. The same thing that I told him, but he's denying that. Plus, he said that the we are the true Arabs, like the Arabs is us. So basically, he thinks in his mind that Ibn Khaldun was black. I mean, it's so funny and
Yeah,
and sad at the same time.
that's that circular esoteric shit. It's like we are the real Arabs. Who's we though? Who is the we? He gonna circulate back to more. More is who we are. It's like what the he can it's crazy, man. This dude.
Arabs aren't a race of people, they're an ethnic group.
Exactly.
Come again?
The Arabs
they're ethnic group.
They're not a race of people, they're an ethnic group.
It's an ethnic group. Indeed, it's an ethnic group. But and it's
It
interesting you
can
say
be
that.
seen though.
Yeah.
No, this is where it's getting back with Donnie Williams. I was going to say this. It's true what you're saying, right? And that's the classical interpretation of race. Of course, there's nothing called. There's no one race. There's no race. There's one race. There's no races, right? But now there is a space where people begin to discuss like these groups like Arabs, like a race, because of quote unquote people, they get discrimination because of how they look, a particular association, and that's generally speaking not the black ones. The black ones don't get that. It's the lighter ones that get that. So people have begun to discuss it like racism, but you're right, it's not a race. But I wanted to say that to Donnie Williams too. It's the same thing with black. Black doesn't have to be a race for it to be an ethnic group. It's actually now seen as an ethnic group because of racism. Because if you put different groups of people, like let's say you come from the US, you have your look. Shaka come from France, he have his look. I come from the US, but I live in Denmark, I have my look. And then all of a sudden we start grouping together because of the society's racism. We become an ethnic group. And that ethnic group would be Afro, whatever, black, whatever. And you have that all across the world,
Right. When I got into anthropology, right, and archaeology, I was 28. I wanted to. My thing was, if they say race is just skin color, right? How is it that they can find bones and determine whether or not they're Negroid, European, or Asian? Right. So obviously, there's a distinctive difference in the bones, right? Because
right,
skeletons don't have skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there is a difference, right? Europeans tend to have a hollow, the back portion of their skulls tend to be more hollow, right? They have denser bones in some contexts, right? Things like that, right? Distinct differences. But from their classification, there are three distinctive races: Negroid, European, and Asian, right?
Yeah.
Geographically speaking, the Arabs are from Western Asia, so they're part of the Asian family, just like Indians are, Japanese, right? We talk about black and white all the time, but we forget about all the other in the middle, right? Mongoloids, Indians from India, Southeast Asians, Vietnamese, Cambodians,
exactly.
Chinese, right?
And this is really close to the biblical narrative of Noah and his three sons. So Canaan, will be the ancestor of the black race. Shem will be the ancestor of the Semitic quote unquote race or Semitic people, and then Japheth will be the ancestor of the Europeans.
Right.
Maybe some people will say Indo-Europeans, but India is indeed in Asia. But this thing here, like Ntuadu Mera wrote, there's only one human race. That's very recent, because during the 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade, there was definitely race. There's a white race.
Yeah, but that's the context. That's the context. And now, and see, that's what matters in it all. It's like the precise context. We don't live in a world anymore where one is wrong and the other is right. We're in the middle world now, where the context matters in terms of the terms that you use. So it's not out of bounds for someone to even today say, to say, or if for people classified as black or called black every day, to say they're black race. It's not, everyone knows what they mean. That doesn't technically make it correct. But if it changes over now into ethnicity, yes, they're definitely an ethnicity because of this color thing, this kinky hair thing, this, these specifics like you draw out. But people got to stop playing games, because we know racism is real, and this is often the context that we're reading into these, that's going into these things. It's the racism or the xenophobia, or it's all, even today, xenophobia is classified almost just like racism is. They can almost be interchangeable at times, depending on the context. So people get confused sometimes, but everybody know what we're talking about. Because if you just throw us all in the same room, they would throw all three of our asses right in the black pile. Anybody down the street, you're a Negro, you're black, they would know that a mile away. Everybody would know that. All Asians would know that. All Europeans would know that. And there's nothing wrong with them knowing that. It's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. That's good, because we do got African descent. We got African, with big majority African in our blood, running in through our veins. So we shouldn't be shy away from that either,
Right. Now listen to the language that they use. We talking about Western academia, right? They say that Neanderthals hybridized. Listen to the word hybridized with Homo sapiens sapiens. That's us, right? And produced the Cro-Magnon man, right? Y'all follow me?
Yep.
Yeah, we're hearing you, brother.
Now, okay, if now we have 100,000-year gap over every other race on this planet, right? Meaning 100,000 years ago, you find Africans graves with the same mental capacity we have now. Would you guys agree?
I'm sorry, come again with the question, brother.
I said now we have 100,000-year gap between other races, right? Meaning you can find African graves that have the same mental capacity that we have now, same physiology. Would you agree? Based on your research.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, brother.
Okay, you can find modern Homo sapiens sapiens in Africa 100,000 years ago with the same physiology that we have now. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't know if they have the same physiology. You know what I'm saying? But
okay, if you didn't know, okay, what I'm saying to you is that we in Africa you find Homo sapiens sapiens, modern Africans 100,000 years ago old that aren't Homo erectus, that are anatomically and biologically the same as we are.
Homo sapiens sapiens, yes, and actually all different types of human beings, Homo erectus, whatever. I understand that they're all found in Africa, but yeah.
Listen to the language, right? They say that there's a study that came out that said that 4% of the world's population that aren't African have Neanderthal genes in it. Have you heard this before, right?
I've heard about whether we have Neanderthal gene. Yeah. Go ahead.
And all non-Africans have 4% Neanderthal DNA. You heard this before, right?
Yeah, I've heard it before.
But all Africans don't have Neanderthal gene, right?
Well, yeah, but this is the thing.
How was it that they have something? If they came from us, how do they have something that exists in them that is not found in us, in our DNA?
But you know what it is? It's like, I agree with you, right? But the only issue is that these findings, they're always going to change, because they're just based on the limited research that they've even done with people. They have never gone through and sampled everybody in sub-Saharan. They haven't done that. You see, or they don't. They take a small percentage of different groups that they believe they're identifying, and then they come up with these labels. And so, you're
right.
I mean,
but put the context to it, right? When Europeans created Western academia, right, they taught their kids that they were superior, that they were the dominant race.
Absolutely.
Then
absolutely.
Kids did biology and put everybody's genes under the microscope, and they found something contradictory to what they've been taught. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And they wrote honestly about what they found, right? And that's when the shift came. And that's when the
I don't know about that one, honestly, about what they found, but they definitely disseminated that information to a large part of the earth, man. and specifically their own population, what they believe is the European stock and the Arabian stock, or whatever you want to call it. All these groups got those teachings for 100 years. It's like you were saying, they were literally taught that Negroes, Africans, dark-skinned people with kinky hair were at the bottom of the human chain, closer to apes and monkeys. That's what they taught. So you're right. Then they found out later, as studies moved on, and man, different groups of men started participating in research and sharing their findings. Then they realized that whoa, we got a problem here. We basically are white supremacists, and they had to change
because they came up with the out of Africa theory. They came up with regional continuity.
I'm sorry. Let me ask Ntuadu Mela. Now he wrote, they wanted to justify slavery and wealth and segregation by making up this color crop, and it worked and still work for the European. I mean, you're saying that Europeans made up this color crop? I mean, color is a reality, So I'm trying to find out where you stand on that, because I understand the argument there's only one race. I understand, but I just like to say for the record, for those who forgot, that for hundreds of years, race existed. It was an issue. And I even think that, the Declaration of Human Rights, they do mention that. They want to remove it, you know what I'm saying? See, and that's how we look together. Right. And I'm sure, in so many countries, law, they will say that people should not be discriminated based on their race.
And that's from the 40s. That's from the 40s. You know what I'm saying? That's relatively new.
But they have not updated. They have not updated it. You know what I'm saying? But here, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And if I put race, boom, Article 2. Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, blah, blah, blah. And that comes from the United Nations. So I'm sure that the United Nations is reliable. But I understand the argument. However, I have ethnic groups. I read that.
But they define later what they mean. They define later what they mean by race. But you're right though. That's a contradiction. But they define later in other charters that they don't believe in races. That they use that term race to combat racism.
I get it.
I
get it because it's a bit delicate, but ethnic groups do exist and colors do exist as well,
Right. Absolutely.
And their argument that black, people are not black. Black is didn't exist before the 15th century or 16th century. That's so ridiculous, and we have already established the reason why. But keep going, brothers.
Right now, let's go with the lie, right, brother Shaka, if you could. There's a book called White Gold, right? That details the Moorish slave trade, right? On how the Moors were basically selling European women, right? And a lot of people think that this attitude or this system that the Moors practice kind of helped facilitate the European transatlantic slave trade. Are you familiar with this book, brother?
Not this book, but I mean, we know very well that the sub-Saharan / Arab Muslim slave trade predates the transatlantic slave trade. So this is the book here, White Gold, the extraordinary story of Thomas Pellow and Islam's 1 million white slaves. Is that the one?
Yes, sir. Now there's two covers to the book.
If you go I saw the other one. So that's the other one here.
You seen the one with the Moor with on the horse with the white slave?
Oh no, that one I didn't see. This one here is a veiled woman. So actually, I'm going to go to images, and then I guess, or if I put the full title, it would be better. Let me put the full title in, so I can see the different cover.
Thank you, brother.
But no problem. So here, I go to images. Oh, that one here? Is it that one you're talking about? Oh no, you're talking about a horse. So a book cover with the horse. No, I mean, I know in the Discussion of Black Civilization, we do have somebody on a horse, but is it that one here? No, there's no horse here. Well, it may be out of print, but
right. But the book is a good book, though. Good read.
But yeah, and that's interesting that you said that, because there's so many people who act like slavery was only the European, the Christian with the transatlantic slave trade. You know what I'm saying? And the Arab Muslims or Muslims in general practice it before and for a longer period. And they're in so many places they are still doing it today. But all these Islamic people, like the Moors, Nation of Islam, and sometimes 5%ers as well, they have an emotional attachment to the East, to Islam, and its derivation. So they have a religious solidarity. So they were basically, for lack of better terms, butt kiss those people and
Right.
make excuses for what they have done. I have shown Faircon on tape. It's on video. It's in color. He was on a radio station, and he said there was no slavery in Sudan. And he was saying that it was like around 2004,
Wow.
2005. That's before
Yeah.
South Sudan. That's when the crisis in Darfur was going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's just so horrible because this was a reality. There's a
No, man,
Mendinaza.
there's slavery even in that region today. Even in the region, Mauritania, all these, and it's anti-black slavery. It's crazy. So it's like I don't know what's up with Farrakhan and them.
That, that's
Basically,
that's
he got
that's a really
another motive.
that's a religious solidarity because it's Muslim. Those guys are Muslim and doing wrong. He's copying for them, just like we've seen KRS One saying, even if the accusation is true, even if the accusations are true, you don't talk about it publicly. You come to us and we deal with it privately. Man, please. That's what they do, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's just serious, man. Mende Nazar, Nazer. She wrote a book entitled Slave. She
Hmm.
was one of those girls who was chilling in her village, and some Genja weed came on horses, snatched the girls, took them to the woods, raped them, and then sold them. And she spent years of her life in slavery. And ultimately she escaped. Now, it's true that many Janjaweeds were actually black skinned people, but they consider themselves Arabs. You understand? So let me see in the chat. Islam as
So
well
that
as
would make her
Hindus.
a black Arab, which is an ethnicity.
I wouldn't say it's an ethnicity, but uh, yeah, some people like that, man. The lady Kola Booth explained that some people in Sudan they will go to Turkey and get some prostitutes in Turkey and marry them and go back home to them in Sudan. It's so important and valuable for them to be with a white skinned woman that they will go literally take prostitutes and marry them. You know what I'm saying? That's a sickness. You know what I'm
You know,
saying?
this
So
the
some.
thing.
Mhm.
If people want to combat anti-black racism, if they want to discuss anti-black racism, it's really simple. People have to um, submit to either race being real or black being an ethnicity. There's no other way to go around it because you have to take data on groups that experience anti-black racism. You have to. And how did they do that legally? They have to assign them some space for data to be collected on them. You see, so it's like normally you would call that ethnicity, like how they escape it in the Nordic lands. Everybody's not white. Everybody's white, but how do they collect data? They don't want to collect data on race. So what they do is now, the ethnic Dane. They have a term, ethnic Dane. You see, ethnic Swede. Sure, there's all types of Danish nationals, there's all types of Swedish nationals, but how do they get into doing data without them feeling like they're contributing to racism and using the term white? How they do that is through the word ethnic. And so black people, we have the right to do that too.
The thing. I think one of the worst things that ever happened to black people is the hijack of the Islamic people, whether they are Nation of Islam or Orthodox Muslim or 5%ers or Moors or Moorish, who have always capped for the Muslims who are enslaving, who used to enslave. They are doing the romanticizing. People accuse us of romanticizing Kemet. You know, I just showed in my community timeline, where it's at, on my channel, my art forever, the first known papyrus with writing on it, guess where it comes from? And there's so many things like that, but they hate when we say that, and then they extrapolate and exaggerate and say, well, those guys that say that everything comes from Kemet. Not everything, but so many first thing comes from Kemet. I could talk about Khufu's boat. You know what I'm saying? I could talk about the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. But anyway, here let's get some clarity. In Tuadu Mela wrote, I wonder why the Arabs are considered white when they are of color. I believe it's because of wealth. It's like in a Malcolm X movie where Malcolm X talks with the teacher and said, well, I'm saying the Jews were of color. Saying of color doesn't mean jack. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't take it the wrong way. In England, they will use the term colored people. I spoke to a lady when I was working and living over there. She was a workmate, and she told me that when she grew up, using the term black to refer to black people was seen as offensive. It has changed now. That's one of the reasons why they use the term colored people. But let's keep it real, man. Arabs are white. They are white skin, and it kills me when I find out some people don't know that in North Africa, they don't even know that Berbers are white skin. Just some people think that because this is Africa, then it makes them, what I'm saying, black. But for the record, before I move to the Arabs, if I put Moroccans, the Moroccans, right? If I put Tunisians, Carthage, you know, Hannibal, they said that Hannibal was black. I don't know where the heck they get that from. But look at Tunisians. I live among those people. I was born in France. I grew up with those people. The Tunisians, the Algerians. That's North Africa, the Maghreb region. Algerians. All right. Okay. Now let's go to King of Saudi Arabia. That's the king of Saudi Arabia. You have his father. Look at him. All right. So I can put Arabs, and it's the same when you put Qatar. Now, Yemen, they will be a bit darker, but not all of them. Look, Yemenites. See? People think that if you go to Yemen, you only see black people. You will see some black people, you see some dark skinned people, but you have plenty of white skinned people. You know what I'm saying? But this is in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, so they will be darker, just like in the south of Egypt where I went. Around Luxor, Aswan. Yeah, they will be darker than in the north. Just like in France, if you go to the south of France, you will realize that people are darker than in the north of France. Now, you're back, brother Amenkara. Now, let's do Arabs. Your Arabs. And then when you put Arabs there, they may put some North Africans and stuff like that. That's why I like to put the king of Saudi Arabia. Actually, if I put Saudi Arabia royal family, but then I know what people would say. Oh, those are invaders. Those are imposters. They're not the original one. The original were black. Where do they get that from? You know what I'm saying? And it's been like that for decades, man. So hold on. Wasn't those area at one point ruled by Africans before being conquered? What time period, brother? What time period? This is the same sad story that we always hear. The original inhabitants of that and that place were black people. What time period are we talking about? That's why you see, brothers and sisters, that video, White Semites Black Awakening, you have it in the description of this video, but I'm still going to share it again. All right.
They acting like they don't observe people. I shouldn't say that they acting like no, but it's a lot of people have this idea that groups of people don't migrate and move around through time. So it's like, at one point, a lot of people may have been black in certain areas, but what does that mean? That doesn't mean they still are today. That doesn't mean even the same group of people live in the region today. I mean, we observed that with America. The original inhabitants are like 1% of the entire population in America today. Or what they call native. So I mean, come on, everybody else is moved in or was brought by slave ships.
Yeah, but what do they rely on when they say the original inhabitants of such and such place? You know what I'm saying? Many of them rely on the fact that, okay, because black people were the first on the planet Earth, then we populated the whole planet Earth, and then eventually the white man came in and kicked our behind out. Now, I've shown and I've shared the video here, White Semites Black Awakening, when we see so many centuries before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the population of these areas were white-skinned people, Caucasoid people. You know what I'm saying? So, it's 3 hours long. Apparently that's a video, but here I've shown artifacts, and for years I've been to museum. Not only I've shown artifacts from Kemet, but I've shown artifacts from the Levant, from Mesopotamia, Sumer, Lagash, and all that. Those people are white-skinned. They are not black. We need to stop with that. Bunoko Rashidi, I respect him, But he's not the only one. Even Dr. Shekonta Diop in the book African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality showed the king of Lagash.
That's
and
right.
he labeled him as a black man. I've been to the Louvre Museum and show you the king of Lagash, the father and the son, Girsu and all that, and depictions of other people, statues and all that. Those people are white skinned, man. Even the ancient inhabitants of Iraq, that's Mesopotamia. You know what I'm saying? I've shown one where the dude looks like the same people that you will find in Iraq today. But the thing is that this is the false teachings, that some of our elder scholars have said, the Semites, black Semites. You know what I'm saying? And we need to come to terms with that. We do have their depictions. The standard of Ur, anybody can type in. I showed you many times. Standard of Ur, UR, standard of or Ur. I guess it's That's how you pronounce it. Standard of It's in the British Museum. You can see how they look like 2500 BC. It's a documentary called, please watch it, brother. No, please give me the time. Sam, show me the artifacts. I cannot watch a 3-hour video. I mean, for over 10 years, I've shown artifacts in museums and on books as well. So I can just, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound condescending or anything like that, but I've shown the artifacts, you know what I'm saying? And I've been doing it for so long. I'm showing primary sources, you know what I'm saying? So there's a documentary also like from slaves to Negro, where they argue that the blackness of the Israelites or the Canaanites, most of the things that the conscious community people teach is false. You know what I'm saying? And that rubs them the wrong way, because then how come Frenchie comes here and tells us that? Well, I show and prove. Now, are people going to deny the artifacts in the museums? Because when I show the standard of what was said, the standard of what was said, oh, those are Gutians. Who said they are Gutians? It doesn't say in the description that they are Gutians. And that Gutian talk, the Amen Ra squad and Gozi, they were saying that, and Gozi wasn't saying those are Gutians. Where did he get that from? But then Gozi Nonongogo said that, he admitted that they were wrong on that. He agrees with what I'm saying, at least on that part. But then in Gozi, I haven't heard from him in a minute, but he's also freestyling, what I'm saying. One time I think he said that, the people in Somalia or Eritrea are Caucasian, hey,
wow.
what can I say? I mean,
Wow.
he said something crazy, man. We were laughing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was that pivot. That was that pivot they made after they found out Egypt was not white. They were like, oh, wait a second. Look at this big old nose on these people. And, look at these images inside of the vaults and all of this stuff. Then they came up with, I got it. They're Caucasian. They just, these are the original Caucasians. And a lot of people still roll with that.
Sorry, Bennett. Now, in Tuadu Meta, it would be easy if you could come on a panel. You wrote it's about genetics, brother, nothing else. Well, I've shown you the Moroccans, I've shown you the Algerians, I've shown you the Tunisians, I've shown you the Arabs. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that genetics? You know what I'm saying? Where's the evidence? Where's the depictions? And recently we dealt with the Moors. The Moors are not that ancient. And I'm talking about the Moors who conquered Europe and Spain. That's from the 14th to the 18th, the 7th to the 14th century. You know what I'm saying? 700 years. How come we don't have no damn painting of those black Moorish rulers? They ruled the territory.
Exactly.
How come we don't have no paintings of them? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So what they do?
You know why you don't?
Why?
You know why you don't? Because they destroyed them all. They wanted to conspire to make people think that it was something else, but in reality, they're really black.
they would give us name of people,
a strange conspiracy,
and they would claim that they're black. Sabir Bey did just that. He had the depiction, which clearly showed a black man. I'm sorry, a white man, and he said, we were the original Arabs. So here you see in Tuadu Mera wrote, that's what the Arabs do, try to take away our heritage along with the white folks. How did they try to take our heritage? What heritage are you talking about? Where are those black Arabs? Can you show me some depictions of the black Arabs? Right. Now, I know that some people like Wesley did, they will show you some people like that. Should be early in the book.
Right. And Arabs are, the University of Chicago did a presentation when Egypt ruled the East. And all that area was a colony of Egypt in the Nile Valley. Even Sheikh the Diab talked about there was a form of Nile Valley imperialism that existed. So they're giving credit to the Arabs when there was no Arab in antiquity.
Exactly. They're replacing people. They're the ones replacing the history themselves. It's like by trying to suggest that there were Arabs in antiquity, when they just completely erase East Africans prominence.
Regardless of the name or title, there were some people living there. That's why I use the term Canaan a lot, because Canaan is ancient. And you see, Ntuademela wrote, that he or she agrees with me. I think it's a brother. I'm not disputing y'all. I'm just saying, when you get time, check it out, everyone. Please do. It's very telling. Please share with us, but no, don't bring me, a 3-hour documentary. Show me the documents. I've shown the documents for years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now,
And here, hold on. Like Kemet, brother, I'm talking about, and they do that all the time. They say it's just like in Kemet. If you look now, they show you white depictions. They show you the Greeks. They show you the late period. That's Amenhotep III behind me. So they like to use Kemet to say it's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. We've seen the depiction of the black people in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
What I learned in archaeology from the work I did, all you do is observe, catalog, and report what you find, where you found it at, how many meters it was in the ground, etc., right? Then somebody comes along and they put their interpretation of it, right? Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't any people that existed in that area that we call Canaan or Mesopotamia. What I'm saying is they did not identify themselves with that title. Somebody found that and chose that to give that a biblical narrative. You see the point I'm making? Do you understand what I'm saying, Shaka?
You're talking about the ancient bones, like what time period are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about biblical archaeology, right? What they're doing is they're finding states. They're tying.
That sounds funny in itself. They're not saying you sound funny, but the term biblical archaeology, that's so funny. It's like saying Christian archaeology or Hindu archaeology. But go ahead.
Right. It's like saying I study the bones of Pinocchio, which never existed, right? You might as well say you look at Pinocchio, right? But what I'm saying is that you do find that there was a culture there. There were people that occupied their land.
Yeah.
But somebody came along and gave it a biblical narrative and said, "Oh, these are people called Sumer," right? Now, Brother Shaka, last time I was on talking with you, we were talking about Jules Operk, right?
Yes.
They want us to talk about Champollion and the Metal Netra, but hold on, because regardless of the translation and decipherment, the Metal Netra exists, right? But who translated and deciphered cuneiform and tied it to Hebrew? You understand?
I don't think it was tied to Hebrew. It really predates the Hebrew. So, but the thing is that the cuneiform is not a particular language. The cuneiform was used to write several languages. And if I'm not mistaken, even Aramaic was written with cuneiform at one point. So we need to find out what language we're talking about.
Again, the Aramaic, that's an AD people. They don't have a whole history in antiquity.
No, Aramaic, I think that would be BC.
Name a culture that practices Aramaic outside of the Bible.
What the Phoenician outside of the Bible? Oh, that's a real language. I mean, I have a colleague of mine who's an interpreter as well. He speaks Aramaic.
Remember last time we were talking about the Phoenicians, right?
That's about the same. That's about this. I mean, it's like the same.
Where is Phoenicia?
The same population. Phoenicia is a region around Canaan. It comprises parts of Canaan or Israel or Palestine, parts of Lebanon, and probably parts of Syria as well. So Phoenicia is that area. Now, let's look at the Aramaic language. Okay, let's go to Britannica whenever it's available. It's always better. Let's see if they give us a time frame. So here it says Aramaic is thought to have first appeared among the Arameans about the late 11th century BCE. By the 8th century BCE, it had become accepted by the Assyrians as a second language. So we can safely say that by 8th century BC, the Aramaic was used. Now, when it comes to the Phoenician,
hold on. Stick with that. Let's show me something in the 8th century that's Aramaic.
Okay, well, I can look for it, but it may take a minute. Aramaic,
Aramaic, go to Google Scholar if you can. Remember, I showed you about Google Scholar, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Here I have Aramaic alphabet, and sometimes they show some. Okay, well, this one is 3rd century BC. This is a biblical. I'm sorry, bilingual Greek and Aramaic inscription by the Mauryan Emperor Ashoka at Kandahar, Afghanistan, 3rd century BC. So, I want the name
Did
of this
somebody
thing.
say more?
No,
Look,
no, Mauryan.
hold on, look at it. Look at it. Look at the symbols of the Phoenicians, right? Look at it.
Yeah, it's
Where you
there at the bottom. I said, but here.
look at the
Right here.
symbols.
Yes.
That's a
That's
form of
what?
that's like Latin. If
No,
you notice,
Latin didn't exist then.
hold on, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Walter Williams said that the Egyptians gave the Greeks an alphabet, right?
Sorry, brother. I want to say, and with all due respect, Walter Williams is saying pseudo stuff,
That's
brother.
that's fine, but hear me out, hear me out. If you notice, all the European languages, they all have the similar symbols, right? Whether it's Russian, whether it's Italian, whether it's France, right? They have the same similar symbols, just used differently, right? Would you agree?
No, the Russian doesn't look like a
They have a
English
few
or French
different.
at all.
They have the same type of structure with their with right. It's left to right, right? They have a what's still like a triangle for an A, but they have similar symbols, right?
Yeah, but the thing is this, there's so many languages that look similar. Why? Because the script that we use derived from the Middle literature. So when you
Right.
go from Kemetic
Now,
to Semitic, yeah.
now, who is using the language right now that is connected to the what we call Meta Nature? The Ethiopians. You ever seen Amharic? Look how radical the symbols
No,
look.
no, not the Ethiopians, the Coptic people that are using
No,
it.
no. Type in.
You talking about Geese? You talking about the script?
Amharic alphabet. Look at those symbols.
Geese. That's not Amharic. That's a Geese.
Okay,
the alphabet is Geese.
Thank you for the correction. But look how radical. Look how distinctive, unique that alphabet is.
Yeah, it looks like squares and stuff like that. But why are you getting that, brother? Why are you trying to tell us?
What I'm saying is the Phoenicians, the so-called Phoenicians, right? They are used to discredit the Egyptians for giving the Greeks and the Romans an alphabet.
Well, that you can argue, indeed. But here we
Oh,
can
right.
see,
I hear what you're saying.
because,
Yeah.
for example, this,
But
unfortunately,
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. They
yeah.
got,
But the thing is, we have scholars who show us that. Now, this is Anthony Brother, so they're gonna say he's Afrocentric. All right. So then we have Stephen Roger Fisher. You know what I'm saying? Was a linguist, and he has a similar chart: Egyptian, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician, early Greek, Latin, and finally we have Orly Goldwasser, who I believe is still alive, professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, in charge hieroglyphic, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician, and Paleo-Hebrew, early Greek, and Latin. So
go back up, brother. Go back up. Look how closely related the Greek, the Phoenician alphabet is to the early Greek. Look at it. Look at the symbols. It's the same language. There is
it's not the same language. Right here, this is a script.
Stop right there. An evolving alphabet. Go back to that one.
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's talking about there's a distinction between script and speaking. What they derive from the script.
Yeah,
is
the
what you
script
speak.
is not the language. The script is not the language. So
Exactly.
yes, I agree. It is similar. That's why I have that. And let me share it in the chat for the record for those who never seen that. But yeah,
Look,
the script is similar.
Paleo Hebrew. There isn't a Paleo Hebrew. What's a Paleo Hebrew?
Well, there I follow you on that, and that's why Dr. Theophilo Benga uses the term Sinaitic. You know what I'm saying? And here, Stephen Roger Fisher. I mean, this lady, she's a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, so I'm not surprised she uses the term, Paleo Hebrew. But if we look at Stephen Roger Fisher, you know what I'm saying? He has Proto-Sinaitic and Phoenician. He doesn't have the Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Because indeed, there's some issue at us. Vibene, we lost you, but feel free to come back. There's an issue at people using the term Hebrew when really, there we go, Vibene is back. But the Aramaic was used as a language. Indeed, it's a reality.
Right. Now, let's go with the lie, right? Let's go with the lie. You familiar with the Septuagint, right?
Yes, indeed. But hold on, let me just say this here, just before I forget. Now, Tuadu Mela wrote facts. That's what I'm saying. We know they were black, but they're trying to split the narratives. I don't know if you're talking about the Arabs or the ancient Egyptians, but if you're talking about the Arabs, I would like to know the evidence that shows us that they were black. So, brother Menkara, what were you saying, brother?
What I was saying was there is no go back up. Keep going.
You want me to go to that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at the presentation that you have.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to do, brother?
What is a proto or Hebrew? What right? Look right
Oh,
there.
the Paleo Hebrew. I'm not really dealing with the Paleo Hebrew. I'm more geared towards what Dr. Theophilo Benga and others said. Here Proto-Sinaitic. You know what I'm saying? That's the name that they gave it. But that
Right.
derives directly from the Medunetia. I mean, she wrote an article for about that here. That's the link to the article, and she
Right.
even got an award for it. Yeah.
Now, you familiar with the Septuagint, right?
Yeah, the Greek first complete, the first, let's say, it's probably the oldest complete Bible, but it's in Greek. Yes.
Right. Now, Moses is the first literate Hebrew. Would you agree?
Moses is not attested in history, but literate, I don't know. The Hebrew language did not even exist at the lifetime of Moses because that would have been around 1500 BC.
Now let's go with the lie, right? They in their Bible it says that Moses was learning all the ways of the Egyptians and became mighty in words and deeds, right? He wrote the first 5 books, right?
Well, it doesn't say that in the Bible, but those religious people, they do claim that he's the author of it, and we know that there's a description of his death. No dead person can describe his own death. He says where he
Right.
was buried and all that. So that's theology. That's not history.
Right. So he wrote from his timeline backwards, right? He wrote in the beginning,
But he
right?
didn't write it. They claim he wrote it. His historicity is not even attested, so we cannot even argue what he wrote or not.
Okay. And that's a damn good point. Outside of Moses, who is another famous Hebrew writer?
Well, I mean, during the lifetime of Moses, there was no Hebrew, not to my knowledge. Nobody ever showed me, a document that says Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? So
he wrote about Noah. He wrote about the flood. He wrote about the creation in the beginning, right?
but
We don't know.
this is theology. This is not history. Noah is not attested in history. Even the Hebrew people who spent time in Egypt, that's not even historical.
Thank you, brother. So that disproves the Septuagint, because how was it the first complete Bible?
No, the Septuagint, it exists and it can be dated. So that's a real. Go ahead.
Give me the date.
Well, we can find out the date, but I think it's 4th century BC. Septuagint.
What's the date on the Gies script also?
Well, we
If you
can
don't
find
mind.
out. Now here they're talking about the Codex Vaticanus, circa here's CE, but here the date, okay, 3rd century BC. So it's not even 4th century, but 3rd century BCE for the Septuagint. The Septuagint, sometimes referred to as the Greek Old Testament, or the translation of the 70. That's the earliest extant Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible from the original Hebrew. Some people think that there's such thing as a Hebrew Bible that predates the Septuagint. If that's the case, please show it to me. You have fragments here and there of different texts, but they translate it from the Greek to the Hebrew, and then they say, here goes the Hebrew Bible. That's what they did.
In order to do that, you have to have a full comprehension of the Hebrew language, right?
Yeah, but even the Hebrew is so shaky because some people will indeed say and state that they came up with some reconstruction process of what we call the Hebrew language, and they use a lot of Yiddish. You know what I'm saying? So that's even shaky. It's really a Canaanite dialect. And
Now
that's
watch.
why. Yeah.
Now watch. Is that date before Alexander Greek?
Come again. What is what?
Is the date for the Septuagint before Alexander comes into Egypt?
Well, I would say it was after, because Alexander, probably around 400 BC. But let's find out. Alexander, wait, he lived between 356 to 323, and here they're telling us where he says 3rd century. I wouldn't know exactly because here they talk about the Codex Vaticanus. I think the oldest is the Codex Sinaiticus. So I couldn't have a definite answer for that, But that coincides, more or less around the same time period. Alexander the Great here, you see, from 356 to 323 BC. So
after his death. What's the connection between Hebrew and Greeks? How they meet? Where they meet? These are questions you got to ask.
Who said they
Well,
met?
I mean,
Who
are
said
you
they met?
like,
The thing
right?
is this. The thing is this. We had some Jewish people who happen to speak Greek. You know what I'm saying? So Flavius Josephus, or probably Flavius Josephus was it Greek or Latin that he spoke?
There was
Probably
no Jew.
Latin.
There was no Jew in that time period. The word Jew didn't exist.
Jewish people, followers of the Jewish faith, that existed. You see?
Not during
So
323. Not during that. Not during the time of Alexander and the Greeks.
Right.
well, they had a name, maybe it's Judean, you know what I'm saying, but they had those beliefs, you know what I'm saying. But what's interesting indeed is when was the corpus put in writing? That's why it's really
Right.
interesting.
That's
You know what
different.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That's
Because
different.
some people will argue, well, Islam has always been there. Adam was a Muslim, blah blah blah. But we know that the Quran was written, around the 7th century. You know what I'm saying? We know that the person is credited with revealing the Quran to the world via the angel what's his name again, Jibril or Gabriel, you know what I'm saying? That was Prophet Muhammad who lived around, 570 to 632, so we can date, what we know as Islam as a religion. So yes, indeed, it's interesting to find out when the corpus came out. And all of this is very, very recent. And that's why the Hebrews were like in survival mode.
Right, because you don't get a Hebrew until the Crusades with the Templars in France. You don't get a Jew. You don't get a Jew in that context in history until the Crusades and the Knights of the Templar.
Well, if you're talking about
It
the
depends.
English, if you're talking about the English word Hebrew and Jew, uh, I guess we can date it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think we can disagree that we have people who follow that faith. But some people may some people may argue that maybe what we know as Christianity came first. you know, but
Right.
that would sound strange for most people. You know what I'm saying? Because we have a quote unquote chronology in terms of
Right.
the Abrahamic belief system, and Judaism will come first. But what's interesting indeed is what are the texts? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Now
probably yes. Go ahead.
type the Rapus Christus, which existed before Christianity.
I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Serapis.
Oh, Serapis,
Yeah,
yeah,
Serapis.
I'm
Talking about Serapis,
Serapis,
right?
yeah, I'm familiar with that. You know what I'm saying? So combination of Osiris and the Apis bull. I'm very familiar with that. You know what I'm saying? But here, for the record, for those who don't know, because that's just a claim of Walter Williams. You know what I'm saying? But he's not the only one who talks about that. But the Medunacha not being deciphered is really off on that. But here's the
Right.
page here for Serapis. I'm going to share it in the chat. Go
Right.
ahead.
We'll talk about the Benedictine later, but let's deal with Serapis, right?
Yes, feel free, brother.
I said we'll talk about the later. Let's deal with Serapis because
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the point I'm making is that Serapis existed before Christianity. Those who follow Christianity are followers of Serapis.
Well,
When the
well,
literature,
well, Serapis. That's a god. So we'll need to look at what's the name? Soter. What was the first name? Is it Ptolemy Soter? Right?
yes,
Ptolemy Soter the first. So what's his? Well, actually, there it is. Ptolemy Soter the first. He is BC time. So yes, that would be before Christianity. Yes. So you could argue that that's what they are following indeed, but they won't agree with that because they'll say we are followers of Christ, of Jesus Christ. So but I get your point.
and if you go back to Serapis and go to the bottom, it'll say that those bishops are followers of Serapis.
Yeah, and
When the literature came out, that's when the Jews wrote and said that his name is Jesus and he's a Jew. That's the point Walter Williams was making.
well, it's possible. It's possible, it's possible. But what matters is what are the texts? What do we have? Because they love to talk about Flavius Josephus, and also what's the other guy I forgot, Tacitus and all that. Now they will give us a lifetime of Tacitus, but they can show us the text of Tacitus. So when we look at the text of Tacitus, if I'm not mistaken, he comes centuries later. You know what I'm saying? So even Flavius Josephus, was born, if I'm not mistaken, in 37 CE. So he was born after the death of Jesus. But they use Flavius Josephus as a quote unquote testimonium for Jesus, just like Bart
Right.
Ehrman wrote that Paul was an eyewitness. How can you be an eyewitness when you never met the man?
Right.
But hey, the Abrahamic belief system, they have it on lock. They have paper. they have influence, and we have all these Arabized Negroes, Judeo-Christianized Negroes who are helping them in the process.
Now, Brother Shaka, when you were talking to Mr. Bey, how many Cleopatras were there in history?
Oh, I couldn't tell you, but there were a few, But actually, we can find out. So let's put Cleopatra. And people, I'm not seeing the chat. That's why I've put the link here. People,
What period was Serapis in? What is Serapis stating again?
It's a god, so we cannot really say there's a period. But since it is Ptolemy, see this
right, Ptolemy. Now look, check in the chat,
was
y'all.
promoted during the 3rd century BC on the oldest of Greek pharaoh Ptolemy, the first Soter. So it doesn't say that that cult started with him, but he was promoted with him. But some people argue that he's the first one who came up with it. Yes, so that would be roughly about the same time period. Yes.
Check the chat. I just threw in there. I'm just curious about something. It's about Yemen, right? Because I think personally, my thoughts have always been like a lot of Black Hebrew people that insist that they're Black Arabs, right? That they're talking about this group of people, right? Did you see what I put in the chat about Yemen?
Yeah, just a moment. I'm going to check it. But here,
okay.
For the record, here you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 Cleopatras who were queens of ancient Egypt, and the most famous one is the 7th, Cleopatra 7, Philopator, also known simply as Cleopatra. But there was even some other Cleopatra, like 4th century BC, wife of Philip II of Macedon, and so on. Let me see that stuff you shared here. So about Yemen, but what did you want to highlight regarding this? This is in the Louvre. This is in the Louvre Museum here. This one here.
Right. It's another statue.
If I'm not mistaken.
You see the statue, the green statue. It's a bronze statue.
This one here.
No.
Statue. My bad. Statue. Hold on.
There it
that
is.
One here. Yes.
Boom.
That
exactly.
was in the Louvre Museum as well.
And when is this dated in Yemen?
It says 6th to 5th century BCE.
Right, exactly. And my thoughts are when a lot of these Black Hebrew Israelites, or when people talk about Hebrews being Black, that they tend to try to say that all Hebrews were Black, or all that it's one way or the other, when it could be that there's small groups of people that didn't exactly look all the same, don't have all the exact same background, but they merged together and became a group. That's I think more plausible.
We need to find out the date, though. You know what I'm saying? Because they do claim that the Hebrews are Black, that the Arabs are Black. What date? But what I've shown, from depictions, artifacts, mainly paintings. I'm sorry, many statues. But in Kemet, they have drawn. We have paintings of the Asiatics, including the Canaanites or
but
the
you know
Hyksos.
what?
Yes.
None of these dudes ever used these pictures. That statue. That's the crazy part about it. They don't. I've never seen any of them.
They don't use that statue to argue what, the blackness or the whiteness of the Hebrews.
The blackness. The blackness.
But, me, I'm not convinced that this shows a Black person, because the thing is that some people will say, okay, this hair, this will indicate that it's a Black person. But look at the nose, look at the lips. To me, I'm not convinced at all, because once again, it goes back to this. If I go here,
but when you look, but check this out, Shaka. When you look at this group in Yemen, now don't get me wrong, I hear you. Doesn't necessarily prove that, although it's an interesting look, right? But at the same time, they talk about who these people's gods were and their religion, right? And what does that suggest?
You tell me.
Well, it seems like it suggests that they're either a colony of Egypt, something like that.
Exactly. When Egypt ruled the East. That's what
but check this out. Check this out. Congo was a colony of Belgium. So does that make the inhabitants of the Congo Belgian people?
No, it doesn't. But at the same time, in this region, there's islands between these groups. There's islands between Eritrea and Yemen. literally islands. This is not a hard. It's not like these people haven't been bouncing back and forth through that area.
So,
You know, it's not.
are you saying that the Yemenites
It's pretty
are black
accessible.
people, or are you saying that they used to be black people?
No, what I'm saying is that no, I'm not saying I don't have this thing where it's like oh Arabia was black or any of that. No, what I'm saying is that there to me it seems like there were some so-called black people in this area, you know, but
It's
this area
possible
was not exclusively, but it's not an exclusive thing to black people.
it's
You see,
possible that in Yemen it's
yeah.
possible, but Yemen that would be the south of the Arabian Peninsula.
And to me,
Mhm.
it almost suggests that you know there's some fusion here going on. You know, just like with the what is that? The seal of what's the seal you brought up of who's the Egyptian? No, the Hebrew king, the Judaic king.
Hezekiah seal.
Hezekiah, the seal of Hezekiah has that unk on it. And then when you look at this group, I believe with the statue in Yemen, and then you look at who their so-called what their religion was about, who their gods were, right? I mean, they have a male and a female god, right? You
Yeah, but
know,
we can't do that. You know what? Because it is well known that in Greece, they had a pantheon, and some of the deities were modeled after the ancient Egyptian deities. But we can argue that the Greeks were black because of that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but if you look at the map, don't get me wrong, I'm not making this argument about that these black Hebrews make because I don't agree with how they look
Yeah,
at it. I
I
think
know
they
that.
just
I
try
know
to,
that.
they're just extreme in how they're looking at things. I'm just saying, if you really literally look between Eritrea, everybody knows this. These islands that are between Yemen and Eritrea, they're contested by both states. They have changed hands. Like these people can go from small ships, just small regular ships on a boat with a paddle.
But
They've been doing that.
what are you saying? Like, are you saying like they were mixed or there was some possible mixing? Because I agree, there's most likely some mixing. Indeed, it's very close to Somalia, Eritrea, and so on. But what's interesting is that that would be the south of the Arabian Peninsula that we call Yemen
Right.
today.
The
But
South.
when we look at
That's
Prophet Muhammad, he's said to come from the north. The Hejaz region. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
some people argue that the people who are populating Arabia today descends from Jectonite people. Basically people who come from Iran or the area known as
Exactly.
Turkey. You know what I'm saying? So we
Right.
have
And
the
and you can't hide the bones. I mean, you can't hide archaeology. If you can have statues which are cultural artifacts, right? And then you have the bones, which are the physical, human artifact,
well,
that you would dig up and
but personally,
right.
I'm not an anthropologist nor an archaeologist. I'm not convinced about the bone structure will tell you the ethnicity of people. I know that, for black people, they like to talk about the jaw bone and stuff like that and say, black people have like a full and that's me with me being an amateur. I don't master the jargon of these specialists, the archaeologists and anthropologists. But from what I've read, they would talk about the shape of the skull and also the jawbone and stuff like that. I'm personally am not really convinced about that, but
Yeah, I'm
if
not convinced either. I'm not.
yeah.
I'm more convinced by the cultural uh, artifacts. You
Mm.
could say they
Yeah,
suggest a
I mean
little
the
more to me.
depictions to
But
me is better, the statues of the painting, because it is well known that we have some black people, for example, have slanted eye. So if you would use how is it called again, a mold, you may think, oh, that's a Chinese person. And we have some black
right.
people, who have actually, straight nose, you know what I'm saying? Straight noses, you know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
so it's not just all broad nose, but it is known indeed. I mean, I argue that worldwide the main phenotype will be the nose like we do, or thick nose like some would say, or fuller lips, and then the kinky hair. You know, but anyway. So Sanadik wrote, greetings, V Bennett is correct. Ethiopians rule over the Red Sea, Yemen, the south of Saudi Arabia. Look up the kingdom of Aksum, and the people are mixed but not originally black. But that's the same argument, you know what I'm saying? Because um, the French people, they ruled over Haiti. Does that make Haitian people white? The argument is really invalid, with all due respect, because that's the quote that Wesley Muhammad used coming from Dr. Shekanta Diop. Once again, I think it's origin of Black origin of civilization, myth or reality, when he said that, I'm paraphrasing, at the time of Prophet Muhammad or the time of Islam, Arabia was a Negro colony. You know what I'm saying? Saying that Arabia was a Negro colony doesn't mean that the Arabs were Negro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It doesn't, but
But Shaka,
it came from.
let me ask you a question. How
Hold on.
old is Geese, the
Well, let's
script?
find out. Let's find out. But before I
Now,
change the page, man, Carol,
Before
what did you want me to? Yeah, that's the page here. So what do you
go
want me
down,
to?
brother. Go down and read.
Uh,
Stop right there. You see the hadith that it says about the instructions that Muhammad gave about destroying Al Uzza, who was the black goddess.
mm-hmm,
do you want me to read it?
Khalid destroyed the first one. Returned to Muhammad to report. Muhammad replied, asking whether something happened, eventful happened. Read that whole section right there.
Okay. So Arab Muslim historian Ibn al-Kalbi tells how Muhammad ordered Khalid ibn al-Walid, that's who Khalid al-Muhammad was named, to kill the pre-Islamic Arabian goddess Al-Uzza, who was supposed to inhabit one of 3 trees. Well, you wouldn't really be killing the goddess, but the depiction of the goddess, some sort of statue or representation. Khalid destroyed the first one, returned to Muhammad to report. Muhammad replied, asking whether something eventful happened, which Khalid denied. Same thing happened after cutting down the second tree. Okay, so he's talking about the goddess was supposed to inhabit one of the 3 trees. Okay, so the same thing happened after cutting down the second tree. When Khalid was about to destroy the last tree, a woman with white hair appeared, who is called Al-Uzza by Al-Sulami, the custodian of Al-Uzza, and ordered to kill Khalid. Khalid struck the woman down with his sword and chopped her head off, at which she fell down in a pile of ashes. Khalid went on to kill Sulami and cut the last tree. When he returned to Muhammad, Muhammad is supposed to have said that the woman was Al-Uzza and she shall never be worshipped again. There it is.
yeah, it's the removal of the prior gods from that region.
Yeah,
You
just
know,
like in the Kaaba, according to the theology, because I don't think that
the
happened. I don't
caliphate.
know if that happened
It's
in
a
history.
caliphate. It's
Yeah.
basically a caliphate. But how old is the Geese script?
Yeah, let's
Just
look at
out
the
of
Giz
kid.
script.
Yeah.
So Giz. So what date do they give here? For whatever Wikipedia is worth.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Now that's true. But
Okay,
just generally speaking.
let me try Britannica, because problem with the languages is that usually they would tell us the date for the attested, what I'm saying? So we don't necessarily know when it was spoken, but it's the same with every language. So here, let me share the link in the chat for all purposes. So Giz language, also spelled Giz, liturgical language. So if it's liturgical, it means it's a language used, for religious service or church, Ethiopian church. Giz is a Semitic language of the southern peripheral group, to which also belong the Arabic dialects and and Amharic, one of the principal languages of Ethiopia. Both Giz and the related languages of Ethiopia are written and read from left to right, in contrast to the other Semitic languages. Extinct as a vernacular language, Giz is the ancestor of the modern Tigrinya, and Tigray languages of Eritrea and Ethiopia. The oldest known inscription in the language dates from the 3rd or 4th century. So that's not even BC. But that's when it comes to the inscription. And I must say, I have some colleagues, I'm an interpreter, so I have colleagues who translate different languages. When I heard my colleagues speaking Tigrinya, and also, that other language from Ethiopia, the Amharic, it sounds like Arabic, man. It sounds a lot like Arabic, So this kind of some, phonetically, the sounds, it sounds similar. But there it is. You have your answer, brother Bennett.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, because I thought it dated even further back than what it's stating there. And you said that's in right, that's in the Encyclopedia Britannica,
Yeah, I've
right?
shared the link in the chat. Yeah.
And okay, and they're talking about the script, right? Yeah,
Well,
fourth
no,
century. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically the oldest known inscription in the language dates from the third or fourth century, and we know it's CE because otherwise they would have put BC. And they told
Right.
us that the Bible was translated into Geese between the fifth and seventh century. But a lot of time
So
people
does
would
it?
think, go ahead.
So does this match up with the time period of this? What we were reading with the about Yemen and Urs and
Well, I don't know
do
exactly
they
what you mean
overlap?
right now. I mean, when you say Yemen, what exactly are you talking about?
I mean, they say third to fifth century, right? They're arguing maybe fourth century. They don't specify. That's true. But when we're talking about this when we're talking about this statue and this group of people that inhabited Arabia, right? That's what period is that? That's the same period. It's the same
Well,
period, right?
I don't remember exactly, but we can look it up. But the things that,
Hold on.
like you have said, a lot of time
Maybe.
people would think that stuff from Ethiopia are way older, no, 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 way older than we would think. For example, in Ethiopia, you have some paintings, some depictions of Jesus and, Mary and whatever, and sometimes they have Afro. And I was having a
Hmm.
dialogue with an Asiatic black man who was part of the new Black Panther Party, France. And the dude said, well, what about the stuff in Ethiopia? And I'm saying, when we see some black depictions of Jesus, I said, this is very recent. This is not from the time period. The guy didn't know. Some people think that these paintings of Jesus, a black Jesus with Afro, they think it's from the lifetime of Jesus. A lot of people don't even understand. Yeah, no, that's for real. A
Yeah,
lot of people don't even know chronology, you know. But here, Wild Funk wrote that
true.
it's the closest sounding to what the Medu Nature would have sounded like. Tigrinya and Horner languages. I don't think so. The latest phase, the latest stage of the Medu Nature is the Coptic. So I wouldn't say that the Tigrinya or any other languages from the Horn of Africa will be closer. I don't even think we can make that argument.
Why not? They all
But they
now
share
valid.
some word. They share some terms, though. They definitely
Oh,
share some terms.
I wouldn't be
Uh,
surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at
yeah,
all. But then even in English, in English language, we share some terms with the
we share
Metanetra, and
terms.
Ibani is one of
Yeah,
them. You know what I'm saying? Um,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I heard Menkawa asking why now. Uh, well, simply because it is known, it is said by the specialists, the experts that hey, Mirut, sorry, that the oldest, the latest phase or the latest stage of the Medu Neter is indeed the Coptic language. You know, so yeah. But then again, it's not that far away.
It's not that
And
far.
when you
This
look
is
at
the
the region,
similar
yeah,
geographical
yeah,
region.
exactly. It's not that far away when we look at,
And they're
you know,
also they're culturally can be seen in a sim. They have contacts with each other somehow they do, but they're in proximity to each other. You could say that close proximity somehow. But I agree with you. It's dangerous to assume. It's not necessary to assume. It's
yeah, and
and I
that's why
think
we should
that's where
consult the
things go
experts and
wrong.
the specialists. Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
very, and we must take that habit. But unfortunately, we have to do like Sabir Bey, who's a pseudo, who's going to say, well, it's already in our DNA. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, we can really do better. We can excel. Uh, Dr. Shekhan Diop and Dr. Theophado Benga, they don't put in work. They went again, the specialists and the experts. You know what I'm saying? In 1974, way before I was born. You know, and unfortunately, we have some people like the pseudo killers who had the nerve to label Dr. Shekantadi of pseudo, but they are clapping for scammers and idiots like Garfield. That's the world upside down. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Basically, the conscious community, um, they are labeling pseudo people scholars and labeling real scholars PhD pseudos. That's horrible.
Yeah.
But keep going, brothers. I'll be right back.
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that there's, I think it's good. It's good enough to see that there is some context to go down and research, and do a lot of research on this, um, and I personally believe that there's something there, there's definitely something there for African people, in relation to uh, certain parts of Arabia, but I just don't like trying to mix everybody up into one thing because um, I don't even think it's necessary, even with the with researching the Hebrew people, so-called Hebrew people. I've never seen anything where it suggests anything different than that they were a patchwork of people, a
But you
patchwork
know,
of
you know,
different people.
we can
So
research.
I, yeah.
We can research anything. What are the records? You know, and that cultural shock on the House of Consciousness. When I was asking people to show the records, those guys believe that the Exodus happened, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Which historian, which PhD in history? Okay, we only have a few that believe it happened, but who would state that it actually happened? This is folklore. This is theology.
Yeah, it's parables. It's
You know,
folklore. At best, it's parables. At
and
and if not, it's theology, pure
and
theology. But
And the funny thing is that they hate on Kemetic people. When we deal with Kemet, we have the records not only of the Necheru or the gods, the deities, but we have the records of the people who inhabited the place, and we've seen the marvels that they have constructed. So the thing that we as black people have more interested in being invested in. That's what is rejected the most because of those Abrahamic believers. You know what I'm saying? But all the folklore and fictional stories and fairy tales, they cling on to it. You know what I'm saying? It's just horrible. And
and
that's why I don't like fence riders. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like fence riders, the people who claim that they are non-Abrahamic, but they're gonna kiss the Abrahamic believers. I'm like, you don't have to go to war against them. You know what I'm saying? But be a man and say, I disagree. You know what I'm saying? Tell them, this is folklore. Show me the records. But people like to cap because they want to fit in where they get in. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm sorry, but it's not just me who said that. People have been searching in the desert, in the Sinai. They didn't find Jack. The Exodus story is a fictional story. It's alleged to have happened. There's no evidence of it, not in the Hebrew, not in the Middle Nature, or any other known language in humanity. You know what I'm saying? So that's before Christianity and Islam. So the foundation we have no evidence of. How we're going to have evidence for the rest? Now we have some claims and writings. Let's see the dates.
yeah, it
So
hasn't.
the
It's not. It's
the
true.
fence riders actually, they're giving us more trouble than the black Hebrews or like the black Christians and the black Muslims, because those guys, we know where they stand. So fine, they have their belief. Fine, we know what it is. But the fence riders, they're setting us years back, man. But anyway,
But it's nutty to try to people survive because they adapt and change. They don't survive because they stand still in time. Cultures change if they want to survive, and people change if they want to survive. And it's been so many cultures that have disappeared from the face of the earth, and those people continued on and created new cultures. I mean, so it's just like I don't understand it from a rational perspective why somebody would literally need to prove that they are actually literally a bloodline descendant of a Israelite from
I mean,
those that I mean, to me it's just like I don't get it,
I
man.
mean,
It's like,
those
come
guys,
on.
the Israelites, they're not even attested in history, not in antiquity. Um, and we see with Gideon the mention of Israel, not Israelites. Um,
But
but
if it's
the
your
thing.
culture,
Mhm.
if it's your culture, let's say for some reason, now it doesn't have to be real for it to be your culture, right? So on the flip side of it, I could understand, people unifying around like they do in Ethiopia, for example. That whether it's real or not, who who cares? It's their culture. They've invested enough in it to
The
where you
rape,
look
the
at the
rape
world.
culture.
you know, no, I mean, no,
If you
no,
find a
not them.
if you
I
find a
mean,
damsel, you just snatch her, and you pay
oh my
50
God,
shekels.
I'm not talking about them. Nah, that ain't even culture. That's barbarian shit.
That's the Bible.
But
That's the Bible.
yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, it's true. That's what they. If you read that part, it must be. If you read that part, but I
That's their
mean,
foundation. At least ISUPK, but all the other Hebrews are like. But go ahead.
but we have to know. I mean, we do know that those people that are in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, that they've contributed a lot to that culture. However, they come from a whole nother culture. Now, I won't say completely different, but they come. They're from the stock of a people that come from a prior culture, which is different. You
Well,
see? So
I don't agree that they contributed a lot to it. They just follow the religion. Yeah, the Philippines, they're extremely
no, but
Christian in this. Yeah,
I don't mean no, I don't mean like what can I say? They dug a hole in the ground and made a church. I mean, come on, that's a lot.
yeah,
That's hard work, dog. That's
they
hard work.
practice. They practice the religion. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
but
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
you
That's
know,
what I mean. Like,
yeah.
they put effort up. They painted some things and they created some things with it. But but that's culture for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be real for people to unify around it. So I can understand them wanting to preserve it somewhat. How useful it is to them, that's up for them to decide, right? But we do know that they come from a prior culture that didn't have that belief. So we know that. We know people change through time, and whatever adaptations people make is basically for survival purposes for that moment. You know, in 1,000 years from now, it may not even be the case, man. People and a lot of other people, they may move on to something else. You don't know, or we may view culture in itself differently. The significance of culture may not even matter that much to our people anymore. It may be no more important than a board game, a monopoly. You see what I mean? Because people advance, people, through time. So, I
It
mean,
shows
yeah.
motives, brother, because the reason they use Egypt is to give you the illusion that it really happened, that it really existed, because that's how strong Egypt was during the time of antiquity. You follow me?
Right.
They're trying
Yeah,
to validate
exactly.
their theological or fictional narrative, indeed, using Egypt. But I want to say this here. Um, in the private chat, the brother Menkara shared, two books. One was When Egypt Ruled the East, and the other one was The Invention of Jewish People by Shlomo Sand, who is a professor out of Israel. I read that book, The Invention of let me see the exact title. Um, the Invention of the Jewish People, yes, by Shlomo Sand. You see, he's a scholar, out of Israel. The other one, I haven't read it yet. How Egypt ruled the East, but then he shared this quote here attributed to Chancellor Williams. Chancellor Williams said, that's the author of Destruction of Black Civilization. For those who don't know, he said that Egypt was a granddaughter of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is kind of overhyped because people think of Ethiopia, they think about the Queen of Sheba and stuff like that. And Wild Funk just wrote that, so I thought let me share it. But he wrote, Ethiopians know that they were part of Kemetic history. At one point, Ethiopia was used for the whole continent or a big part of the continent. And some people use the term Ethiopians like Sabir Bey to refer to black people. But um, some people will say, Egypt is a daughter of Ethiopia, but I'm not really sure because there's some very old remains found. And I don't know if I found the video, but
Oh,
it's
you
from
mean
the.
Sudan? He means Sudan. When they say Ethiopia, they mean Sudan.
It
They
depends
don't
which
mean
period.
the Ethiopia of today,
It's like
right?
more. It depends, I'm saying, what time
Oh,
period and
okay.
who
Yeah,
used it, you
yeah.
see. But at one point, indeed, Ethiopia will be used for Sudan. But this is very close, though, what I'm saying. But if you want to be
Yeah.
precise, now there
I
was a
cited,
hold on.
I cited that, brother, to connect all now valid civilizations, because what they're doing is they're separating now valid civilizations when they're all connected.
Yeah.
The Nile flows
Yeah.
up. It flows from the south to the north, right? So the south always controlled the flow of the Nile. Even right now, there's an issue right now with Ethiopia and Egypt right now, where Ethiopia finna dam the Nile up.
Yeah.
What does that mean
Yeah.
for Egypt?
Mm. I was looking for a video. I know I made a video about it, but um, the I think it's from the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt, edited by Ian Shaw, where they said that some bones were found, and it was like possibly the oldest human remain or something like that. But I prefer to show rather than paraphrase. If I put human remains, I forgot exactly, and maybe some other time I will find it. Um,
Take your time, because what Western academia is doing is they're trying to.
oh, no, no, I think it was grave. Oh, there's grave. Hold on. I'm sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead, brother.
What Western academia is trying to do is trying to disconnect the history of Nile Valley civilization, starting with the white and the blue Nile, working its way up, touching Ethiopia, Sudan, all the way to Egypt to the Mediterranean. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they try to fragment fragment everything into that. That's true. I get you. Yeah, I agree
Yeah,
100%. They
they're
busy
trying
right now.
they're trying so many things indeed, but here it's been 5 hours, and I will live stream later on. So here, feel free to join us 5 p.m. EST later on today, 5 p.m. EST. That's New York time. Title is Sabir Bey still scared to face me? Let's find out. We can clown him because for those who missed it, if there's one thing you should remember, I'm sharing the link. This is Duke, the University of Duke, or Duke's University. You have the link in the chat right there. Now, that dude's proudly showing himself standing in front of the statue of that racist, negrophobic, anti-black, anti-African Ibn Khaldun, who said in his Mukaddimah, we have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. Beyond the Sahel to the south, there is no civilization in the proper sense. There are only humans who are closer to dumb animals than to rational beings. They live in thickets and caves and eat herbs and unprepared grain. They frequently eat each other, so we were cannibals according to Ibn Khaldun. They cannot be considered human beings. That's how pseudo the Moors like Sabir Bey are. I mean, it's
These are war
ridiculous.
terms. These are war terms. These are serious. This is like, I hate you. I hate these people.
But Sabir Bey loves him,
this
though.
is some scary
He's taking
shit.
picture in front of the statue. But that's how ridiculous they do this. So those guys, they send him money so he can travel to document the history of anti-black people. But he claims to do this for black people or melanated people. So
This
no,
is what they
he's
said
not gonna
about
come.
natives.
He's not
They
gonna
said
come,
this
Danny
about
Boy.
Native Americans before they killed their ass off.
Yeah. But even if they don't act on those words, that's the sentiment, that's the feeling. And any self-respected person will not hate the person that hates them. And the black Muslims, Nation of Islam members, they do love, hate, and butt kiss the same people that hate them, that despise them, that have enslaved our people for hundreds of years. And so many of them are still doing it to this day. And besides, we've seen the safe hate teaching said by Farrakhan himself, Louis Farrakhan, the leader of the Nation of Islam. We've heard his self-hate teaching. You know what I'm saying? The Hebrews were like that as well, because we know what is written in the Talmud when it comes to the curse of Ham or curse of Canaan. I've shown you Zion Lex using the Midrash to try to argue for the blackness of Shem. But when we go to the Midrash, dealing with the curse of Ham is clearly very racist, very xenophobic, very anti-African. So those guys are doing self-hate teaching. You know what I'm saying? Those guys are basically teaching white supremacy. The conscious community is white supremacy with a black
that's
face.
some white supremacist shit.
Yeah,
that is definitely.
It is. But they call themselves conscious, though. You know what I'm saying?
Or
Sabir
anti-black. It's
Sabir Bey
anti-black for sure.
Anti-black, but still white supremacy. So Sabir Bey is the new face of white supremacy, and he's proud of that. You know what I'm saying? But he's gonna get clowned this evening. So thank you all for being there. Stay safe, stay healthy. Stay safe, stay healthy. Damn, I'm forgetting myself. I actually need to use the bathroom. That's why I need to urinate. So, stay safe, stay healthy.
I don't argue. I state facts.
No, before that is something, but nature, stay safe, stay healthy.
Okay.
If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a nature? Hotel. Thank you, brother. Stay safe.
Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Necha lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is, that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Necha, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Necha, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Necha classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Necha class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.